You're about to step back into the golden age. An era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
I tell you, Ken, this thing has to be stopped. Thousands of lives are at stake, man.
Stop pounding the desk, Chief, and tell me about it. I just got in from Calcutta this morning, you remember?
Oh, good Lord, Ken, of course. This thing has me so worked up, look, here. Take a look at this wall map. You see this town in Arizona near the Mexican border?
Nogales, what about it?
Well, somewhere down there, a deadly plague is spreading, and it could run wild over the whole country. Smallpox.
Smallpox?
6 deaths down there in the past week and a half. Other cases being reported almost daily. Last year, it popped up in California. A few months ago, here in New York. Now it's down there near Nogales. It's anybody's guess where it'll hit next.
Any idea where the carriers are coming from?
4 of the 6 dead men down there appeared in the territory only a couple of weeks ago. They carried no American papers or identification.
And the Mexican border only a broad jump away.
Right. Somebody's smuggling aliens across the border, and they're smuggling in the smallpox.
So long, Chief. All right now, Dr. Clark, you were the physician who reported the last case here in Nogales, weren't you?
Yes, but I don't know anything more about the dead man than you do, Mr. Thurston. Neighbors called me in. He was delirious when I got there. When he did talk, it was Spanish. Nothing made him much sense. Just kept repeating over and over, El Castillo Blanco, El Castillo Blanco. But apparently it holds no clue whatever as to the man's identity or origin. In other words...
Dr. Clark, I don't know what to do. The patient in the examination room, he... Well, listen to him.
All right, nurse, I'll be right in. This won't take long, Thurston.
I'll be here, Clark. El Castillo Blanco. I wonder.
Frank, darling. Oh, darling, I missed you so much. Oh, but you're not Dr. Clark.
No, but don't let that stop you.
Oh, my apologies. The sun was so bright outside, and it's so dark in here. For a moment, I was blinded. Oh, please forgive me.
Well, that was almost the nicest introduction I've ever had. Why should I forgive you?
Thank you. May I know the name of the man to whom I've almost introduced myself?
Ken Thurston. Dr. Clark is busy with a patient.
I'm Miss Del Cara, Mr. Thurston. They're waiting for me outside.
Oh.
Would you be kind enough to deliver a message to Dr. Clark for me?
Anything like the one you almost delivered?
This time it's only an invitation, Mr. Thurston. I'm having some guests at my rancho for the weekend. I wanted him to come down.
Lucky man, I'll tell him.
Of course. Any friends of Dr. Clark's are more than welcome, too. Anyone in town could tell them the road to the White Castle, my hacienda. Hasta la vista, Ken Thurston.
Hasta la vista, Senorita Caro. Well.
What the devil? Try to hold his arm still, nurse.
I am, Doctor, but he won't.
Who are you stopping me?
second, and there. It's all over.
All over, eh? I have no arm left. I'll sue you for every cent I have.
Pago.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston, and I'll take you to the Superior Court, to the Supreme Court, even to the Justice of the Peace. Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Relax, Pagon. It wasn't a major operation.
That just goes to show you how much you know about it. Do you know what these butchers were doing to me?
I could guess.
All right, go ahead. I was being vaccinated.
Well, what else are you doing in Nogales?
I'm down here on big business, Mr. Thurston.
Never mind. I'll hear about it later.
What?
You had a visitor, Dr. Clark.
Oh, who was it?
Miss Carroll.
Estelle, I'm sorry I missed her.
I can see why. She invited us down to her rancho for the weekend.
Oh? I didn't know you and Estelle were acquainted.
We'll add that to the list
What list?
of things you don't seem to know about her.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
What's the name of her hacienda, Clark?
Why, it's... Oh.
Yeah, the White Castle. In Spanish, El Castillo Blanco.
Some jealousy, huh, Mr. X? Drives like an aeroplane.
No wonder. You haven't had more than one wheel on the road since we left Nogales. Why are you so set on driving out to Senorita Caro's?
Oh, strictly business. With a guest of hers.
And how much is your chauffeuring going to cost me?
Not one penny outside of gas and oil and normal depreciation on the car. Maybe a few incidences like that. Mr. X, what happened?
There's your answer, Pago.
Oh, for a moment I thought somebody was shooting at us. Oh, somebody is.
Hit the gas. If we can make that next bend in the road. Ah, there goes the tire.
You know something, Mr. Thurston? We didn't make it. I don't get it. Why would anyone want to shoot up my pretty automobile?
Somebody didn't want us to get to the rancho. I'd still like to know where those shots came from.
You could hide an elephant in these mountains.
Wait a minute, Pago.
Huh?
Buenos dias, senores. You're in trouble?
Senor Virva, it's you.
Senor Zellschmidt. ¿Cómo está usted, senor?
Buena, Senor Virva. Very much buena. Mr. Thurston, meet my good friend, Senor Virva.
Glad to know you, Senor Verva.
Well, it's my pleasure, senor. But what has happened to you, walking in this lonely country?
Car trouble. On our way to the White Castle Rancho.
Oh, and the rancho is still some miles away. But I am a guest there also. Why do you not wait in that shady aurora while I ride for horses for you?
If you could add a well-chilled martini to that formula, Verva, it'd be perfect.
Bueno, I shall see that one is waiting for you upon your arrival at the hacienda. Patience, amigos. I will be back pronto.
You see, Mr. Thurston? It pays to know a man like me. Influential friends all over the world.
I've met some of them.
Oh, that's right. But Senor Virva is different. A lovely fellow. He wouldn't hurt even a fly.
I figured that.
You did?
Yeah. He wasn't carrying that high-powered rifle just to hunt down flies.
This section of the rancho I think is the most beautiful, Ken.
Do you, Estelle?
Yes, especially now at sunset. That's why I have that small cabin down there to come to when I wish quiet and solitude.
Too few places like that on the face of the earth today, aren't there, Estelle?
Yes, I know. But here, the snow-capped peaks above, the brilliant colors of the canyon below.
Like a sword wound, cut deep into the breast of the earth.
A wound dividing two nations. On this side is Arizona. On the other, Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That canyon is called La Calle de las Perdidas, the Street of the Lost Ones. Many have tried to cross from one side to the other. But the rock walls are 1,000 feet straight up and down. Nobody's ever come out alive.
I can believe that.
And the two white sandstone buttes on either side of the canyon, like two white castle towers.
That explains how your rancho got its name.
Oh, yes. Oh, nature's made this country strong, hard, ruthless. Ken!
Somebody's ideas about that cabin are different from yours. Come on.
All right, you dirty rat, talk.
No sabe, senor. No sabe, no.
No, sabe, you. What were you doing hanging around here? Come on, talk.
No, senor. No,
Maybe you can't talk English, pal. I'm not taking any
You heard
chances.
him. Let's have that gun.
What?
Let's have it before you hurt somebody.
Let go my arm before. Let go.
Sure, any minute now.
Okay.
Grab it, Estelle.
I have it, Ken.
Good. Okay, mister.
What was the big idea of that?
Funny, that's my question.
You're getting no answers from me.
I think we shall, Platt.
But, Okay, Miss Carroll. We saw that peon sneaking around up here, and I pumped some lead in the air to stop him. I cornered him outside the cabin when he wouldn't talk about what he was doing. I was going to scare him a little, that's all.
Yeah, you're pretty handy with guns, Platt. Ever do any hunting? Say between here and Nogales?
Sometimes.
Have any luck your last time out?
I spotted a couple of rattlesnakes, but I missed.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have better luck next time.
Nice people you have around here. Who is this guy, Platt?
He is what you might call a gang boss for Senor Virva. Handles the oil drilling operations.
Well, he was drilling for more than oil here. Where is the peon? I'd like to have a talk to that man.
He ran away while you were fighting.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, no one. Just a man who helped store the beef for us.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, I'll talk to him in the morning.
No, Ken. I want you to leave this rancho tonight.
Oh, why?
It's too dangerous for you here. The shooting on the road, Platt, who's the killer. There's no telling what else may happen to you.
Would you like to guess why I'm so unpopular?
I don't have to guess, Ken. There are people everywhere, even down here, to whom the most dangerous man in the world is the man called X.
Mr. Thurston, I don't understand it. Ever since we got here, you've been avoiding me like the smallpox.
It's a habit I should have acquired earlier in life.
A fine attitude to take after all you've gone through for me.
Come on, we're going in here.
Huh? But that's the ice house where they keep their meat.
Yeah. There's a Mexican peon who works in here. I want to talk to him.
Mr. Thurston, why did you let that door slam shut? Now it's only cold here. It's pitch black.
Wait till I unlimber this flashlight. Wow.
Ah. Look at all those dead cows hanging here. I'll take that one. Medium rare with French fried. Mr. Thurston, I gotta find the door. What happened to the door?
Easy, Pago.
But, Mr. Thurston, that cow hanging there. That's no cow.
It's the Mexican peon. Ah, this time somebody didn't miss.
return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Estelle Caro's guests are all assembled in the living room of her hacienda, and Dr. Clark is speaking.
I'm afraid there's no telling how long the man's been dead, Thurston. The cold in the ice house ruined any chance of determining the advance of rigor mortis.
That means no checkable alibis. And you can't tell a killer without his alibi.
Surely, Senor Thurston, you're not suggesting it one of us.
That's your idea, Werther, not mine.
I don't like your attack, Thurston.
No man likes death, Dr. Clark. Whether it's from bullets or smallpox.
Smallpox. Frank, didn't you say you had something to tell Ken about that?
Yes, Estelle. Just before I left Nogales, Thurston, I learned that a smallpox epidemic has been raging in Masagua for the past 60 days.
Masagua?
Yes, it's a little Mexican town just across the border.
Uh-huh. My uncle Ahmed has a third cousin twice removed who lives there.
I might have known. Well, thanks for your hospitality, Estelle.
Thanks for Ken, you're not leaving.
That was your advice, remember? I'm taking it.
Well, I didn't think it was like you to quit in the middle of a game.
Well, sometimes it's smart to quit when you're winners. If you don't believe me, ask the peon. I don't want to cash in my chips with a bullet in my head. Yeah?
Hello, Nogales. Ready on your call to New York. Go ahead, please.
Hello, that's you, Ken?
Yes, Chief. What have you got for me?
Everything I could get in the 24 hours you gave me.
Okay, shoot.
Well, first of all, this man Vierber. He's a crook. Been selling fake Mexican oil stock for years. Made a lot of dough at it once, but for right now, he's pretty shaky financially.
Mexican headquarters in Masagua?
Well, how did you know?
Maybe I'm psychic. What about Platt?
Dishonorable discharge from the Coast Guard, nothing else. And Dr. Clark's record is absolutely clean.
Uh-huh.
As for Estelle Caro, she must be quite a woman.
You must be psychic, too.
Evelyn Horatio Alger, from chorus girl to property holder and ranch owner. Came up the hard way, but fast.
An old friend of Verva's?
Very old, and very good.
Hang on, Chief. Be right back. Well, Verva, come all the way to Nogales just to make a phone call?
Why not, Thurston?
Then why not use the telephone? It works better than ear against the wall of this booth. Or does it?
That depends upon what one wishes to hear.
Uh-huh. Well, have you heard enough?
I think so. At least I have heard enough to offer you some good advice.
That's a habit people are getting into. What's yours?
Simply this. In the event you're thinking of visiting Masagua, remember, there are other things on foreign soils that can be just as deadly as smallpox.
But how do you know I want to go to Mexico?
Well, that's better than going to jail for selling fake oil stock.
That's besides the point. Anyway, why do you want me to fly to Masagua with you?
So you can ask your Uncle Ahmed's third cousin twice removed if he can sneak you into the United States.
But why should I do that? I just came from there. Besides, they have smallpox in Masagua.
Yeah, that's why we're going there. To see that they keep it.
Lonesome. You would like company, no?
Yeah, only I didn't realize it until just now. Sit down, won't you?
Gracias. You are a stranger here in Masagua?
Temporarily.
Oh? Then you do not intend to remain?
Not if I can help it. But maybe I'll have to. You know how it is sometimes.
I am not so certain that I do, senor. Or you are American, no?
Uh-huh.
Your country is not far away, and yet you remain here in Mexico, where you say you do not wish to be.
That makes sense to you?
Perhaps, senor. Perhaps not, but I enjoy stories. tell me more.
Okay. I know one about a man who wanted to get back to the house where he was born.
Mm-hmm.
But for certain reasons, its doors were barred against him. And the walls were too high to climb.
Si, senor. What is the end of the story?
Well, that's all I know. I never did hear the rest of it.
What a pity. For that story could have had a happy ending.
Oh?
Si, senor. For if that man had money, $1,500 American money, maybe he could have found people to remove those walls for him.
Maybe. But what if he didn't know where to find them?
Perhaps that could be arranged, senor. It is this way, senor. Down this alleyway.
No spotlights on these transactions.
Senor?
Oh, that's American, for it's dark here.
Oh, si. Ah, but we have arrived. Go in, senor.
No lights here either. Now what?
Just this. So. You would not listen to me, Nogales, eh? Perhaps this will teach you I mean what I say, Mr. X.
Wake up, Mr. X. Please wake up.
Yeah.
Don't stay subconscious. Wake up.
What's going, Pega?
Oh, glad to see me, Mr. Thurston.
For once, yes. Oh, where are we?
In the old building where Senor Verva left you.
Verva, so he was the one.
Mm-hmm.
I knew darn well that girl was leading me into a trap, but I didn't expect it to close so soon. Oh. How'd you get here?
I saw you and the girl leave the tavern, so I followed. I thought maybe she might have a friend up for me.
Oh.
When you went to the building, I waited, and Verva and the girl came out. I went in, and here you were.
Well, how'd you make off with Uncle Ahmed's kinfolk?
Oh, Mr. Thurston, they're the souls of the earth. For $2,000, I can get you sneaked into the United States.
Is the extra $500 your commission?
Huh?
When do I leave?
Well, one bunch left tonight, but too early. You missed it.
Oh, no, I didn't. Come along.
But, Mr. Thurston, you can't catch up with them now.
I'm not going to. I'm going to meet him at the other side. Hello, Estelle.
Oh, Ken. It's you.
Surprised?
That you've returned to my rancho? No. Only that you found me out here at my little cabin. How did you know?
Well, there's no one at the hacienda, and moonlit nights are made for quiet and solitude.
So you remembered. I knew you'd be back. But tell me, Ken, why?
Don't you know?
I should like to think it was because of me. Was it, Ken?
That's why I came back, Estelle.
That was a rifle shot.
Not from any ordinary rifle.
What do you mean?
The spotted plague's paying a return visit, Estelle. To the White Castle. Come on. Okay, now we can see all right from here.
But what is that? Ken, look.
Yeah.
There's something stretching all the way across the canyon. What is it?
That's a bridge. A bridge of rope and slats.
How is that possible?
The shot we heard was a lifeline being fired across the canyon. The kind they use in the Coast Guard. And there's the man who fired it. Pulling it back to this side with the bridge attached.
Then those men on the other side are waiting to cross.
Without benefit of quota or medical examination. At $1,500 a head.
Ken, he's starting to fasten down the bridge now.
Yeah. Okay, Pat, it's quitting time.
What the? Thurston!
That's right, Pat. I see you're having company tonight. May I join the little party?
You just dealt yourself into a game you can't win, Thurston.
Better look around before you call, Pat. Up in the hills.
In the hills? What are you talking? Those lights. Moving down this way.
The Border Patrol.
Border Patrol?
I made arrangements in Nogales. Dr. Clark's leading them down to us. You all licked, Pat?
Oh, no. You haven't won yet, Thurston. That's why this gun is still the joker.
Ken!
Not tonight, Pat.
Ken! Oh, Ken, I was afraid he was going to kill you.
Were you? Or were you afraid he wasn't?
What are you saying?
You were the brains behind Platt. I suspected that ever since the ambush on the road.
No, Ken.
Only you and Clark knew I was going to your hacienda.
And it was Clark or Verba.
If Verba was a killer, I'd never have left Masagua alive. And you were the only one who knew I wanted to question the peon. You'd smuggled him across the border and couldn't risk that talk. So you killed him.
You have no proof of that.
When they try to pin a murder rap on Platt, he'll talk.
Courage, Mr. Thurston. Hold on to everything. I'm coming to the rescue.
Anything to say, Estelle, before they get here?
You're a clever man, Ken. My congratulations. But you've forgotten one thing. The bridge.
Bridge?
To Mexico. To freedom. Adios, Ken.
Come back, will you? That bridge isn't fastened down yet.
Hasta la vista, Ken. Until we...
Good Lord.
Mr. X, the bridge, that girl, they're gone.
Yeah. Yes, la calle de las Perdidas. The street of the lost ones. She was heading there all the time. Only she didn't know it. She worshipped the gods of power and ruthlessness. Traded her soul to them. That's why she ended down there. For all those who put gold above human rights and welfare. All of them are lost ones.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, a story called The Least of These. I read it. It's pretty exciting. I think you'll like it. Of course, Leon Belasco will be on hand as Spade on Zerschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our last adventure with the Shadow for this season will begin. In the meantime, let's give a thought to the special heating problems of the spring season. Springtime means warm days, cool days, showers, and uneven temperatures that bring colds and sniffles. So guard against uncertain weather. Burn blue coal in your heating plant, for blue coal protects against varying temperatures. Its harmless blue color is your guarantee of steadier, more dependable heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on blue coal, Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And listen for the Shadow's important message at the end of the program.
Smith, will you bring me those papers?
Yes, Mr. Devons.
Which one of you is William Devons?
Right here. What can I do for you?
We want you, Devons, to
Huh?
come up. Drop that ledger and get your hat.
I've got you all covered. Stand up against the wall.
Oh, they've got masks on.
Let go of me. What do you mean barging into my office?
Do as you're told. The White Legion wants you, Devons, and we go in wherever we have business. Move.
What are you?
Shut up. Now, the rest of you stand back. We're the White Legion, and Mr. Devons is going to learn a lesson he'll never forget. Prisoner William Devons has confessed his part in the conspiracy against the sacred institutions of the White Legion. We give him to the All-High Commander.
Let the accused know his fate.
Have you anything to say, Devons?
I plead with you. Don't kill me. I've got a wife and children.
Silence.
Please, let me go.
Give him another taste of the whip. That's better. Now secure the prisoner and stand him over the trap door.
Don't.
Open the trap.
Well, glad to find you in, Margot, and up. How about a little shopping with me this morning?
I'd love it, Lamar. But isn't 10 o'clock a trifle early for you?
Not this morning, at any rate. I've already paid a call on Commissioner Weston on my way over. Poor man's up to his neck as usual.
What's the trouble now?
Well, he's got quite a few things on his mind, one of them being William Devons.
William Devons? Isn't he the chief of the Bureau of Markets?
He was. But this morning, his body was found far out at sea, bound hand and foot, and apparently thrown from a ship.
Oh.
Peculiarly atrocious murder.
Good heavens, Lamont. Any clues?
So far, none. Another thing bothering the commissioner is the matter of this White Legion.
The White
Yes.
Legion?
It's a band of men calling themselves Avengers of Injustice, who are taking the law into their own hands, terrorizing, assaulting, and abducting, often in broad daylight and in the most unexpected places.
Well, that's strange. I haven't seen anything about it in the papers.
So far, it's been kept out of the papers, but in spite of that, enough has gotten out so that demands are being made of Weston that something be done immediately.
Poor Commissioner Weston. He seems to have his hands full.
And on top of all that, young Alton Parker's life has been threatened. He's the assistant district attorney, you know.
His life threatened? Why?
Well, Parker is prosecuting the case against Red Collins, the gangster accused of killing Boss Houseman a couple of months ago. The trial comes up this week. Oh, it's all sinister politics, I suppose. Weston seems to think the White Legion was mixed up in that, too.
Then the White Legion has some connection with politics?
It's possible. However, if we're going to start suspecting people, we could begin at the top of the City Hall crowd and go to the bottom. It's Weston's problem, not ours. Want to go shopping with me?
Why not? What are we going for?
Oh, a little exercise and a few shirts. Come along.
Linens and embroidery, the next aisle over, madam.
Look, darling, don't you think this airplane luggage is just the thing for our trip south?
Oh, it's nice, dear. But I can't seem to enthuse about this trip somehow, Alton. We've planned so many times before, and now this latest development. Oh, I'm terribly worried, dear.
Oh, now, please, Helen. District attorneys are always getting threatening letters. They don't mean a thing.
Yes, but...
And Mr. Lawrence promised just as soon as this Red Collins case is finished, I can pack up and go. We start trial tomorrow. Can't last more than a week.
I know. I'm sorry to be so silent, but... Alton!
What's the matter, dear?
Those two men I saw when we came in the store, they're coming this way.
Now, Helen, please don't
All
let your
right,
imagination...
Parker, there's a gun in my pocket. Shut up and come with us.
You keep your mouth shut, Mrs. Parker, and stand right here.
What are you trying to do?
The White Legion wants to ask you some questions, Parker.
Is that so? Well, take this.
Stop it!
All right, stand back, the lot of you. This is an arrest.
Drag him out, Pete. Get back there. We're off.
He arrested
Must be his wife. Hey, she's fainted. Look out, there she is.
Will you please clear the aisle, please?
Keep the aisle
clear, please.
They put that guy in the car and drove off with him. The cop at the corner went after him.
Will somebody please look after her? I'd better phone the police.
Yes, I'll take care of her.
She all right, Margot?
I think so, Lamont. Just fainted.
I beg your pardon. This must be her husband's briefcase. Papers scattered all over. I'll pick them up.
Here, let me help you.
Alton. Oh, my husband. David.
There now.
David.
They've notified the police. Who is your husband?
He's the assistant district attorney, Alton Parker.
Alton Parker?
Those men who took them away. They're from the White Legion. I heard them say it. Oh, please do something.
Will you come to the first aid room, madam? They're sending over detectives.
Oh, yes. Please, I feel so weak.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Parker. I'm Hardney Clays, owner and publisher of the Globe. Is this your husband's briefcase?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
I'll be very glad to deliver it to the district attorney's office if you say so. There may be valuable papers, you know.
Oh, yes, if you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Now, if you come right this way, please, Mrs. Parker.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Clays.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Mark
Oh,
Hudson.
well, what do you make of this?
If what she says is true, it's more of the White Legion's handiwork.
Oh, you think so?
I understand they were mixed up in the murder of Boss Houseman.
Oh, that's pure hearsay. There was no real evidence.
Still, Red Collins is going to trial for shooting Boss Houseman, and Alton Parker is slated to prosecute. It all hangs together, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Anyway, I intend to take this matter up editorially in my paper this very afternoon. The Globe has kept away from the White Legion up to now. So much politics mixed up in it, you know.
Yes, I know.
Yes, but this is terrible. I'll see what Commissioner Weston is doing about it. Well, I must go along now. Oh, wait, let me see. Is that paper on the floor out of this briefcase?
Yes? No. It's been nothing but a sales folder. Special today. White goods sale.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, I'll get this briefcase down to the district attorney's office. Glad to have met you, sir.
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Clay. Oh, there you are, Margot. Sure right now?
Yes, but suffering from shock, poor woman. Oh, this is an outrage, Lamont. You ought to do something. The Shadow ought to do something.
I imagine you're right.
Where did you get those papers?
I think they fell out of Alton Parker's briefcase, and they're rather important, I believe. You see the title on them?
Yes.
Evidence, the State versus Red Collins.
But why are you... Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Yes. The Shadow is doing something about the White Legion, Margot. What's more, I expect to have a very busy afternoon.
The message from the commander, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got it, Mr. Clays. SUNMAR2011. There you are, sir. I'll put it on your desk.
Thank you. Oh, see who that is at the door.
Yes, sir. Telegram for you, Mr. Clays.
Telegram? What can this mean? Oh, yes. Congratulations on your splendid editorial in this afternoon's Globe. It was almost convincing.
What?
Signed, The Shadow.
What? The Shadow?
Stop trembling, you fool.
But if the Shadow is after us...
We'll take care of the Shadow just as we take care of the rest of them. He can't bluff me.
Wait. The door's opening.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Clays.
Who is that? Who speaks?
I am the one they call the Shadow.
He's here. In this room.
I've heard of you and your tricks, Shadow. Where are you?
Here, in the shadows. But don't be alarmed because you can't see me. I've only come for a short visit, Mr. Clays.
Why honor me with your presence?
As a newspaper editor, I thought you might like to hear the news.
What news?
The White Legion is about to be exposed.
The White Legion? Exposed?
I presume you'll want to run an extra on that.
Why, yes, of course. I'm sure I'll be very pleased. Fair-minded citizens of this city and state can force an expose of that organization.
You sound like your own editorials, Mr. Clays.
If you're insinuating that I have some connection with the White Legion, You're very much mistaken.
I never insinuate, Mr. Clays. I simply wanted to keep you posted. The next time you hear my voice, Clays, be ready to run your extras. It will be the signal that the White Legion is doomed.
Before the Shadow continues its adventure, I want to give you a message from blue coal dealers throughout the country. As announced earlier, this is the final Shadow broadcast of the winter series. Blue coal dealers take this opportunity to express their great appreciation for the many letters they have received praising these broadcasts. They are also deeply grateful to New England families who have favored blue coal with a volume of business which has created a sensation in the fuel industry in New England this winter. We are, of course, happy that so many families have learned through experience that blue coal, an American product, is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. It is the best quality fuel that can be used. For not only is blue coal safe, clean, and convenient, it is economical, too. The Glen Alden Coal Company, who mine blue coal, have prepared it especially for home use. No wonder blue coal sales in New England have increased more than 28% this winter compared to the same period a year ago. You may be sure that the high standards of quality which have been responsible for this increase in business will be maintained at all times. So take a tip from blue coal families, and for better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me see those notes, Margot.
What makes you think Hot-Neck Clays is mixed up with this White Legion, Lamont?
A little deductive reasoning, Margot. I've noticed that since this White Legion stuff is broken in the papers, Clay's paper, the Globe, has been deliberately playing it down. Clay's editorial policy seems to be that the atrocities of the White Legion have been greatly exaggerated.
It does sound peculiar.
Exactly. Clay seemed rather confused when I appeared to him this afternoon as the Shadow. Let me clean up matters.
What have you got there?
It's a copy I made of a memorandum that was on Clay's desk.
Let's see. Oh, what in the world does it mean, these two words? Convocation Water Chapel. Then this string of letters and numbers. SUNMAR2011. Doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. SUN is Sunday. MAR is March.
Yes.
And then 20 and 11, Convocation Water Chapel, Sunday, March 20th at 11.
But that's today.
Yes, probably at 11 tonight. And I have an idea that the Water Chapel is the place where they're holding Alton Parker prisoner. We're going to find out. Bring the car and meet me in the block next to Clay's house at 8 o'clock, Margot.
Yes.
If Clay's is going to that meeting, we'll follow him. Slow down, Margot. You don't want to get too close to Hartley Clay's car.
This fog rolling in. We'll be lucky if we don't lose them entirely. Can you see their car through the field glasses, Lamont?
Yes, it's turned down that side road toward the bay. There's a small shack on the edge of the water. Fog's getting heavier. Makes it hard to see.
That shack must be the place they call the Water Chapel.
Yes. It's apparently right on the edge of the channel that goes out to sea. I'm going to stop here, Margot. Let's get out.
All right, Lamont. There's a small inlet here.
Yes.
We can see better now.
That fog doesn't get any thicker. There's a motorboat tied up the wharf. 3 cars parked nearby. Wait. Clays and the man with him are getting out. They're going toward the shack.
I don't see any light in the place.
Someone's opening the door. Yes, there's a figure dressed in a long white robe and a mask with a white cap on his head.
Oh.
They've gone inside. It's getting so thick I can't see the place any longer.
What are you going to do now?
Somehow I've got to get out there. And I'd just as soon not go by the front door.
Oh, look, Lamont. This old rowboat lying in the inlet.
Good idea, Margaret. There seems to be only one oar, but I can paddle with that. This inlet apparently leads down into the channel.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful. There's a terrible current rushing out to sea, and in that fog you won't be able to see anything.
Oh, I'll be all right, but
If you don't hear from me by 6 o'clock in the morning, get in touch with Commissioner Weston. Give him the location of this place and warn him to bring a few men with him.
Yes.
If I get what I expect, I won't need him.
What do you expect to get?
Enough evidence to wipe out the White Legion from top to bottom.
All right, Parker, get yourself ready to meet the judgment of the White Legion.
What judgment?
The judgment of death. I'll be back for you in a minute.
Judgment of death.
Alton Parker.
Who's that?
Quiet. I am the Shadow. I've come to help you.
Shadow.
Keep your chin up and do what they tell you. We'll see this through.
Step out, Parker, and follow me.
This meeting of the comrades of the White Legion will come to order. First offender, present the accused.
The accused stands before you, all High Commander.
First recorder, the prisoner, Alton Parker, having committed acts against the order of the White Legion, acts that we consider detrimental to the good of our city, we have signed his order of punishment. With the consent of the comrades, we give him into your hands.
Let the accused know his fate.
Alton Parker, have you anything to say?
Yes, I have. I was to have prosecuted a murderer tomorrow, a man known as Red Collins, who by your help and instigation killed Al Hausman, your political rival. It's common knowledge that this White Legion of yours sides with the party in power at City Hall. And all your sanctimonious chatter about the good of our city doesn't fool anybody. Prosecuting criminals is my job. And if that prosecution endangers the lives and reputations of one political clique or another, it's no concern of mine.
Cut it short, Parker. You have 1 more minute.
I know why you're getting rid of me. Because your White Legion is mixed up in the worst scandal this state has ever known. And I know what that scandal is. If you, with your robes and masks, knew what that scandal is, you wouldn't be members of this gang. You'd ask your leaders what kind of money-grafting racket they're running. Ask him, the one that sits there on his mock throne.
Who tore off my mask? You fools, get back.
Here it is, Commander. The strap broke.
I thought someone carried it.
Come to order, men. Hand the accused over the trap.
You are sentenced to die, Alton Parker.
You will pay for this, all of you. There's a power beyond your reach that'll make you pay.
If you mean the shadow, when the time comes, we'll deal with the shadow in a way he won't forget.
Silence. Stand ready at the trap.
Give me that rope. I want to dispose of Mr. Parker myself. Ready?
Ready.
Good. In another half hour, Alton Parker's body will be far at sea. The vengeance of the White Legion is now completed. We've called the Shadow's bluff.
Mr. Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Shadow.
This morning they're bringing Red Collins to trial for the murder of Boss Houseman.
You think I don't know
Please,
about...
Commissioner, this is urgent. When the trial starts, have a man stationed at each entrance to the courtroom. Don't let anyone in or out without your authority. And wait yourself by the main entrance. I think you have a surprise.
What's the idea? I'll do it if you tell me what...
I can't tell you anything more now, Commissioner, except this. If you don't do it, you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Well, I don't know what you're planning, but it better be good.
Oh, it'll be good, Commissioner. I'll promise you that. It'll be good.
Order in the court. Your Honor, I request that this man who calls himself Red Collins be reprimanded for his insults to me, the district attorney.
Proceed with the case, please.
Very well. Collins, who paid paid you to murder Boss Houseman.
Defense objects, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
All right, Your Honor. Perhaps you'll answer this question, Collins. Were you ever a member of the White Legion?
I was not. I told you that once before already.
Defense requests that the prosecutor stick to the case in hand. The murder of Al Houseman.
The case in hand, as the defense and everybody else knows, goes far beyond the prosecution of this gangster.
Why, that's...
Order! I intend to prove, Your Honor, that this man Collins killed Al Houseman. That Collins acted under the instructions of the notorious gang known as the White Legion. The same gang who caused the mysterious disappearance of my able assistant, Mr. Alton Parker.
Confine yourself to the case at hand. The district attorney seems to have some trouble doing that.
Yeah. Look at this note, Collins. You deny sending that to Houseman the day before he was killed?
Sure. I wrote the letter and sent it to him. I told you that once already, too.
Why? Why did you write him such a threatening letter?
To scare him into paying me the money he owed me. That's why. I told you that once, too.
Mr. Collins is lying.
Hey, who's that?
He can neither read nor write.
Who is speaking? I demand that he identify himself. Is there someone in this courtroom who wishes to be sworn as a witness? Where are you? Who are you?
I am the shadow, Judge Rusco. I have some unsworn testimony that may interest you. The men who paid Red Collins to commit murder are in this room. They are the leaders of the White Legion. They have secretly milked the city treasury of over $10 million in the past 3 years. Their hands are red with blood.
I protest at this ridiculous procedure.
One of those men is sitting here in this courtroom. His name has been honored in the past. But he is a murderer.
Silence, I tell you.
Who is it? Tell us who it is. His name is Hartney Clays.
Hartney Clays.
A sanctimonious crusading editor who used his influence and position to learn the movements of the law and keep suspicion away from himself.
If there is any further disturbance, I will order the courtroom clear. Judge Rusco. Yes.
I insist this part be concluded. If this shadow accuses me, let him present evidence.
The evidence is ready.
Order! You are making a fuss of this court of justice, whoever you are. If you don't stop, I will suspend the hearing. Let the shadow talk.
Yes, I have talked enough. I now call your attention to the young man who was just entering the door with Commissioner Weston.
It's Alton Parker. It's Parker, the assistant district attorney that disappeared. I demand the suspension of this trial.
No. This trial won't be suspended until I present the evidence for conviction. You couldn't find that evidence, could you, Mr. Clays? It wasn't in my briefcase. Killing me wouldn't have destroyed it, because it's right here. After I was kidnapped in the store, these papers were sent to Commissioner Weston. Enough evidence to send Red Collins to the electric chair. To put an end forever to this murdering gang of hypocrites who call themselves the White Legion. I order the arrest of Hartney Clays. Commissioner Weston.
Right here, Mr. Parker. Stick out your hands, Clay.
You realize what you're doing?
Yes, I'm slipping a pair of handcuffs on you, mister. You'll be locked up and charged with the murder of William Devons, among others.
Go to it, Parker. Run out the rat. Get him out. I relinquish the bit.
Just a moment, sir. Now I move a suspension for the presentment of new charges to the grand jury. Those charges will show that the city funds have been tampered with. They will name the 6 leaders of the White Legion, including its all-high commander, the brains and moving force of its murderous atrocities, the man who sits on the bench at this moment, Judge Matthew Rusco.
Here we are, all of you. The doors are guarded. Sergeant, have your man place Judge Rusco under arrest, and all 4 men at the defense table.
Right, sir. Come on now. Quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. There's one thing more. I want to pay this public tribute to the one who, more than any other, is responsible for this triumph of justice. The one who calls himself the Shadow.
My fellow citizens, I thank you. let me remain a voice that wakes the guilty conscience, brings terror to the wrongdoer, and comfort to the oppressed. Know me only as the shadow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. But before we hear Mr. Barclay, we want to remind you that at the close of the program, the Shadow himself has an interesting message for you. Be sure to listen. And now, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken. Now a word about heating hot water this summer. Many listeners have had the experience of preparing to take a shower only to discover the hot water supply has been exhausted. Now, this condition should not exist in any home. There can always be an unlimited supply of hot water when you heat it with the efficient and up-to-date hot water tank heaters that manufacturers are turning out today. These heaters are still known in many communities as bucket-a-day or pot stoves. Their cost is trifling, even when installed with automatic draft regulators, which make their operation semi-automatic. They guarantee a generous supply of really hot water at a cost of about one-third present gas bills. I suggest that you ask your Blue Coal dealer about this hot water heating equipment. I'd be very glad to quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that interesting message we promised you. The part of Lamont Cranston and the Shadow has been played by one of the most distinguished figures in the theater today, Mr. Orson Welles, famous for his production of Shakespeare in Modern Dress, a director of the Mercury Theater, producer of Broadway hits like Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Mr. Welles, still a very young man, is making for himself a unique place in the field of dramatic art. We have been indeed fortunate in having Mr. Welles on our Shadow program. Now, I know all of you would like to hear a few words from Mr. Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Words can hardly express my great enjoyment in doing this program for you. And now, before I leave you, I want to thank our sponsors, Blue Coal, for giving me the opportunity of doing this show. I want to thank our cast for the wonderful work they've done throughout our entire season. Above all, I want to thank you, our listeners, for your loyalty. We all hope you've enjoyed listening to the shows as much as we have playing them. You know, in the theater, we can see our audience. We're able to tell how well we're received by the applause we get. But unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how much you've enjoyed us over the air.
Wait, Orson, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Agnes Moorehead, or should I say Margot Lane.
There is a way. If you've enjoyed this program and would like to let Mr. Welles and all of us know about it, simply phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and tell him so tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow.
A very fine idea, Agnes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, good night and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Welles. And let's all take Agnes Moorehead's suggestion and give the cast the volume of applause they deserve. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow, and that you'd like the Shadow programs to resume again in the fall. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that you can sometimes hang a killer sky high with a little piece of string. Morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, you ever hear of the Italian movie actress named Yolanda?
Sure. She's made so many rice field pictures, I understand she's got waterlogged kneecaps.
How'd you like to meet her?
Oh, just hand me a pair of hip boots and I'm on my way.
You'll find her on the French Riviera. Her yacht is anchored at Nice. We're particularly interested in the guests she has aboard.
How so, Commissioner?
Steve, one of the most vicious pre-war rackets is in operation again. A racket that cost American citizens thousands and thousands of dollars in payoff money for the protection of relatives living in Eastern Germany, Hungary, and Romania.
Yeah, built up quite a fund for Adolf's rise to power, didn't it?
This time we're certain it's being run as a private enterprise. It started up some 6 months ago under the direction of the same man who handled it for the Nazis.
That would be Herzog, colonel of Gestapo.
Right, only someone else seems to have taken over the racket, and the colonel's little black book. Herzog died suddenly in Lisbon 2 months ago.
So how does all this tie in with the Italian movie queen?
An American named Ernest Hall, vacationing in Nice, had the bite put on him for $25,000 last week.
Did he pay up?
Yes, he was afraid harm would come to some of his family still living in Eastern Germany. Now, Hall is certain the head of this racket is aboard that yacht. Get over there, Steve. Check with him. Find out who's behind all this and smash it. Oh, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Thursday evening is an entertainment-filled listening night on NBC Radio. Set your dial to this station for such fun-packed programs as Truth or Consequences, with Ralph Edwards playing host on America's favorite party game. There's fun, surprises, and always the unexpected when you listen to Truth or Consequences each Thursday. And for Western songs and adventure, hit the trail to Paradise Valley and the Double R Bar Ranch, for there you'll find The Roy Rogers Show and 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment. Robert Young is another Thursday night visitor when he stars in Father Knows Best. We know you'll all enjoy these wonderful programs, so be sure to set your dial right here to this NBC station for top-flight radio entertainment each Thursday night.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to the French Riviera, check with an American who's had to pay off protection money for members of his family living in Germany. Find out who's running the racket and break it up. It's late Thursday afternoon when my plane lands. The American, Ernest Hall, is waiting for me in his hotel room.
I was afraid for my relatives, Mr. Mitchell. That's why I didn't call the authorities until now. I wanted nothing to go wrong. I decided it would be best to investigate quietly after the payment had been made.
All right, Hall, let's start from the beginning. When did you get the pitch?
Sunday evening. A letter had been slipped under my door. The note contained a demand for payment of $25,000. A threat against the lives of an Aunt Anelia Halderstadt and 2 cousins, Jan and Joseph.
Halderstadt? Would that by any chance...
Yes, my father's name. I changed it to Hall when I arrived in America many years ago.
I see. How long have you been vacationing here in Nice?
A month.
Run into any old acquaintances? Someone who knows your real name is Halderstadt?
Yes, as a matter of fact, a week ago aboard the yacht. Eric Vogel is an old friend. We came from the same village, and naturally we talked to people we'd known, our families and so on.
And when you got that note Sunday evening?
Oh, no. I couldn't bring myself to suspect that Eric was behind all this. There were others at the party aboard the yacht.
Any one of them could have overheard your conversation, learned that your real name was Halderstadt. Okay, who were the others?
Well, the actress Yolanda, of course, was there. It's her yacht. Then also a French newspaper man named Albert Beauvais, an Englishman named Chipping, and Lal Hubli, a Hindu.
That all?
But 2 others.
Felix DeLuca. He is Yolanda's director. And George, something or other. I didn't get his last name.
Okay, now, about the payoff.
Well, last night a box containing the money was placed under a bridge on the road to Antibes.
You see anyone?
No, I didn't go. Albert Beauvais did.
The newspaper man?
Yes. You see, he was with me Sunday evening when the letter came. So, naturally, we talked about it. The note instructed me to remain in my hotel room here and send someone with the money. Beauvais volunteered.
I see. Look, I'd like to meet these people. Beauvais, Chipping, George, what's his name?
I can arrange it. I am expected aboard the yacht in an hour. Cocktails. They'll all be there.
Fine.
Now, I should warn you, Mr. Mitchell. These friends of Yolanda, they're of artistic temperament. Their actions are somewhat droll, strange. You might call them eccentric.
Or just plain screwball, huh? All right, let's go. Well, I've met some characters in my time, but nothing like the wacky group assembled aboard Yolanda's yacht. The queen herself is attired in a leopard skin bathing suit, dark glasses, a floppy sombrero with a fur 4-foot brim. She's tossing grapes across the room to a gent who's standing on his head in the corner with his mouth open. The Hindu, draped in his sheet, is sitting cross-legged on the bar, and he's cracking walnuts with his teeth. Paul introduces me to Yolanda, and a split second later, the door bursts open. Two gents race into the room. Each of them is armed with a saber.
That was Chipping, and the one called George.
I didn't even get to say hello.
They will be back. Come on, Joe. You sit down here next to Yolanda. Sit down, Joe.
The name is Steve.
I don't like it, but I like you. And everybody I like, I call a Joe. Come on, Joe. Sit down. Relax. Light me a cigarette.
Sure.
A martini, Steve?
Yeah, but easy on the olives. I may have to drive tonight.
You didn't meet everybody, Joe. Over there is Lal.
Lal?
And that one is DeLuca. Hi, DeLuca. Get over your head. Say hello to Joe, huh?
Hello! Viva Graziano! Viva Roque!
Here's your cigarette, Yolanda.
Oh, thanks. You know, I like you. You've got a class.
I owe it all to the Continental.
Oh, television, huh? So you're from USA, huh,
That's
Joe?
right, Yolanda. Ever been there?
Someday, yes. I'm going to make a picture there. DeLuca, he's writing it now. A beautiful story, Joe. It is just beautiful.
Hey, if you like it, Joe, hey, it's about a young girl.
I'm telling you, DeLuca. Now, this young girl, Joe, she picks oranges.
Grapes.
Oranges?
Grapes. I ought to know. I'm writing.
I'm sick of grapes. Always I'm jumping on grapes into my bare feet.
You can't jump on oranges.
Stupid, who wants to jump on oranges?
Johnny, I'll have a go at it, my dear.
Now, you keep out of this, Mr. Chief.
Sorry. Back to the walls, George, old chap. Come on. On guard. On guard. Ow. Touche. Very good.
Oh, I say, you're a new chap here, aren't you?
Yeah, the name's Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
Oh, I'm Chipping. I have no jokes, please. And this is Georgie. I can't remember his last name.
Hello, Steve. Just call me George. What is this business about Arachnis?
I was trying to tell Joe the story of my next picture. It's about a girl who picks oranges.
Yeah, poor but honest, hard-working and all that sort of stuff, eh? A proud, stout heart beating beneath her tattered sweatshirt. Falls in love with a gentleman farmer named Rodney. He's a cad, of course.
Who told you?
Oh, I say, really, that's a bit of old hat, you know.
What's old hat's got to do with it? You don't know this story at all, no?
I'd love to hear about it, by all means, my dear. I place myself at your feet.
Okay, while you're down there, you untie my sandals. Huh? My feet are killing me. It's jumping on those lousy grapes.
Well, Yolanda launches into a dramatic account of the plot, a tender, heartwarming story of love, greed, and hate among the smudge pots. Suddenly, the salon door swings open. A short, heavy-set gent stands there with a mask over his face, a .45 in one hand, and a small satchel in the other.
Hi. What are you doing? What's it?
Shut up, sister. This is a heist.
A heist? What is it he's talking?
A stick-up, Yolanda. A hold-up.
There's the bag, gents. Let's have your wallets, watches, rings, anything that'll bring a buck. Dump 'em in there.
Now, just a minute, sport.
Let's get with it. Ain't got all night. You first, Mac.
Sure. Only call me George, huh? That's me, sport. George!
Okay, George, get up. And don't try that again, see?
I don't try.
Next one of you gents who gets funny winds up with a slug in him. Now, come on. Shell out.
The little gent picks up the bag, backs out of the room, and then he's gone. I take 3 quick steps to the door, stick my head outside. The slug chips a hunk of mahogany just over my head. Then I hear footsteps going down the gangplank. I take off on the double. Ernie Hall is right behind me.
Do you see him, Mitchell?
I think he ducked around the warehouse. Come on, we'll cut through here. Hold it.
What is it?
Someone coming up alongside the building, and he's in a hurry. Hold it, Buster.
What? Good work, Mitchell.
On your feet, Buster. Let's have a look at you. Got a light, Hall?
Yes. Yes, here we are. Mitchell?
What's the matter? You recognize this gent?
It's Albert Beauvais, the newspaper man. Oh. Beauvais, you all right?
Oh, Monsieur Hall, it's you, huh? Hey, where is he? He must not get away. Now, let me go.
Take it easy. Who are you talking about?
The man who robbed those aboard the yacht, I hired him.
You hired him?
What does all this mean, Beauvais?
It was a plan that the money you gave me to place under the bridge last night, Monsieur Hall, I had marked it, don't you see?
So you staged this holdup and hoped you'd trace the marked money?
Oui, alors. He was trying to bring the wallets to me.
Of all the screwball... Look, Beauvais, where does he hang out?
Oh, a small hotel, not far from here.
Come on, we better get over there fast. We hustle over to a broken-down hotel on the waterfront. Beauvais and Hall hurry into the lobby, and while Beauvais conducts an arm-waving conversation with the man behind the desk, I duck down the alley and back of the hotel. I don't have long to wait. Our hold-up friend scoots out the back door, and I grab... Sure, he's a small gent, but his left has the stock of a pile driver. I'm setting him up for a right cross when my foot slips on the wet cobblestone, and as I go down, he clubs me on the side of the head with the satchel. I'm sitting on the curb, rubbing my ear, when Hall and Beauvais come pounding up.
Mitchell! Are you all right?
Yeah, but our friend got away. He left this, though.
Aha, the satchel. Here, let me have it. You will see my plan was not such a bad one after all. Look, yes, money. Yes, here is a bill I marked. And another.
So?
Oh, sacre bleu.
Yeah, your plan called for us to find that marked money in somebody's wallet, and we'd have our culprit. The money is here all right, but where are the wallets?
He must have thrown them away. Now we are right back where we started from.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Have you started your Christmas wishing yet? Well, this is the season for it, the season when we wish we could do the most for our families, our friends, and our loved ones. All of us express that wish when we say those joyous words, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. But as the old song says, wishing won't make it so. How much better it would be if you could really do something to make that wish come true. Well, the point is you can do something. You can buy Christmas seals. Yes, Christmas seal money helps pay for chest X-ray campaigns, which search out those who have TB and don't know it, so they can be treated to save their lives and to protect yours. The Christmas seals you buy today may help to find, through chest X-rays, some of the 150,000 persons in our country who have TB without knowing it. Finding their TB early, when it's easiest to cure, may mean many happy New Years to come for them. Wishing won't help, but buying Christmas seals will. Buy Christmas seals and you turn wishes into good health. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Cute little plan backfired, Beauvais. Your hired stick-up man dumped all the money out of the wallets. Now, we don't know whose wallet the marked money came out of. Let's see, about $500 of the money in the satchel is marked.
Well, the rest of it must be hidden aboard the yacht somewhere.
Could be. Okay, suppose you start on Operation Ashcan, Beauvais. Hall and I'll see what we can pick up back at the yacht.
Operation Ashcan. What is this?
Check all the ash cans between the dock and the hotel where your stick-up boy was hiding out. See if you can find those wallets. Could be some of that marked money stuck to one of them. Hall and I head back to the yacht. Yolanda, Chipping, and George are in the lounge. I put the satchel on the table and tell them we tracked down the stick-up man, that he got away, but we recovered the money.
How much money was there?
About $2,000, George. Most of it was in the satchel, but there was $500 in his coat pocket.
Just what I lost, sport. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're sure about the amount, eh?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, there it is. Help yourselves. Yolanda, how much did you lose? You remember?
A couple of hundred, Joe.
Chipping?
Well, it's a bit hard to say. I've stumbled across some rare finds in Nice, and I'm not sure how much they've cost me.
Rare finds?
He's a book collector, Joe Dunn.
Oh, then you don't know how much you had in your wallet.
Well, not more than 300, I should say. You see, I don't carry a great deal of cash on these trips. Letters of credit and that sort of thing, no?
Oh, I should have so much credit. He's a dirty rich, Joe.
You know, filthy rich, darling.
Dirty, filthy. He'll never be cleaned, huh?
Oh, fine. Where's DeLuca?
Oh, he's attending. He was no feeling so hot.
Oh?
No, nothing like losing some money to make DeLuca no feel so hot.
Well, slip a few of these bills in his oxygen tent. It may snap him out of it.
You got a good sense of humor, Joe.
Oh, I'm a riot, Josephine.
I got a good idea why you don't come with us, huh?
Will you?
Sure. On the cruise. We're shoving off in about an hour.
Oh, where are you heading?
Oh, I thought we stop at Corsica and then Naples.
Then what?
Then we split up. I got to go back to work.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the invitation, Yolanda. You've got yourself another passenger. We shove off, and along about dark, everybody gathers in the lounge for cocktails. Everybody but me. I figure this is my chance to start searching the staterooms, and George What's-His-Name is currently at the top of my suspect list because of the way he tried to stop the holdup, and later, a prompt claim he put in for the $500. So I give his cabin a frisk, but I can't find anything. I step out in the passageway and turn to close the door behind me. Suddenly, something hard connects back of my ear. It knocks me to my knees. I can hear somebody taking off down the passageway. I stagger to my feet and brush the cobwebs out of my brain, then pound along the passageway around the corner. Paul.
Oh, well, Mitchell, I came below to warn you.
Warn me?
Yes, I saw DeLuca leave the lounge a few minutes ago. I thought he might have come down here.
I see.
What happened?
I got hit on the head.
Must have been DeLuca.
Maybe. He took off in a hurry.
Did you find anything in George's stateroom?
No. I'll try Beauvais next.
Wait a minute. Sounds like they're all coming below to change for dinner.
Great. Okay, looks like I'll have to wait for another chance. But I don't get another chance that night. After dinner, Yolanda wants to play charades, so we all have to choose up sides. Lal Hubli, the Hindu, sits in one corner, cracking walnuts and keeping score. When the game finally breaks up, everybody turns in, so I'm out of luck. The next morning, when I come out on deck, Corsica is in sight. Yolanda and DeLuca are standing at the rail.
This is my homeland, Corsica. All night I dream about it. A great island, Mitchell. Home of great people.
You and Napoleon, huh?
Please, put Napoleon first. Napoleon and me.
Poor DeLuca, he thought he was going to be one more Napoleon during the war.
It was nothing.
Oh, he's a sore eyed, Joe. Instead of the battlefield, he got a desk job. It was a liaison officer in Berlin.
The word Berlin hits me like a hammer. That little black book which started this whole deal used to be in the custody of a Nazi named Herzog in Berlin. DeLuca could have hooked up with him there. At this point, he seems to be edging George out of the top spot on my list. An hour later, we dock, and the happy little group streams off the yacht for a gay day ashore. But the trouble is, they insist that I stream along with them. In the middle of the afternoon, we split up. I get back to the yacht first with Yolanda and George. I'm just starting up along the deck when I spot Chipping coming up the gangplank with a couple of books under his arm and waving his cane frantically at me.
Mitchell, I say, Mitchell, a find, a positive find.
Of what?
I was browsing in a bookshop, and I just happened to stumble across these. Can you imagine?
What are they?
Ancient textbooks of the gladiator school. That's where fencing really started, you know? Look here, old man. You see these illustrations? See? There. It's been the prevalent theory that the glide or sliding thrust is a comparatively recent maneuver, but you see, it's the same thing. Look, I'll show you with my cane. You go like this, you see?
Hey!
Oh, wait, so sorry.
Look, take that cane and...
I'm terribly sorry, old boy. I thrust when I should have glided.
Well, as long as I know that makes everything all right. Now, try your thrust on somebody else, will you?
Yes, I will. I must find George.
Yeah, you do that. Oh, brother. Oh, DeLuca, I didn't see you standing there.
I come to look for you. Yolanda says, tell everybody cocktails.
Okay, tell her I'll be along in a couple of minutes. I stay up on deck until I see all of them come up to the lounge. Then I head below. DeLuca's stateroom is first on my list. I go over it carefully, but there's no sign of the money. I move to Chipping's room next to it and search it. Nothing. I know I've got to work fast before they miss me. Yolanda's room is next. I give it a thorough frisk, but I'm getting nowhere. Then I spot something in her wastebasket, a piece of green string. Suddenly I remember Chipping's books had been tied with green string. I remember something else, too. There was no sign of those books in Chipping's stateroom. I look around Yolanda's room. There's a bookcase built into one wall. I go over to it. The lower shelves are crammed with novels, but then on the top shelf I spot what I'm looking for, Chipping's rare books on fencing. I climb up on a chair, pull one of them out. Yeah, the pages have been cut away, and the book is full of money.
Nice work, Mitchell.
What? Well, hello, Chipping.
Yes, I was afraid I might find you here. Please stay right where you are for the moment.
So, you're the boy who's been running the racket, huh?
I told you I was a book collector. Herzog's little black book has a prominent place in my collection. Amazing how the people whose names are listed in it will pay to keep anything from happening to friends in Eastern Europe.
Like Hall, for instance? This money is what you got from him, isn't it?
Yes. I suspected you were searching everyone's room, so I thought the books would be a good hiding place. That's the last place you'd look would be in Yolanda's room.
If I hadn't spotted the string, I probably wouldn't have thought of it.
Oh, no use crying over spilled string. There's no harm done since you're the only one who knows. Now, you hand me those books?
Okay, here. Have some more. Sorry. Oh, I'll take that gun. It's hard to shoot with a face full of books, isn't it, Chipping?
Books. Mitchell.
Yeah, kind of a dirty trick sweeping a shelf full down on you, but after all, you made such a point to being a book collector, I thought I'd just add a few more to your collection, the hard way.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Fresh new comedy material to keep you laughing all evening long is what you'll hear every Tuesday night on this NBC station. Yes, Tuesday brings such stellar programs as Fibber McGee and Molly, The Red Skelton Show, The Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, and Two for the Money. You'll enjoy them all on NBC. Fibber and Molly have been entertaining you from 79 Wistful Vista for more than 15 years, and they still bring you chuckling good comedy each Tuesday night. That clown of clowns, Red Skelton, brings you a three-ring circus of laughs with Junior, the mean little kid, Cauliflower McPug, and Willie Lump Lump. Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis are the madcap comedians in our Tuesday night lineup, and you never know what to expect next when they team to bring you a half hour of top comedy listening. Then, of course, Herb Schreiner is the power behind Two for the Money, and his power is to make you feel at home with his down-to-earth humor. So keep your date with our terrific Tuesday night lineup, and set your dial to NBC next Tuesday and every Tuesday for tops in comedy entertainment.
Next week, Austria, a border incident with me in the middle.
That will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Howard McNair, Betty Lou Gerson, Nestor Parva, Ben Wright, and Paul Dubov. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the Commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment.
Tomorrow, hear both Judy Canova and Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
Whistler.
You promised me that you wouldn't gamble again. You've broken that promise, and I won't give you another cent. This time, John, you can work it out for yourself.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of avarice. John Abbott lives in a vast house on the outskirts of town. But it isn't John's house. It belongs to his wife. John has never had a penny he could honestly call his own. But then John has always been lucky. John Abbott is somewhat of a gambler who was fortunate enough to marry a wealthy young widow, Marcia Howard, wife of the late motor magnate Burton Howard. But John has pulled a few tricks bordering on the shady side of late, and Marcia has come to distrust him. She has paid off a number of his gambling debts, but this time he's really in a spot. John got into a poker game with Mike Flynn, lost, and paid off with a worthless check.
Hello, Mike. How are you? I haven't seen you since that big night last week. Where have you been keeping yourself?
Where have you been keeping yourself?
Well, my wife's been rather ill, you know. I've intended to get in to see you and the boys for some time.
Did you try real hard, John?
Try? Why? What do you mean?
I kind of get an idea you were trying to avoid me.
Oh, why should I?
Would you have dropped in today if Muggsy hadn't tipped you off that I wanted to see you?
Why, of course I would.
In a pig's eye.
I resent that, Mike.
You do? Well, I resent this.
What?
This rubber check. You got a lot of nerve horning in on a game when you can't pay off.
Why was it returned?
Insufficient funds, according to the slip.
Yeah, I can't understand that. Must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, John. You didn't have $4,000 in that bank, and you know you didn't. I checked on it.
Well, I'll take care of it. You've got nothing to worry about.
Then fork over.
I don't carry that much money on me.
Then you'd better dig it up, John.
Oh, I can't walk out and pick it off a tree, you know.
You know where to get it in a minute.
Do I?
Sure. Your wife is rolling in money.
That's not as easy as you think. See, Marcia doesn't approve of gambling.
Neither do I. When you can't back your bid.
Well, I can get it. You've got to give me a little time. Take a few days.
John, I'll give you till Saturday at noon to get me that money.
Saturday? Well, that's almost impossible. This is Wednesday.
How much time do you need?
Well, I don't know, but I'll get it as soon as possible. Do you have to have cash?
Not necessarily.
I see.
What do you have in mind, John?
Why, nothing at the moment.
Better think of something.
Yes, I will. Oh, I'll get it.
Any good security will do.
I quite understand.
But whatever it is, I'll expect it by noon Saturday. Otherwise, well, I could turn it over to the district attorney, or I could have a pal of mine take you for a little drive in the country some afternoon.
Oh, I'll get it, Mike. I'll get it. I'll have something for you Saturday at noon. I don't know what it'll be, but I'll have it.
That's fine, John. It's fine. I'll be expecting you.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for the extension.
Sure. Always glad to help out a friend.
Yes. Well, so long.
So long, John.
So John Abbott walks out of Mike's office and home in a deep fog, goes to his wife's room on the floor above, slips easily to the side of her bed.
Marcia?
Huh?
Marcia.
Oh, is that you, Nita?
Were you asleep, Marcia?
John.
I'm sorry if I awakened you.
What time is it?
A little afternoon.
Where's Nita?
I haven't seen your sister this morning. She's around someplace, I imagine.
What did you want, John?
I wanted to ask you something. That is, well, I have a favor to ask.
What's troubling you now, John?
I hate to bother you when you don't feel well, but I need a little money.
Money? What is it this time? Your brother again?
No, it doesn't concern Alan.
That's a wonder. How much longer is he going to stay here?
I don't know. Is he so obnoxious?
I can't understand why a young fellow like Alan should be content to do nothing.
Oh, he'll get into something soon, dear.
I hope so. What do you need money for, John?
A note I had came due.
What kind of a note?
Just a note. I gave it some time ago.
How much?
$4,000.
$4,000?
Yes.
Do you mean to say that you owe someone $4,000?
I'm sorry, Marcia, but I do.
When did this happen?
Just a week or so ago.
You've been gambling again. Do you realize how many thousands of dollars I've given you to pay off such ridiculous debts?
Yes, Marcia, but you don't have to shout at me.
Only a month ago you promised you'd never gamble again. And now $4,000.
I didn't mean to get in so deeply, Marcia. I just dropped in to say hello to a few of the boys, and I had a few drinks, and before I realized it, I was in the hole.
Don't blame it on a few drinks. All you need is a deck of cards.
Oh, don't rub it in, Marcia. I feel badly enough about it.
You do. You sit in on any game you like, regardless of the stakes, and expect me to always pay off. What do you think I am, the mint?
Well, you're not broke, Marcia.
It's no fault of yours. If I let you handle my money, I wouldn't have a dime. What did you give, an IOU?
No, dear, I wrote a check.
A check? Why did you do that? You have no account of that size and never did.
Well, they wouldn't take my IOU.
Who wouldn't take it? Were you playing with Mike Flynn again?
Yes.
You're a fool, John, an impossible fool.
But that isn't the point, my dear. Will you help me?
No, John. You promised me that you wouldn't gamble again. You broke that promise, and I won't give you a dime. You can work it out for yourself.
Where would I get $4,000?
Why don't you try working for a change?
Well, I don't expect you to give it to me. I'll pay it back.
You pay it back? Do you think I believe that?
You act as though you were down to your last penny. What good does all that money do you anyway? What good will it ever do you?
More good than it would ever do you.
I might be able to get into some kind of business if I had enough capital.
Business? You?
Well, what's wrong with that? You talk as though I were a good-for-nothing loafer.
You are. You and your brother. I'm sorry I didn't know that before I married you. And now your brother's hanging around here. And what for? Pretending to be in love with my sister. I don't like him, and you can tell him to leave.
That's right. Get yourself excited over
Have
nothing.
a good reason to be excited.
You're not half as sick as you think. You have all the symptoms of a hypochondriac.
Get out of here. Get out of this room.
I'm going.
And tell your brother that I...
Marcia.
Oh.
Marcia.
What's going on in here? What was Marcia yelling about?
I don't know. She's fainted. She certainly can get worked up easily.
You'd better call Dr. Manning.
Very well. I'll call him from downstairs. Dr. Manning. Oh, yes. This is John Abbott. I wonder if you could come over here. Marcia has had another spell. Yes. Very well. Goodbye.
What happened, John?
I don't know, Ellen. She gets excited over the least little thing.
Yeah? What was she yelling about?
Oh, I went in to ask her about something, and she blew up.
What did you say to her?
Why?
Was it something about me?
No, I needed a little money to cover a note. And I happened to ask her at the wrong moment.
Note? You mean a check, don't you?
Check? What do you mean?
That $4,000 check you gave Mike Flynn?
What do you know about that?
I heard about it.
So?
You think she'll let you have the money?
I don't know, Ellen. I rather think she will, eventually.
What do you mean, eventually? You've got to have it by Saturday.
Yes, that's right.
Sure in a tough spot, John. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Why?
Mike Flynn is a bad egg to fool around with.
I know how to take care of Mike.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm going out for a few moments. I'll be back by the time Dr. Manning gets here.
Okay.
John goes out and walks around for a while, pondering over his predicament. Alan sprawls on the sofa and studies his own personal problem. In a few moments, Nita, Marcia's young sister, comes down the stairs.
How is she, Nita?
She's a little better. I gave her some of her medicine, and she pulled out of it.
What upset her?
Oh, it doesn't take much to upset Marcia. She's such an unreasonable woman.
I wonder what John said to her.
Probably some trivial little thing.
Maybe.
Sometimes I feel I can't stay here another day.
Why do you stay, Nita?
Well, I feel it's my duty to stay. It wouldn't be right to leave Marcia in this condition.
Is that the only reason for staying?
No,
Suppose she's angry because of my being here?
I don't know.
I don't think she likes me very much.
I don't know why she should feel that way. I've tried to be nice to her.
She doesn't seem to like anyone very well. She makes herself miserable. No one seems to be able to do anything for her.
Suppose she resents your being here, Nita?
Why should she?
Oh, I don't know. She might invent some crazy idea and, well, I wouldn't want to see her get angry with you, Nita.
What reason would she have to do that?
Oh, I don't know. I was just talking, thinking out loud.
What are you trying to say?
Do you think that Marcia loves John?
I know she doesn't.
Do you believe that John loves Marcia?
I don't know. I don't see how he could, considering the way she treats him. Poor John is miserable. My heart aches for him.
Nita, you know that I love you very much. Don't you, darling?
Yes.
Please marry me, Nita.
Oh, I just can't, Alan. I know you love me, but
I know that I have nothing, but that'll change. I got a swell job coming up, and I'll make you very happy, Nita.
I believe you, Alan. I know you love me, but I just can't say yes because...
Because of John? John is a swell fellow, Nita, but he's a lot older than you. Besides, he's married to Marcia. So what good does it do to you?
I can't help it, Alan. I just can't help it.
Do you think that John cares for you?
I think he does.
Has he told you so?
No, it doesn't matter. I worship him.
He'll never divorce Marcia. He can't afford to.
I know.
Then what do you expect to happen? Are you waiting for Marcia to die? Is that it?
How can you say such a thing?
Oh, why not be frank? Marcia may live for years, and the longer you stay around here, the worse it'll be for you. If you married me and got away from here for a while, you'd forget all about John.
I don't think so.
The longer you stay, the more miserable you'll become.
Perhaps. But I can't leave. I can't. I've tried.
Very well, Nita. But I think you're foolish. Out of your mind.
Please, Alan, let me alone. Don't say another word about it, please.
Okay. I won't say another word. Not another word.
Dr. Manning visits Marcia. John returns to the house. And now the doctor has come downstairs and asks John, Alan, and Nita to join him in the library.
I want to have a little talk with the three of you.
Yes?
About Marcia?
That's right.
How is she, Doctor?
She's much worse than when I saw her last.
Worse?
Yes. She's suffered some emotional upset. She can't afford to do that. Her condition is very, very serious. I've warned you before about the result of the slightest argument. Well, I don't know what occurred this morning, but I warn you that another such occurrence will cost her life.
Is she that bad?
I'm going to be frank with you, John. For her own good, I had to tell her the truth. I think I should tell you.
The truth?
I doubt if Marcia will live more than a year.
What?
Yes. On the other hand, if she suffers no further emotional stress, she may live 2 or 3 years.
Poor Marcia.
I didn't realize it was that serious.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but I feel that you should know all the truth.
It is quite a shock, Doctor, but I appreciate your letting me know.
Yes, we all do.
Of course.
Well, I must run along now. I want to have a few words with your housekeeper, Mrs. Simmons, about Marcia's diet.
Good day, Doctor, and thanks for coming over.
It's really serious. I thought Marcia was more or less of a hypochondriac. I really did.
Yes, so did I. Well, this puts a new light on the situation.
What situation?
Well, I'm sorry I caused Marcia to become upset.
Yes. We must be very careful from now on about what we say to her.
Yeah, that's right. Very careful. All of us.
Early next morning, John goes into town to have a talk with Mike Flynn, the gambler. Mike isn't in his office, so John drops over to the drugstore to purchase a few articles.
Well, how are you, John? I haven't seen you for a week or so. Where you been keeping yourself?
Oh, I've been rather busy the past few days.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, I have a list of things here. Quite a few items. I'll let you fix them up, and I'll call for them later.
Very well. Got some nice specials on today.
No, just what you see there on the list.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, let me see. Yes, Yes, I have everything here.
I'll be back. Oh, hello, Mike. I was just up to your office.
So I hear. Got some good news for me, John?
Why, yes. That is, well, I think things are going to be all right.
That's all? I'm glad to hear it. For your sake.
I wanted to ask a little favor of you, Mike.
Favor?
Yes.
Well, that all depends on what it is. What you got in your mind, John?
Well, I suppose we go over to your office.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Just wrap those things up, Mr. Smith. I'll call for them in half hour or so. Come on, Mike.
Then John returns home at noon. Now it is after 1. Lunch is over. And John sits at the desk in the library, lost in deep meditation. The library door opens and Nita slips quietly to John's side.
John.
Oh, yes, Nita. I didn't hear you come in.
I opened the door very quietly. I thought you might be taking a nap.
No. I was just thinking things over.
I know how you must feel, John.
I've developed a bit of a headache. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
I'm so sorry for you, John. May I rub your head? It might help a little.
Oh, thanks, Nita. I'm all tied up in knots.
Does that help?
Oh, yes. Helps a lot. Sweet of you, Nita. You're an awfully nice girl.
Thanks, John.
Yes, the man who gets you for a wife is certainly going to be lucky.
Think so?
I know so. Are you really in love, Nita?
Yes, John. I'm sure I am.
Well, I hope it lasts. But with a girl like you, sweet and kind and gentle, it's bound to last.
Yes?
You know, Alan is a very good boy, but he's got to be handled carefully. He's quite a bit like me. I know my shortcomings, and Alan has the same. We were both raised with a silver spoon in our mouths. Then we were suddenly thrown out into the world on our own, and we just couldn't take it. I had nothing to offer anyone, so I just followed the line of least resistance.
Have you, John?
Alan is just like me, but fortunately he's young enough to be changed. He can learn new tricks. The right girl could help. And you are the right girl.
Think so?
Yes. You're as different from your sister as night from day.
But I don't love Alan.
But you just said you did.
No, John, I didn't. I did say I was in love, but not with Alan.
But he's mad about you, Nita.
I know. He's nice, but I don't love him and never will.
Well, then if you're in love, and it isn't Alan, then who is he?
Don't you know?
No.
Oh, John. John.
Nita. Nita.
Oh, John, forgive me, but I can't help it.
What do you mean?
Don't you know, John?
Look at me, Nita.
Yes, John, I know it's despicable, but I can't help it. I love you.
Well, of all things. Nita.
I've loved you from the day we first met.
But, Nita, darling, what's ridiculous. You can't mean it.
I do. I've tried to fight it, but I can't.
I'm married to your sister.
Marcia doesn't love you, not the way I do, and you don't love Marcia.
How do you know that?
I can tell, I know. Oh, you're miserable, John.
Am I?
Yes. Marcia has treated you terribly. How you've gone on this long, I'll never understand. But I love you. I'll always love you. Don't you care for me at all?
Yes, Nita. I'll have to confess. I do.
Oh, John. John, darling.
Oh, it won't work. In the first place, I'm married to Marcia. In the second place, I'm older than you. In the third place?
Yes?
I'm in a spot. A very ticklish spot. I can't afford to, break off with Marcia.
What do you mean?
I owe a certain man $4,000. I must pay him by this coming Saturday, or I might go to jail.
What? Oh, he couldn't do that.
Yes, he could. And he might even take me for a ride.
Kill you?
Yes.
Oh, John. Did you tell Marcia?
That was the cause of her relapse.
She refused?
Absolutely.
Well, that only proves she doesn't love you. She's mean and hateful. Sometimes I think she's insane.
Do you? Maybe she is.
You mustn't give up hope, John. You will get the money.
How?
There'll be a way, John. There must be a way. We'll make a way.
Make a way? What do you mean?
I'm not sure, but we'll find it.
Then a short while later, the housekeeper, Mrs. Simmons, comes to Marcia's room to take away the luncheon tray.
Did you enjoy your lunch, Mrs. Abbott? I thought I'd pick up the tray and dishes. Well, ice cream. Where'd you get the ice cream? I didn't serve you any ice cream. Mrs. Abbott, are you asleep? If you'd wanted ice cream, you could have told me. Mrs. Abbott. Mrs. Abbott. Mercy on us, she's cold as... Mrs. Abbott! Mrs. Abbott! She's dead. She's dead. Give me the police, an ambulance, a doctor.
The police arrived, the ambulance arrived, but Marcia was dead, quite dead. Why the police were called, only the housekeeper knew. But once the police arrived, they followed it through to an autopsy. Now the officers have returned to the Abbott residence. Captain Barnes is speaking.
You're Mrs. Simmons, the housekeeper?
Yes, that I am.
Mm-hmm. And you're Nita, Mrs. Abbott's sister?
Yes.
And you?
I'm Alan Abbott, John Abbott's brother.
You live here?
I'm visiting here.
I see. Mrs. Simmons, you served lunch to Mrs. Abbott?
I did.
What did you serve?
I served chicken soup, creamed carrots, toast, and tea.
And, ice cream?
No,
You didn't serve ice cream?
I did not.
Are you positive, Mrs. Simmons?
I'm positive.
You don't have to shout.
I thought you didn't hear me.
I heard you. Will you two step out of the room for a moment? I want to talk to the housekeeper alone.
Of course, Captain.
Certainly.
Mrs. Simmons, how long have you been with Mrs. Abbott?
You mean, how long have I worked here?
That's right.
Too long.
Didn't you like it here?
I don't want to talk about it.
Didn't you like Mrs. Abbott?
I certainly did. She was so good to me. I worshipped her. Poor thing, poor thing.
You came here the day she married her first husband, didn't you?
Yes, and they were so happy. It was very pleasant here then.
You mean there came a time when things ceased to be pleasant?
Yes, that's what I mean.
When did things take on a change?
After she married John Abbott.
How long after she married Abbott did her health begin to fail?
It was about a year.
Did they quarrel often?
Yes, quite a bit.
What about?
Well, about money. Mr. Abbott didn't have a cent when they were married. And he's never earned a cent nor done a day's work since. He was always gambling, always losing money. Her money. Then she got disgusted and clamped down on him.
And shortly after that, she began to fail.
Yes, and she changed completely. She became morose and cranky. You just can't realize what a change there was in her unless you knew her.
How long has Alan Abbott been visiting here?
Visiting?
Mm-hmm.
He's way past the visiting stage, the lazy loafer. Been living here over 6 months.
How long has Nita been here?
She came to live here over a year ago. Mrs. Abbott asked her to stay with her when she first took ill. And that was a big mistake.
Mistake? To have her sister here? What do you mean?
I'm talking too much. I don't want to get mixed up in this. I'm leaving this house at
I'm
once.
afraid you're going to stay right here, Mrs. Simmons, until I tell you to go.
You mean I'm arrested?
We call it detained, until this is cleared up.
What are you doing here anyway? Why are you snooping around asking so many questions?
Why did you call the police when you found the body?
I don't know. I was just excited.
You didn't call the doctor. You called the police. What was in your mind to cause you to call the police instantly?
I don't know. I really don't know.
She's had bad attacks before, and you always call Dr. Manning. But this time you called us. Why?
I don't know.
Then I'll tell you, because you knew she'd been murdered.
Murdered? I didn't.
Then you must have suspected it. Who'd you suspect, her husband?
No.
Alan?
No.
Nita?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then it must have been you who served the ice cream.
I didn't serve ice cream.
But it was served. And there was arsenic in it.
Arsenic?
Rat poison. Mrs. Abbott was murdered.
I knew it.
Her husband did it.
No, she did it. Nita did it.
Why?
Because she was madly in love with John. She wanted Marcia out of the way. I knew she was a devil.
Bring them all in, Murphy. Nina, your sister was served ice cream at lunch in this dish. Mrs. Simmons says she didn't serve it.
Well, what about it?
I'll ask you that. What do you know about it?
Why, I...
Wait a minute. What's the ice cream got to do with it?
I'll tell you in a moment. Did you serve that ice cream, Nita?
You don't have to answer that, Nita.
Did you?
Yes. Yes, I did serve it.
What did I tell you?
Where did you get the arsenic?
What? Arsenic?
Mrs. Abbott died of arsenical poisoning. This dish contains arsenic. Where did you get it?
Why should I do such a thing?
You had a motive. You were in love with John and wanted your sister out of the way.
That isn't true.
You bought the ice cream and you served
I did
it.
not buy
Then
it.
where did you get it?
I don't know.
You'd better tell. You're in a tough spot.
Wait a minute. Nita did not do it. She couldn't have done such a thing. I bought the ice cream. I gave it to Nita to serve to Marcia.
And you put the arsenic in it. Nita would never do that. She isn't the kind. John did it, and he had a motive.
What motive?
He gave Mike Flynn a rubber check for $4,000. Mike gave him till Saturday or he'd turn it over to the DA. Marcia refused to help John out, so he killed her.
Is that true about the check?
Yes, but I didn't kill Marcia. That's ridiculous.
Of course it is. And if anybody had a motive to kill her, it was Alan.
What?
Yes. Alan was in love with me, asked me to marry him. But I knew what was back of it.
Nita.
He wanted to marry the money he knew Marcia would leave to me.
I did not.
I told him I loved John and turned him down. He was jealous of John. If Alan poisoned Marcia, he figured John would be blamed, and that would put John out of the way. He put the arsenic in the ice cream. He must have.
She's crazy, absolutely crazy.
She's not the only one. The housekeeper accuses Nita. Nita accuses Alan. Alan accuses John. And both men trying to protect Nita. But I've got a piece of evidence that definitely pins it on one of you. How about it, Sergeant? What'd you find?
I checked the box of rat poison we found in the pantry. It was purchased yesterday noon, and the poison register was signed by John Abbott. The druggist confirmed it.
You all right, John?
Yes, I bought it, but I swear I'm innocent.
The evidence is all against you, John. And as to Nita's part in it, well, it'll all come out in the trial.
But wait, it isn't over yet. The door bursts open and Dr. Manning rushes in, waving a special delivery letter just received at his office. Read it, Doctor.
Listen to this. John doesn't love me. He cares for nothing but my money. He's in a spot over a bad check, a spot in which he deserves to be. Alan is no good and pretends to be in love with Nita, but he really wants to marry her for the money he thinks I'll leave her. My sister is in love with my husband, which disgusts me. And if I leave my property to her, John will marry her at the first opportunity. This house is filled with nothing but avarice and greed. I can bear it no longer. The thought of hanging on to life under these conditions for another year is intolerable. A few minutes ago, I slipped down the back way and found some rat poison. Removed a portion of it, slipped back to my room and mixed it with the ice cream. Enclosed is a short will, witnessed by Mrs. Simmons. I leave all my property, personal and real, to the children's home at Montebello. This will end the disgusting situation created by my late husband's fortune. Signed, Marcia Howard Abbott.
Well, there you are. None of them killed Marcia, but they certainly had the motives. Now, all of them are left to face the world penniless. And there's still a $4,000 check standing between John and Nita. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
John Steed bent down and examined the body of Yule, the stockbroker.
Look, Mrs. Beale, in the waistcoat pocket.
Ripped away completely.
Yes. He was planning to come to dinner at Henry Boardman's, but He was dressing, evening dress.
He's been dead about 3 hours. About the time we started dinner. So that eliminates 3 suspects.
Boardman left us to make a phone call, remember?
You think he might have been calling one of his minions?
Well, it's quite possible.
What do you make of the Boardmans?
Bluff, conservative, die-hard traditionalist. Now, she... attractive, intelligent, expensive...
And as cold as ice.
And promiscuous.
Promiscuous?
Oh, beyond that, my lips are sealed. After all, a true gentleman...
A true gentleman shouldn't know of a lady's promiscuity.
Odd, though. Despite the air of studied wealth, I get the impression that the Boardmans are...
Coming down in the world?
Objet d'art diminishing rapidly. No country house. It doesn't make sense. If Boardman's involved, then why send me to Yule? I mean, why put me onto his own broker?
Because he knew Yule would report back to him?
Yes. Yes, you could have just hit it, Mrs. Peel. Obviously, he did report back, and it caused his death, didn't it?
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
Comfort is the wonderful new fabric conditioner that not only softens, but actually rinses out hardness, rinses in a new kind of softness. Comfort leaves your wash refreshingly young and bouncy again. Just a little comfort in the final rinse gives a lot of comfort to your wash.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
To keep your complexion soft and smooth, choose Lux with its creamy, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 4 of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel continue to dabble in high finance, unaware that someone in the city is preparing yet again to dial a deadly number. John Steed, leaving Henry Boardman's exclusive dinner party, had had a most unpleasant experience in the garage at the base to the penthouse. 2 black leather-coated thugs on motorcycles had tried to run him down. One of them had died when his bike crashed into a packing case. The other had got away. Mrs. Peel, arriving on the scene, was able to give a little sympathy to Steed and suggested that they went back upstairs to the Boardmans. Steed preferred a quick visit to his broker, Brian Frederick Yule. Yule was dead. It seemed he'd died in exactly the same way as Todhunter. Steed had a lot to think about.
A lot to think about, Mrs. Peel.
Including Ruth Boardman?
How did you guess?
Well, you must have some evidence of her promiscuity. Other than first-hand experience, of course.
Oh, you flatter me. Yes, ever since I met her, I've been wondering where I'd seen her before. It was when I was lunching in the bar of the Bull and Bear. She was there, drinking with Ben Jago. She left before I went over to Jago. Strange. Odd relationship.
Well, I can't think why. If Jago's one of Boardman's best clients, then it would be natural they should meet somewhere sometime.
Yet their attitude to each other seemed to be more than friendly, shall we say? I'd be prepared to bet that Henry Boardman doesn't know a darn thing about it. Well, it's just another thread in the mysterious tapestry. We'll both meet them all again very shortly.
Oh? When?
This wine tasting do we've both been invited to in the cellars of the bank, remember? I'm quite looking forward to that.
The atmosphere in the wine cellars that Tuesday night was rather like a church. Elderly imbibers walked to and fro down the racks of cobwebbed and crusted bottles. John Harvey approached Mrs. Peel.
Which part of Barbados are you from, Mrs. Peel?
Do you know the island, Mr. Harvey?
I have a client who has a tobacco plantation there.
Oh, that'll be the south end of the island.
Yes, I believe it was.
Yes, I was at the north, among the non-smokers.
Oh, Mrs. Peel, good evening. Sparkling, refreshing, about a little on the frivolous side.
I am?
The wine, this Veuve de Velay. Would you like to try some?
Thank you. You know, I've got mixed feelings, Steed. Venerable yet devious. Ambivalent. It's not clear to me.
And the wine?
No, the Boardmans. Everyone's friendly enough, but I get the feeling we're not trusted. Do you know what I mean?
I certainly do. I haven't really been trusted since Eton.
Steed, I'd like you to try this.
Oh, only if you'll do first service to me. Try this one.
Yeah, of course. An old friend, but not at his best. That 2.59.
10 out of 10.
Now, you tell me all about this.
Served on a silver tray, eh? I think you're trying to trap me.
Trap you? Now, why should I want to do that? Come along, taste it.
Steed lifted the glass, sniffed the wine, and allowed it to touch his lips.
I think we have him, John.
Well, Mr. Steed, your opinion? Well, it's either a 65 Algerian red, or it's a Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Yeah, that's better. But what year, Mr. Steed?
It's an old bouquet. Old, very old.
As though seeking back in the memory of time, Steed reached automatically in his pocket for his old Hunter watch. He said, looking at the time,
Pre-1418 war, rare vintage. Pre-1914 and yet no earlier than 1880.
Yeah, well, that still leaves you 34 years to play with, eh? Well?
1908?
Boardman looked pleased.
Would not be the year, no. 1909 from the northern end of the vineyard.
Yeah. Remarkable, Steed.
You have an extraordinary palate, Mr. Steed, for a... what is it you do?
Taste wines, what else?
You must have spent years in France.
No, merely an extended leave in Bordeaux. Guest of a former Minister of Agriculture. It rained non-stop. This left us time to enthuse over the achievements of his cellar rather than speculate on the uncertainties of the harvest. End of story.
I see.
I hope when the time comes you'll be equally forthcoming. Do you mind if I pass on? I am enjoying this. See you.
What Steed didn't know was that the whole scene in the cellar was being reflected upon a closed-circuit TV screen in a workshop not far away. A white-coated worker, Fitch, the resident genius of Warner's answering service, watched Steed at his wine-tasting triumph. When it came to the part where Steed consulted his gold watch, Fitch grinned and opened a drawer. He reached in and rummaged about until he extracted a Hunter watch identical to Steed's.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly the same.
Fitch took up a long, thin blade and opened the back of the watch.
Should be easy. Dead easy.
Don't like that word dead, Steed. Better watch that watch. In the Boardman's parlor, Emma Peel was learning from John Harvey a little more about the art of big business investment.
Investment's not only a question of what to buy, Mrs. Peel, it's a question of when.
Buy when they're friendless. Isn't that what they say?
That's quite right, but who can tell when that is? Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Mr. Harvey, Mr. Warner to see you. This is from the answering service. He has a parcel for you.
Oh, yes, that's right. Show him in, please. I won't be a moment, Mrs. Peel.
Harvey got up and walked the length of the long parlor. Mrs. Peel leant back in her chair, concealed from the door, and watched as Warner entered.
Good afternoon. I was on my way. I've another 2 calls to make, so I thought I'd drop this in. It's all there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Very kind of you, I'm sure.
Warner left, and Harvey came back to the desk carrying a parcel.
A consignment of new securities?
No, just a line Henry is trying to push amongst his friends, hoping they'll become interested and invest in the company. Oh, here, I'll show you. You may be interested.
Harvey tipped the contents of the parcel out onto the desk. They were the bleeper type of transistor receiver.
Oh, yes, I've seen these in work at hospitals. Ingenious.
Ready for some tea, Mrs. Peel?
Oh, what a nice idea. Thank you.
This way, then. Come along, John.
Thanks.
Time for tea.
Mrs. Peel followed the 2 men into the other office. The door closed. A few moments later, Ruth Boardman entered the parlor cautiously. She walked up to the desk, ignored the bleepers, and searched amongst the wrapping paper. Eventually, she found what she was looking for. She unfolded the tissue paper.
Here it is. A gold hunter watch. The replica of John Steed.
Later that night in his flat, John Steed was setting his watch to the chimes of Big Ben. Having done this, he carefully arranged his tie. Standing in front of the mirror with the contents of his pocket on the occasional table, he checked.
Change. Keys. Handkerchief. Doorbell. Coming! Oh, Mrs. Boardman. And looking like someone straight off the Champs-Élysées.
Thank you, Mr. Steed. May I come in?
Please do.
Your apartment is much as I imagined it.
The very fact that you imagined it at all intrigues me.
I have come to thank you for your tact. The fact that you saw me lunching with a younger man. But you see, when your husband is so many years older than you are...
Why, I understand.
The fact that you are even seen with a well-known, almost infamous character like Ben Jago, well, it could easily be misunderstood, misinterpreted.
Mrs. Boardman moved to the table that contained Steed's things.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Boardman. You're a merchant banker's wife. Mr. Jago is an investor. It seems a perfectly natural liaison.
As I said, you are very tactful.
Oh, not tactful. Optimistic. You see, I always admire a woman with a past.
What is optimistic about it?
Well, just the hope that history can be persuaded to repeat itself.
I think you'd better offer me a drink, don't you, John?
Of course. Make yourself at home, Ruth.
And give her a heaven-sent opportunity to switch those watches. Not very bright tonight, Steed, are you?
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Innican. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, if you've ever got a few idle minutes and you need a good chuckle to keep you going, just turn to the personals in any of the local papers. Now, I'm a guy with a strange sense of humor, and it really takes something right out of left field to get a spasm out of my funny bone. But just listen to this one out of the Little Rock Bugle. Oh, yeah. Bachelor, sincere young man, 4 feet 10, 190 pounds, handsome, out of work for a year, desires to meet woman who can straighten him out. See what I mean? If this guy does find a woman who can straighten him out, she'll probably do it with a flat iron. Oh, and get this one. Young man with large personality desires to meet woman with big bank account and small sense of humor. Object, murder. Oh, excuse me, that's merger. Oh, and here's a real whizzer. Attractive, intelligent girl, 30 years old with bubbling enthusiasm for life. Neither smokes, drinks, nor stays up late. Vegetarian and hates comic books. Would like playmate who enjoys active recreation. There'll be a month of fasting after that one. Oh, yeah, I knew I had something else. That case I got mixed up in last week. If you think those personals are silly, wait till you hear about this. It all started about 11 o'clock one morning in my office.
Mr. Richard Diamond, private detective?
I was out with a hula dancer last night. Wait, I'll look in the mirror and tell you. Come on in so you can see, too.
My name is Jerome J. Jerome.
Well, I'm not going to ask you what the J stands for.
You are Mr. Diamond, aren't you?
It's my face, all right, but I'm sure the rest of me's on vacation.
Don't you feel well?
I don't feel at all. Ever danced the hula for 6 hours straight?
I'm a past master of all forms of dancing.
Care to waltz?
What?
Forget it. What can I do for you, Mr. Jerome?
It's not what you can do for me, Mr. Diamond. It's what I can do for you.
Well, that's a switch, but let's give it a whirl. What can you do for me, Mr. Jerome?
I'm a millionaire, Mr. Diamond.
Well, bless your little pointed head.
I'm also a G-man.
I knew this would jump the track sooner or later. Tell me, if you're a G-man and a millionaire, where do you work? The U.S. Mint?
I write songs, too. By the light of the silvery moon, I want to...
Mr. Jerome.
Yes, did you like it?
You didn't by any chance write Swanee River?
No, I believe Stephen Foster wrote that.
You don't say.
Yes, he stole the melody from me.
I think we'd better waltz after all.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, that's ridiculous.
I'm glad somebody noticed.
But you take a good zippy foxtrot now.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Hold it! Hold it!
Oh, you follow beautifully.
Oh, I went to Vassar. Now, slow down before I pick you up and stuff you into a bottle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now, would you mind telling me how long you've been hiding out with the squirrels?
Squirrels? Oh, I have a mink farm.
You should do well. Look, Mr. Jerome, I think maybe you better go soak yourself in some hot tar or something.
I came here to do you a favor, Mr. Diamond, and I do not intend to leave until you hear me out.
Oh, wow. Okay, what is it?
You need a bodyguard.
Operator, give me Bellevue.
Mr. Diamond, please, there's no need to call Bellevue.
Oh, stop being so narrow-minded. They'll give you a nice, quiet room, all by a little old lonesome.
Well, go ahead and call them if you want to, but it will do you no good.
Why not?
They'll just think you're crazy. I'm on the staff there.
Oh, yes, I should have known.
I think you're making fun of me. I came up here because I knew of your reputation as a detective, and I want to help you with your work. You get in trouble, don't you, all the time?
Habitually.
Well, I want to protect you.
Now, that's nice, but I really don't need a bodyguard.
Early stages of schizophrenia, also a slight persecution complex. Have you seen a good psychiatrist, Mr. Diamond?
It's certainly a thought.
Well, when do I start work?
Well, you see, it's like this. I'm awfully sorry, but I have my own nutcracker.
Oh, no. I mean as your bodyguard.
I'm afraid the requirements are too tough.
What are they?
Well, first you have to find a freshly murdered corpse. It's kind of like a treasure hunt.
Oh, I've got that.
You got what?
A freshly murdered corpse. That's one of the reasons I came up to see you. I thought you'd like to know.
Oh, well, now, I'll tell you what you do. You go back and see if the corpse is still there. If it is, call me at once, okay?
All righty. I'm off.
Amen.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
Remember, hopping hot toads have no hair.
Oh, no.
Mr. Diamond?
Huh? Oh.
I thought you'd better know something. I can only be your bodyguard for a week. I'm getting married.
congratulations. Who's the lucky girl?
It's Miss America. But don't breathe it around. I want time to check her measurements.
I'll send you a fruitcake.
Just bring it in. You're invited. Goodbye.
Diamond's Rest Home. We specialize in nervous disorders, ingrown scalps, and the world's largest bowling alley. Oh, don't laugh. If you'd seen what just walked out of here, you'd go back to yo-yos.
Well, what did just walk out of there?
I'm not sure, but he had lovely blonde hair.
He did?
Yeah, all over him.
Rick, what in the world are you talking about?
I'm talking about nothing in the world.
Come on, tell Helen.
Well, I've got to get it all straight first. If I figure it out, I'll come over and we can throw sesame seeds at each other.
Oh, I'd love to. When will you be here?
As soon as I shine up my elk's tooth and lock the office. Bye. Well, I usually get some screwy ones, but this one was the topper of the season. I had a hunch that Jerome would be back, so I locked the office and did a quick sneak down the back stairs. I grabbed a cab, and 10 minutes later, I was sitting in Helen Asher's study at 975 Park Avenue.
Do you think his story about the body had any truth behind it?
Well, he told me he was a millionaire, a G-man, owned a mink farm, and was going to marry Miss America. Now, tell me you think there's some truth behind it, and I'll have you committed.
Well, all right, but if he continues to pester you ought to call the authorities about him.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to.
Poor little man.
It's a poor little man like that who ends up hanging his grandmother on a meat hook.
Oh, he doesn't sound dangerous to me.
Sometimes the harmless ones work themselves right into a storm. Now, take me. You would never guess that somewhere in the back of my head a square knot is being tied.
Rick, now stop that.
See? You didn't know it, but at high noon I grow fangs and long claws.
Now stop it. You do that every time a good-looking girl walks past. Rick. You complete idiot. Rick, the phone's ringing.
Oh, I hope it's happy.
It might be something important. Oh, Rick, you're mussing my hair. Now, stop that and answer the phone.
Oh, you woman are a fiend. Harold Appleknocker's Happy Home for Hogs.
Rick.
Who is this?
What's the matter with you all? Ain't you got your ear trumpet tip right?
I know it's you, Diamond.
No, it ain't. This is old Harold Appleknocker. I'll let you talk to my gal, Lulabelle. Say hello to the Lieutenant, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Now, Diamond, you stop that. I just got back from my vacation, and things are already so confused I may turn in my badge before the day is over.
Well, come on down to the hog ranch, and I'll cook you up some hocks.
Now, come on, Diamond. I'm not in the mood for any of your wild humor.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Walt? Did you catch any fish?
Oh, wait till I tell you. I got one that was so big.
Is that why you called me?
Huh? Oh, no. Some guy's been pestering me for the last half an hour. Wants to know where you are. Says he's an old friend.
Oh, his name wasn't Jerome J. Jerome, was it?
Well, that was the first name he gave me. The last time he called, he said he was a G-man.
That's Jerome.
Want me to tell him where you are?
You do it, I'll handcuff you to Sergeant Otis.
Oh, don't say that name to me ever again.
Why, Walt, you sound bitter.
That hornet head worked nights just messing things up in homicide. Lieutenant Waldo was taking calcium shots. The chief has locked himself in his office. Won't even open the door for food.
Well, if Jerome calls again, tell him I've joined the South Siberian Balloon Corps.
Now, wait a minute. Well, what do you want now, bonehead?
It's that Jerome guy. He wants Diamond again. Says he found the body right where he left it.
What? Diamond!
Now, you wait a minute, Walt.
What are you doing?
Oh, picking up my eardrum. You better watch that yelling. You'll have an office full of hogs.
Keep Otis out of this. Then I'll yell if I want to. Now, you get down here and explain about this body.
Walt, I don't know anything about the body. The Jerome guy is off his trolley.
Yeah? Well, if there's the smallest possibility of a corpse turning up and you're involved, it'll turn up.
Walt, you say it, but you don't mean it.
I don't, huh? You get down here in 10 minutes, or I'll have a warrant out for you, and I mean that. Now, step on it. Now, by heaven, I'll forget modern police procedure and drag out the rubber hose.
Why don't you use Sergeant Otis's tongue? You could beat an elephant to death with it.
I'm not kidding. I've heard two words, diamond and body, and that means overtime in this department. Now, get down here.
All right, but you're mean.
Oh, and Diamond.
Yes?
Pick me up some bicarbonate on the way over, will you?
I'll get you something, but don't spill it on your car. It'll take the paint off. Bye.
Rick, what was that all about?
Oh, Levinson's got heartburn again. That nut that wandered into my office told Otis about the body he says he's found.
Oh, Walt didn't believe him, did he?
Walt's been a cynic ever since we were introduced. I'll see you later this evening, honey.
All right, Rick. What do you want to do?
Helen.
What?
What you said. I had a mental picture of Walt eating his way through his desk, so I got some bicarbonate at the drugstore and hurried over before he got to the wiring and shorted out the whole department. As usual, the king of the forest met me in the squad room.
Well, you're in Dutch, Shamus.
I guess you're right, Sergeant Otis. How about lending me your wooden shoes?
Oh, what do you mean, wise guy? They ain't wood.
And why do you use a crowbar instead of a shoehorn?
Yeah, very funny. You better go on in. Lieutenant's liable to start breaking things.
I hope he doesn't use his bare hands.
Yeah? Why?
Well, your head's liable to get in the way, and you'll be crippled for life. All right, Walt. Stop chewing on that desk. Here's your bicarbonate.
What are you talking about? Now you listen to me, Diamond.
That's like telling a man to turn up his hearing aid in a bombing.
You can stop being cute. That guy, Jerome J. Jerome, phoned just before you came in, and he sticks to his story about the body, but he won't tell us where he is.
You don't really believe him, do you, Walt? He's nuts.
Well, he did say something about playing quarterback for Notre Dame. But if you're mixed up in this, I can't take any chances.
Oh, don't be an idiot, Walt. This little guy, Jerome, came waltzing into my office this morning, and...
Lieutenant.
Oh, what is it?
That guy Jerome's on the phone again. He wants to talk to Diamond.
Rick, pick up that phone and find out about that body.
Oh, now, come on, Walt.
You can use the extension in here. Go on.
I promise you'll be sorry.
You pick it up and say hello.
Not to this guy, you won't. You'll come back with hopping, hop toads have no hair or something. Hello, Jerome.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. Good. I've been trying to get you for some time. The body's here, all right.
Where, Jerome?
Anyone here?
No, Jerome.
Well, I thought maybe they had the line tapped. They do that, you know.
Yes, Jerome. Now, where are you?
I'm at the Osterham place. And if you don't want this corpse, I'm calling in Hawthorne of the death squad.
Jerome, please. Now, where are you?
The Osterham place on 74th Street.
I'll be right over, and don't let the corpse get away.
Oh, it won't. I'm sitting on it.
Oh.
Well, did you find out where he is?
Oh, he said the Osterham place on 74th Street. What the devil's that?
The Osterham place? That's old man Hoster Osterham's home. You know, the eccentric old millionaire that died last year?
Oh, how did Jerome get in?
It's been turned into kind of a museum. The old boy had quite a collection of rare antiques, and when he died, he left the house to the city as sort of a showplace.
You mean he's open to the public?
Yeah.
Well, let's go. Jerome's probably found a mummy for us. On the way over, I told Walt about Jerome's sweet little visit in my office, and the lieutenant was all for stopping off for a straitjacket. When we got there, we looked out of the squad car at an old three-story brownstone. But more interesting was the sign that hung from the door. Closed Saturdays. And you guessed it. It was Saturday. We got out of the car and went up.
Well, don't just stand there. Try the door.
I'm with you. Got an axe?
Ring the bell. If Jerome's in there, he'll probably answer.
Oh, anything to make the police force happy.
Mr. Diamond.
What is that?
That is Jerome over in the window.
You will have to climb in here.
Come on, Walt.
We can't do that.
Who's that with you, Diamond?
Oh, this is Lonely Levinson, Jerome. He collects bodies.
Oh, good. He'll just love this one. Climb in.
Coming, Walt?
Oh, go ahead. If there's a corpse in there, it's in the line of duty.
I'll give you a boost.
I can make it.
What you read, old Fairberry?
You shut up. There. All right, Red Heart, you're next.
Up, and away!
Oh, I'm glad to see you both. I was getting tired of sitting around with her. The conversation was so one-sided.
Sitting around with who?
Her. Rick.
Yeah.
Do I qualify, Mr. Diamond?
Young girl. Been dead quite a while. Jerome.
Yes, boss.
Oh, Ricky, how you found her?
Well, this room is supposed to be sealed up.
Sealed up?
Yes, the building is a museum. Not a very good one. I have much better things in my apartment.
We're losing him. Jerome, how you found her?
Oh. Well, when the building is open to the public, they take you on tours. When we passed this room, we noticed it was sealed. I asked why, and the guard said it was because the late Mr. Osterham had stipulated in his will that the rest of the house could be shown, but not this room. It was his private study. And he said if he ever wanted to come back, he didn't want a lot of people cluttering it up.
Who broke it in?
I did.
You did? Don't they have burglar alarms in this museum?
Mr. Diamond, Lonely Levinson has an extreme case of supersensitivity. Does he always snap like that?
Only when he hasn't been fed. Why did you break in?
You should be careful, Mr. Lonely Levinson. You'll bite someone. Have you been checked for rabies?
Now you listen to me.
Walt. Jerome, why did you break in?
Well, it's perfectly obvious. When the guard told me the story, I played along with him. Of course, I knew it was just a trick to throw me off.
Of course.
Oh, would you mind turning your head? It's much better if you just chew on that curtain. Well, I waited until they closed the place. Then I came back, jimmied this window, and found the body. Then I came to you, Mr. Diamond. Simple?
Oh, sure. Rick, what are you doing?
Oh, just looking at the dead girl. Come here.
You find something?
Yeah. Got on an anklet. Name is, strike a match, will you?
Oh, wait a minute. There.
Oh, Adelaide.
Looks like she's been dead quite a while.
Yeah. Jerome, when you found... Hey, Jerome.
What? He's gone.
Oh, we're a couple of swell sleuths. He's not out on the street. Must have climbed out and run for it.
I'll send out a general on him.
Yeah, I would if I were you. A guy like that shouldn't be running around loose. He's liable to wind up on Stromboli. Well, Walt put out a general alarm on Jerome and then called in the rest of the experts to give him the dope on the dead girl. I didn't wait around because I'd a hunch that Jerome would find me again. I was right, because at that moment he was sitting in my office behind my desk.
Diamond Detective Agency?
Rick?
Who is this?
Oh, now stop clowning. This is Helen.
Never heard of you. Why don't you dames leave me alone? By the light of the silvery moon. I guess I'll have to write some new lyrics. Oh, dear. Yes, what is it?
Well, you sure got there in a hurry.
Who is this?
Now, you stop that, Diamond. You know very well who this is.
What do you want, stupid?
Stupid?
Yeah, rhymes with Cupid. Could do a song on it. Like to hear my latest? I've been working on the railroad all the livelong
devil
day.
is this?
What kind of a song do you suppose I could write with Stupid and Cupid? Oh, hello, Mr. Diamond.
What's going on?
Well, hello, Jerome. Taking my calls for me?
Yes, and wait till you hear the pixie I've got on the line. Here.
Thanks. Hello, Walt.
Rick?
Yeah, you were talking to Jerome. I just came in.
I might have known it. Don't let him out of your sight.
Of course not. Now, what did you find out?
Oh, yeah. The dead girl is one Adelaide Smith. Had a record, blackmail artist. Been dead about 3 days. Working for a Patrick Mahaffey, attorney, on Pine Street. She was strangled.
Blackmail artist, huh?
Very smooth, or used to be.
Any line on Mahaffey's background?
We're checking into that now.
Walt, find out one thing more for me, will you?
If I can, what?
When that museum was open to the public.
Well, that's easy.
I'll call you back.
Hold on to that Jerome guy.
Oh, sure. Walt.
Yeah?
Jerome's gone again.
What?
Bye. Sorry to bust in, but you seem to be missing your secretary.
Come in. My secretary just walked out the other day. I haven't had time to get another from the agency.
Are you Patrick Mahaffey?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Was your secretary's name Adelaide Smith?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Oh, from the police. They just put a tag on her down at the morgue.
Good Lord. She isn't...
She certainly is. The morgue is very choosy about its tenants.
Oh, that's terrible. What was it, an accident?
Well, if it was, the insurance companies are going to have to set up a new system. She was strangled.
Oh, how horrible.
Yes. You're an attorney, aren't you, Mr. Mahaffey?
Why, yes. Are you from the police?
I just left them. What kind of an attorney?
Why, just general law.
Ever do anything you could be blackmailed for?
What? Why, of course not.
Ever have any business with the Osterham estate?
No, I never handled any of the Osterham business. Why?
Oh, nothing. I'll see you later, Mr. Mahaffey.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt Diamond. What did you find out about Mahaffey?
Rick, there's something fishy.
You got to stop going to these cheap restaurants.
Oh, be serious. That Mahaffey guy was executor for the Osterham estate.
What?
Yeah, funny coincidence.
Coincidence, my shoulder holster. I just left him, and he told me he'd never even heard of the Osterham estate.
Now, why would he do that? He's certainly smart enough to know we could check.
Maybe he wanted time enough to skip.
You think he's mixed up in the killing?
Oh. Did you find out when the museum was open to the public?
Yeah, the city completed the alterations 2 days ago. And if it means anything to you, that room was sealed up on the last day.
Oh, thanks, Walt.
And something else. We checked in the dead girl's bank account. She had $22,000 in it. A lot for a secretary, huh?
Yeah, but not too much for a high-class blackmailer. Do one more thing for me, Walt. Find out if Osterham had any heirs.
Now, what good will that do?
I want to find out just how many people would know about that sealed room before the public got wind of it.
Okay, I'll have Mahaffey picked up right away.
No. Don't do it yet. I want 10 minutes with him. Where's his house?
I got it right here. 93rd Street, West End Avenue. But I don't see why you won't let me grab Mahaffey. We know he's lying.
You just check on that will. I'm going to throw you a killer. I left the phone booth and headed for West End Avenue and Patrick Mahaffey's residence. Strangely enough, it was on the west side of town. And when I got there, I spotted a green sedan in front of the house. I started up to the front door, and Mahaffey met me halfway. He had a suitcase, and he was in a hurry.
Oh, it's you.
Your memory's getting better. Come on, you don't want to leave right now. Let's go back inside.
But I have to catch a plane. I'm leaving town on business.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Let's go.
Now, wait just a minute. You have no legal right.
Do I have to show you my biceps?
Well, all right, but make it brief. I'm late as it is. Now, just what is this all about?
I thought you said you didn't have any business with the Osterham estate.
Why, that's right.
I checked.
Oh.
Just exactly what was your capacity?
Well, I handled the incomes on the trust account. I was also the executor of the will.
You wouldn't be handling it now, would you?
When Mr. Osterham died and I executed his will, my job was done.
Were there any heirs?
2. Neither of them were able to hear the reading.
Who did hear it?
Just an official from the city.
Why weren't the heirs present?
Because one of them couldn't be found. The other one was in a kennel.
In a kennel?
A cocker spaniel. He received $10,000.
Oh, I bet he rolled right over on his back. Who was the other heir?
Mr. Osterham's nephew. He hasn't been heard from in 10 years. He went to France to study hat designing, but hat jobs were very scarce, so he just vanished. He was rather eccentric.
Oh. Now we come to the jackpot question. What you got in the bag?
What?
You look a little green. Open it up.
Now, look, you can't do this to me. It's against the law. Where's your warrant?
I got a fistful of them, see?
Oh. All right. There.
Dump it out.
But I've got to catch a plane. If I dump all this...
Dump it out. Well.
Yes. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Sure is. Isn't it lovely?
Well, I'm glad you like it. Go ahead. Take half.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because I'll hate myself for the next 2 years. Put it back in the bag and let's go.
But I'm offering you $100,000. You must be a fool.
Oh, this is a very elementary deduction. Come on, you can figure it out in Sing Sing.
I don't think so. You should have looked in my pocket, too.
Oh, I hope that's an old pipe you're pointing at me.
I hate to disappoint you. It's a 38. Now you're turning green.
Now, you better answer it. It's the police, and they know I'm here.
All right, but you say one thing wrong, and I'll have to shut you up permanently. Yes?
Is Diamond there?
Yes.
Let me talk to him.
All right. You were right. It's for you. Go ahead, talk to him. But I warn you again.
Hello?
I'm getting tired of dialing. Everything all right?
Just dandy. What did you find out?
There were 2 heirs, and get this. One of them was a...
Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah, how did you know?
What else?
Well, that guy Mahaffey's a crook. We checked and found out that there's only about 10,000 left in the trust fund. The bank says Mahaffey had power of attorney, and he'd drawn out about 200,000. You got him there with you?
Yeah, but it's all in the way you look at it.
Oh, it's like that, huh? See if you can stall him. There ought to be a prowl car nearby.
Goodbye, Walt.
Did you get the information you wanted?
Yeah, you killed the girl. Probably because she found out you were dipping into the till. You paid her $10,000 and got her over to the museum and strangled her.
I took the money, yes. But you're just guessing about the murder.
No one else but you knew about that closed room until after it was sealed and the public was told. The girl was killed the day before the room was sealed. You figured she'd never be found, but a little guy named Jerome J. Jerome went in and found the body. And if I'm right, little Jerome is really the missing heir.
Impossible.
Wasn't the museum rigged with a burglar alarm?
Yes.
Well, we found Jerome inside and the window open. He'd climbed in, but the alarm hadn't gone off. Simple. A member of the family might still have a key. He found the alarm and disconnected it.
I don't believe it.
But you must, Mr. Mahaffey.
What? No, it can't be. Oh.
Well, you really throw a beautiful left jab, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thanks for turning his head, Jerome. Now, would you mind telling me something just to sort of clear things up a little?
You mean, am I really cracked? No. Like Mr. Mahaffey said, just a little eccentric. You see, I found out the money was missing, so I looked up the girl. She told me for $20,000 she'd show me the thief. She told me to meet her at the museum that night, and the thief would be there. When I got there, she was dead. Well, I knew I couldn't solve the case myself, and if anyone found out who I really was, I might be held. So I became Jerome J. Jerome and hired Richard Diamond.
Correction, I was not hired.
Correction again. You'll receive a very substantial check as soon as the estate is settled. And thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you might do me one more favor. If you know anyone who would like to buy a hat, I have got some dillies.
I'll speak to Hedda Hopper in the morning. Yeah?
Well, it's lovely, but...
But you don't like it?
Well, yes.
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is? It's a hat.
A hat?
Certainly. Here, give it to me. Now, look, you put it on this way, see? What are you laughing at?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I might even do a Hildegard if I got the right bookings. A pair of long gloves. All of a sudden, my heart sings when I remember little things. The way you
Rick,
used
now
to...
stop it.
I will not. I may have found a way to make $1 million. You're just jealous, that's all. I've got the hat and I'm pretty.
Just sing a song. And finish it for a change.
Oh, I'd love to. I don't know from nothing, baby. All I know is I love you. I don't care for nothing, baby, if I knew you cared for me too. So won't you make your mind up, baby? Tell me that you love me, please do. For I don't know from nothing, baby. All I know is I love you. We want a sponsor. All I know is I love you. Well, there you are. I finished it. Are you happy?
Oh, well, yes. But where did the band come from?
Did you like it?
Yes, it was great.
Well, if it's great, don't ask questions.
Thank you, Von Monroe.
Honey, the name is Diamond.
Oh, Mr. Monroe, I just love your record.
No, baby, the name is Diamond.
Mr. Monroe, ever since the first time I heard you sing, Come here, I want to tell you something.
Racing with the moon, sailing through the midnight blue.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Joseph Kearns, and Stanley Waxman. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the current screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is John Storm inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. You don't have to go to Alabama. You don't have to eat ham hocks and butter beans. All you have to do is enjoy Phil Harris and his ever-loving wife, Alice Faye, when they return to NBC tomorrow. For 30 minutes of Southern fried joy, lend an ear to Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, returning tomorrow on most of these same NBC stations. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. In tonight's episode, Overground Railroad, the part of Lieutenant Fontaine, OSS agent who helped thousands of American airmen escape to safety, is played by Les Tremaine. The story is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
When a flyer was forced down behind enemy lines, he was just another fugitive, moving cautiously at night to avoid detection, fighting for survival. His shelter was a haystack or a hedgerow. For food, he dug raw potatoes or turnips from the field. And in his panic, he was always just one step ahead of the Gestapo, with no knowledge of the country and no friend to whom he could turn. A few of the lucky ones managed to escape back to England. I met one of those lucky ones in Colonel Johnson's office at OSS headquarters in London.
Lieutenant Fontaine, this is Major Davidson.
How do you do, Major?
Glad to know you, Fontaine.
Now, before I ask Major Davidson to tell you a story, I want to say something.
Yes, Colonel Johnson?
At its narrowest, the English Channel is only 20 miles wide, yet it took Major Davidson here more than a year to get across. And hundreds of Allied pilots all over France haven't been able to make it yet. And if something isn't done to help them, they never will.
But, Colonel, with the Nazis occupying France...
With the Nazis occupying France, the channel is still only 20 miles wide. Our trouble has been that up to now we've had no contact with the French underground, no way of helping them smuggle pilots out of France. All right, Major Davidson, go ahead. Tell your story now.
Well, I was shot down over the south of France, coming back from a bombing mission. The rest of the crew was killed. It was just my co-pilot, Johnny Porter, and me left.
Yes. Go on, Major.
We figured our numbers were up. Any flyer forced down on enemy territory figures that nowadays, but we were lucky. A farmer picked us up and hid us overnight. And then the next morning, a big black limousine drove up, and a woman about 60 got out. She took us to her house in Paris and kept us there. She found a way to smuggle us across the channel with a fisherman just a few days ago.
Who was this woman, Major?
Her name is Madame Annette Joubert. I used to tell her she meant more to the Yankee team than Joe DiMaggio. During the time we were with her, she managed to collect 2 more of our boys, but she has no way of getting them out of France.
Well, what do you think, Fontaine?
Just what you think, Colonel. For the first time, OSS has a lead, a contact. What'd you say this woman's name was, Major?
Joubert, Madame Annette Joubert, and quite a gal, too.
Colonel Johnson, with her help, maybe we can set up a chain of way stations. Establish shall we say, an overland railroad. Collect our flyers and move them like chessmen right across France to the Channel.
How soon can you leave?
Anytime you say, Colonel Johnson. Anytime. Oh, by the way, Major, how will I be able to identify myself to Madame Joubert? Did you agree on any code word, anything?
Yes. Here you are.
A black lace garter. I left London a few days later and landed the next morning on the coast of France. A disguised fishing boat let me off, and I made my way to Paris undetected. It was spring, 1944. I was going to know April in Paris, but not the way any American tourist before the war had known it. The red dawn was touching the roofs of Paris and the golden dome of the Pantheon. Most of the city was still dreaming of other, better springtimes before the Germans came. Then the city started to wake up. Bakers were at work through the windows, wetting the dough. The waiters from the cafes were sweeping into the gutter the cigarette butts that their customers had dropped onto the tables the night before. For a few minutes, it was the Paris my mother had talked about. And then an official Nazi car turned the corner, and I knew that everything had changed. I made my way to 46 Rue d'Ancy, where I'd find Madame Annette Joubert. Madame Jobert! Madame Jobert!
What are you doing making all that racket so early in the morning? People are still trying to sleep here.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Madame Annette Jobert. This is her house, isn't it?
Oui, it is her house.
Did you see her go out this morning?
Do you think I have nothing better to do than keep an account of her comings and goings?
But
I did not see her go out this morning, and I have not seen her go out any morning for a week. She has moved.
Moved?
If you'll take the trouble to look, you'll see the windows are all boarded up.
Madame! Madame, please! I've got to locate her. I'm her nephew.
Ask her good friends, the Germans, where she is. Go to the Gestapo.
Now, wait a minute, please! I was up a blind alley. I had come to Paris because I had a contact. Now the contact was gone.
There you are, monsieur. More café.
Merci.
You're the first one in my cafe this morning. I remember Other Springs was always crowded at this time. What is it, monsieur? Do you not feel well? Something wrong?
Oh, no, not wrong exactly. It's just that I came to Paris to see my aunt. It seems she's moved and left no forwarding address.
Oh, what a pity. But there is always one way to find her.
A way? What is it?
You have only to go to the Gestapo and ask. They will tell you.
Go to the Gestapo and ask. Sure, why not? OSS wasn't particular who helped us as long as we got the help. I was sure Colonel Johnson wouldn't object to my letting even the Gestapo give us a hand. I beg your pardon.
The Countess here on the phone. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Ja, Herr Kommandant. Ja, augenblicklich. Für augenblicklich, ja, ich werde augenblicklich einen Eilboten rüberschicken. Jawohl, Herr Kommandant, jawohl. Now, what is it? What do you want?
I would like some information.
What kind of information?
I arrived from south of France this morning. I came to visit my aunt, only I discovered when I got here that she had moved.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
Well, I merely request her change of address. I felt certain it would be in the records of the Gestapo.
Natürlich is in our records. The address or change of address of anyone in Paris is listed with us. What's the name of your aunt?
Jobert. Madame Annette Jobert, Sergeant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me see your papers.
Oh, yes. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. These papers of yours intrigue me. Never seen any like them before.
Is something wrong with them?
What? On the contrary, they are filled out extremely accurately. Usually one thing or another is omitted. I congratulate you on your thoroughness.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Herr Commandant, there is a Frenchman at the front desk who is trying to locate his aunt, Madame Annette Jobert. Ja, Commandant. Jawohl, I'll send him in.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
Wait, one other thing. Your suitcase.
What? My suitcase?
No one is allowed past this desk without having his luggage or packages checked. Put your suitcase up here and open it.
Suitcase was filled with clothing, but there was a false bottom to it. And in the false bottom was a shortwave radio. If the sergeant accidentally pushed the button that would reveal the radio...
What are you so slow about? Here, give me that suitcase.
Oh, yeah.
Ach, Donnerwetter, das ist schwer. What do you have in it, rocks?
Well, no, it's
all right, never mind, just open it.
Yes. There, you see? Just personal articles.
Yeah. So I see. Do you think I expected you to walk into Gestapo headquarters with a time bomb or a shortwave radio in your suitcase, perhaps? That's just routine. I must check up everything. All right, go ahead. Commandant's office is right down the hall. First door you come to on the right.
Sit down, Monsieur Fontaine. A cigar? These wine-soaked French cigars are very good.
Thank you, Herr Commandant.
I never resist a good cigar or a pretty girl. You wonder perhaps why I am seeing you personally about this matter of locating your aunt, eh?
Whatever the reason, Commandant Kurtz, I'm flattered.
Oh, not at all. Tell your aunt for me that I am delighted to render her this little service. A fine woman, a delightful woman, and a clever woman, too. She's been most cooperative.
Oh, I'm sure she has. Commandant Kurtz, it is most urgent that I find her.
Urgent? How urgent?
I have news for her about my uncle, her brother, who is very ill in the south of France.
Ah, a pity. Tell her for me that if she desires to travel, I will arrange for the necessary permit, of course.
Well, you're very kind.
Not at all, not at all. Now, let me see. Here it is. She has boarded up her house at 46 Rue d'Anzig, as you know, and moved to another residence 20 kilometers southwest of Paris, in the village of Tourry-Ferraud. Here, I'll write out the exact address.
Thank you for your help, Herr Commandant. I assure you, I will never forget it. I took a train to the village of Tourry-Ferraud, and all the way I kept thinking about Madame Jobert. The German High Command evidently considered her one of the most important collaborationists. We considered her our most important contact with the French underground. She certainly had someone fooled. I hoped it was the Nazis.
Madame Jobert is in here, monsieur, in the library.
Merci.
Monsieur Fontaine, madame.
Come in. Come in. Cecile, you may go and close the door.
Oui, madame.
Come close. No, come closer. Let me have a good look at you. Eh bien, that's quite far enough. Now, what's all this nonsense about being my nephew?
What's the matter, Auntie? Don't you recognize me?
I've never seen you before in my life.
I have regards for you from friends.
Friends?
Major Norman Davidson and Lieutenant Johnny Porter.
I've never heard of them.
You don't remember helping to smuggle them across the channel, Auntie?
This is insolence. Of what are you accusing me?
Of being an important link in the French underground.
Nonsense. I know of no underground. If there is one, it does not concern me. Now, go back and tell them at Gestapo headquarters that they have made a mistake. And tell Commandant Kurtz I am hurt at his suspicions of me.
What makes you think the Gestapo sent me?
Only the Gestapo knows my change of address.
They were very obliging. They gave it to me.
I ask you to leave, monsieur. I am very busy this afternoon.
I believe you lost this, Madame Jobert.
That black lace garter, where did you get it?
It was given to me by Major Davidson, who says you mean more to the Yankee team than Joe DiMaggio. Oh. Yes. He also told me to give you a great big kiss for him.
Well, bless my heart. Bless my heart, indeed.
You still want me to leave?
You are as fresh as all Americans. Sit down, sit down.
Thank you.
So you just walked in and asked the Gestapo. Oh, stupid swine. Oh, I'd like to see their faces if they knew.
Oh, come, Madame Jobert. Is that a way to talk? They think very highly of you.
Which is just what I want them to think.
Where are the other two pilots now, Madame?
I deposited them in a monastery in the south for safety.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no way to get them to the channel.
Look, Madame Jobert.
Oui.
Perhaps you and I can establish a chain of way stations, safe houses across France.
Oh.
And then the OSS can collect the hundreds of flyers who were shot down, and you can send them back to safety.
Yes, but how could I do that without help, without a way to contact England?
I have a radio in the suitcase.
Oh. Very well. In the morning, we will drive to the monastery. The monks there are friendly. They would be more than glad, I'm sure, to let us use that as a base to start operations.
Oh, great. That's wonderful, Madame Jobert.
You had a kiss for me from Major Davidson. Where is it?
Right here, Auntie.
Merci. And now, young man, you will oblige me by giving me back my garter.
Yeah, she was quite a girl, all right, Madame Jobert. She gave me a suite of rooms to myself, got me a chauffeur's uniform, decided my name should be Claude. And in the morning, we set out for the monastery.
Yes, Lieutenant Fontaine. Claude, that is just what we will do.
Yes. OSS will furnish each member of an air crew with detailed escape maps when they are briefed in England, pinpointing the friendly areas on the route of every mission. Do you think these safe houses will be difficult to set up?
Oh, not too difficult, I think. I know already of the home of a sympathetic parish priest, a church, a school, a farmhouse, and I have many wealthy friends who will be willing, I am sure. Why are you slowing down?
Nazi guard wants me to stop.
Don't worry, I have all the necessary permits.
Halt! Let me see your permit to travel.
Here you are. This is a great inconvenience. I will report it to my friend Commandant Kurtz.
Commandant Kurtz? Ach, ja. I see you have his personal stamp on this pass. Where are you headed for, Madame Joubert?
I have business in the village.
I would suggest you do not go today.
Why not?
There is to be an execution in the square. Not very pleasant, madame.
Execution? What are you talking about?
We found 35 tons of arms and materials that were stolen from German supply trains.
Found all that? Where?
In the monastery.
The monastery? I cannot believe that.
Yeah, but it is true. And today they will be shot. 5 of them.
I see. Claude, continue.
You may go if you like, but it will not be very pleasant.
Claude, continue.
Oui, madame.
So they discovered the supplies in the monastery.
What about the 2 American flyers you had hidden there? Did they discover them too? Are they among the 5?
Quickly, drive quickly, Claude.
We reached the square, parked the car, and got out. The people were huddled in little whispering groups. At the far end of the square stood the monastery, and lined up at the wall were 5 monks, their heads lowered, their hands fingering the crosses around their necks. Facing them was a Nazi firing squad. Madame Joubert grabbed my arm.
What are we to do?
I don't think there's anything we can do. Shh!
Let this be a lesson to you people of this village. This is what happens to those who fight against us. These 5 will be shot. The other monks from the monastery will be sent to Germany. You understand? Take a good look. Learn your lesson well. Ready? Aim! Fire!
Madame Joubert and I went back to the car. But, Madame Joubert, if you drive back yourself, what'll the guard say who stopped us before?
I am an excellent liar. I will simply tell him I went to see a sick relative and left you there to help.
But
I must drive back immediately. As I told you, I am giving a birthday party for Commandant Kurtz. I hope he does not live to see his next. Now, you go to the convent. It is only a few kilometers from here. You know what to do.
Yes, I know what to do. Madame Joubert, what do you think happened to those 2 pilots who were hidden in the monastery?
They were probably found and killed. But, Lieutenant Fontaine, we must go on with our plans. Some have been killed, but many can be saved.
I said goodbye to her. She drove away. The convent of Our Sacred Lady was within walking distance. When I reached the gate, I saw an avenue of acacia trees leading to the great ornate iron door. The center panel formed the figure of the Virgin Mary. It was really spring in these gardens. A peaceful sanctuary in a war-ridden world.
What is your wish?
I would like to see the Mother Superior.
Follow me.
I followed the nun through the spacious hall. It was part vestry, part repository of art objects. The walls were hung with darkened old paintings of the Holy Family. In glass chests along the vestry, religious utensils of gold and silver had been stored.
This is the office of Mother Angeline. Come.
So you want me to let you use the convent of our Sacred Lady as a base for your underground operations?
Mother Angeline, if you know the risk yourself and refuse, I can't find it in my heart to blame you. But if you agree, I want you to know first just what those risks are.
Tell me, my son.
I've just come from the village. The monastery there was raided last night. With my own eyes, I saw 5 of the monks shot. The others were hauled away by the Nazis. Only God knows where.
I know about that. I heard this morning.
If this convent is used as a hideout and the shortwave radio is hidden here, can you imagine what the Germans would do if they found out? You would expect no better treatment than the monks received.
I thank you for telling me this. You are right. It is a great risk. I have many under my care here. They depend on my wisdom to do the right thing.
Of course. You have the other sisters to consider.
You came here today to convince me of your cause. I'm afraid I must disappoint you.
What's that?
You see,
What's the matter?
A German armored car. I can see it from the window.
Coming here?
I'm afraid so. It is the first time we have been raided. I am not looking forward to their muddy boots in this place of God.
They'll find me, Mother Angeline. What can I do? Where can I hide?
They are at the door.
You rang for me, ma mère?
Yes, Sister Therese. Give my friend one of the sisters' robes. One long enough to cover him, and a hood.
Oui, ma mère.
The other sisters, are they already in the chapel?
Oui, ma mère. They have started the afternoon adoration.
See that my friend joins them in prayer. Then open the main door. We have visitors.
I put the nun's robes over my suit and went with Sister Teresa to the chapel. I knelt with the others. About 20 benches divided by a middle aisle provided seats for the worshippers. At the far end of the room was a high pulpit. Many of the kneeling prayed with arms stretched out, symbolizing the form of the cross. The sister next to me clasped her hands, and on her ring finger was the silver emblem of a bride of Christ. They prayed almost silently. Hers were the only words I heard.
O maternal power of the universe, Mother of divine grace, pray for us. Thou wisest Virgin, thou kindly Virgin, pray for us. Pray for the sick world.
Good sisters, these soldiers wish to search the chapel. I must bow to their wishes and ask you to file back to your cells. Leave now quickly and quietly, please.
My head lowered, the hood covering my face. I got into the line with the sisters. I bent my knees slightly so that the robes would cover the chauffeur's boots I was wearing. I lowered my head even more as I passed the SS Hauptmann, who was standing with his men next to the Mother Superior at the door.
I regret the necessity of disturbing your prayer, Mother Angeline. But after the unfortunate incident in the monastery last night, I feel it is necessary.
You may search this convent from top to bottom. as you are already doing. You will find nothing in this house of God to interest you, I'm sure. Hurry, sisters, hurry, back to your cells.
They're really gone, Mother Angeline?
Of course, they found nothing here. You can take that robe off now. You look uncomfortable in it.
Thank you for protecting me. I believe now.
But we have not finished our conversation.
Mother Angeline, you told me I could not convince you about our cause. You said you'd have to disappoint me. I took that as your answer.
Let me consult two of the other sisters first. Wait. Oui, ma mère? Our two sisters, those in the sacristy. Send them here, please, Sister Celeste.
A few minutes later, Sister Celeste returned, followed by the two other nuns. Their arms folded and heads lowered, they shuffled into the room. And then, all of a sudden, I noticed broad-toed army boots protruding beneath the long black dresses. One of the heads raised, and I saw that he needed a shave. Mother Angeline, I don't understand. These men.
They are American pilots brought here yesterday when the monks received underground information that the monastery would be raided. Major Kirstein, Captain Lewis. This is Lieutenant Fontaine of the OSS.
OSS? That's great. Have you got a way of getting us out of France, Lieutenant?
Yeah. Say, what happened to Madame Jobert? She all right?
Yeah, she's all right. Mother Angeline, you led me to believe I wouldn't be able to convince you of our cause.
Of course not, son. How could you, since I was already convinced?
The convent of Our Sacred Lady was the first link in a chain of safe houses that was forged within a couple of months under Madame Jobert's leadership. We moved Major Kirstein and Captain Lewis along that chain until they reached the coast of France. They waited, hidden in a farmer's barn, while I established contact with headquarters in London. Agent Fontaine to OSS headquarters in London. Overground railroad established. Train on the tracks. Passengers ready to leave and waiting. Pick them up and make room for more to come.
More did come. Over 2,000 more airmen who were shot down in occupied France rode the overground railroad established by Lieutenant Claude Fontaine to safety. Thus, once again, the report of another OSS agent closed with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in tonight's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Lieutenant Fontaine was Les Tremaine, Madame Jobert, Bryna Rayburn, and Mother Angeline Lily Valenti. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by John Powers and Manny Siegel. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan.
The National Broadcasting Company extends its heartiest congratulations to station WBEN, Buffalo.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This is a horse on me. But I did find out that in a race for life and death, the police laboratory is where they make the photo finish.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At Insurance Investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he is an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Hartford Branch, Lloyd's Underwriters Association. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the circumstances threatening the life of the insured, the racehorse pile driver, or He'd have been way off his feet if I didn't know my oats. Or it's great to get a kick out of life so long as it isn't a kick in the head. Expense account item 1. 18 cents, 1 package of cigarettes. You may consider this a personal item, but that's where this case really started. At the cigar stand, ground floor, terminal office building, here in Hartford. I'd come down in one of the elevators and noticed a little guy with a cane standing with a starter. After I passed them, I felt myself being pointed out. And not being the type who likes being followed for long periods of time, I gave myself a good reason to stop and look things over.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hiya, Mac. Give me a pack of Luckies, will you?
I just sold you a pack when you came in.
I know. But things may really start smoking any minute. Here.
Good morning to you, sir. I've been led to believe that you were one Mr. John Dollar. Would that be a fact?
Yeah. I'm Dollar. What can I do for you?
Well, I am quite a famous fellow myself. Perhaps you've heard of the fabulous jockey Earl Sand?
Yeah, but...
Well, next to him, I was among the best. May I introduce myself? I'm the famous little Nettie Montana, sometimes called the short Johnny Longden. Shake hands.
Oh, how do you do?
Now, to business. I think I have a way for you to solve my problem and make yourself an honest buck besides.
Oh, now, whoa, pony boy. You're wasting your time. I don't bet the horses, and when I do, I don't buy tips from touts.
Oh, now, wait a minute, pal. I did not introduce myself for the purpose of being insulted. I will have you know that I, too, do not consort with touts. I will thank you to keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, I can see this is going to be one of those days. What is your problem, mister?
Well, it is a problem best not overheard by people in the lobbies of office buildings. But this much I can tell you. It is about a horse and $50,000 insurance. That is why I came to you.
Well, I'd be richer if I'd known more about horses, and poorer if I'd known less about insurance. Maybe in this thing I can break even at least. Come on. I hope you are not too much of a purist to ride in a taxi. Little Nettie looked like he'd stopped growing physically at the age of 14. And every once in a while he talked like his mind had also called it quits at about the same time. The only thing slick about him was his hair. The only thing sharp, his clothes. Liars always talk too much, and little Nettie wouldn't say a word until we were inside my apartment. So even before he started his pitch, I half believed it.
Well, to take it from the beginning, I was born in a stable, and that's not just a figure of speech. They brought the hot water in a feed bucket, so you can understand my deep affection for horses.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, kindly consider this. One horse in particular, a very brave steed by the name of Pile Driver, has not only made me very famous, but has also made me a very large pile of hay. I have ridden Pile Driver to a win position since he was a maiden.
Pile Driver, huh? Quite a hunk of horse.
Uh-huh. You remember?
Yeah.
Then you might also remember that he was on his way to becoming one of the big money winners of all time. Until I had to go and fall off a livery stable horse while teaching a girl how to ride in Central Park. It busted up my leg, and I might add, my future. To say nothing of Pile Drivers. He hasn't won a race since I got grounded.
Yeah, well, what's all this got to do with insurance?
Mr. Dollar, they are going to murder him.
Oh?
Can you guess why?
I can try. Pile Driver is heavily insured. He's also no longer winning races.
He's also a man who can't have a family. No good for studs.
So if Pile Driver should trip and break a leg, the owner would be entitled to shoot him, and he'd still collect the insurance. I know, it's been done.
You have hit the horseshoe nail on the head. Mr. Dollar, I have a considerable bundle of money stashed away, and I am willing to devote a considerable lump of it to the purpose of saving Pile Driver. Now, maybe you wouldn't understand such a thing, but I happen to love that horse.
I understand it, Nettie. Where is he?
Well, he is currently stabled at a track named Hiawatha.
Oh, by the shores of Gitchigumi?
No, by the shores of Lake Michigan. This is located slightly north of a place called Chicago.
5 telephone calls and a few hundred questions later, I learned that Pile Driver was insured by your company. Got the assignment and was on my way. So, expense account item 2, airfare, Hartford to Chicago, $57.72. Little Nettie insisted on coming along, and he kept the hum of the plane from being humdrum as follows.
Well, Johnny, the gentleman who owns Pile Driver is an old Kentucky mint-julep sponge named Colonel Faraday Bushnell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this character has a very black heart hiding beneath a head of white hair.
I see.
I trusted him until I heard him say what he was going to do. From then on, I have been seriously tempted to wrap these hands around his neck and squeeze. All I can say is he had better not hurt Pile Driver.
Expense account, item 3, $16.40. Cab fare, Chicago Municipal Airport to Hiawatha Racetrack. Arrival time, 10 a.m. To me, a racetrack always smells good, of horses, green grass, and excitement. Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Well, this, as the saying goes, is it, Mr. Dollar. You'll have to take it from here.
Okay.
Oh, hey, one last word of warning. Watch out for his daughter, Lila.
Oh, why? Is she dangerous?
To a guy like me? No. But to a guy like you, yes.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me where I'll find the boss around here, Colonel Bushnell?
Oh. I was just going to chase you away. But you don't look like just another hay and grain merchant. What you selling?
I'm not. I'm buying. Where's your daddy?
How do you know the colonel is my daddy?
Well, they told me he had a pretty daughter.
Oh, well, thanks. Just who are you, mister?
Well, as for the name, that's Johnny Dollar. As for my business, that's trying to buy one of your father's horses.
Well, the colonel won't be back for a little bit, but I'm bossing while he's away. I'll tell you now, I don't think he's figuring on selling any of his horses. But I'll be glad to show them to you.
Good enough. But there's only one I'm really interested in. Pile Driver.
Pile driver? Why, no, Daddy wouldn't sell him.
Why not?
Why, he's practically one of the family. He put me through the last 2 years of college.
Do you mind if I see him anyway?
Why, no, not at all. Right over here.
Okay.
Here, baby. You have company, darling. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Hello. That's quite a horse.
No, he's just a perfect dear, aren't you, darling? Mr. Dollar, why do you want to buy Pile Driver?
Oh, he's a great horse. Got a great record.
Have you been following him lately?
Yeah. Oh, I know he hasn't been winning. That ought to make his price cheap and the odds long when he gets back running. I just happen to think I can make a winner out of him again.
But his spirit's all gone. How do you think you're going to do that?
Well, if I told you, his price might go right back up.
Johnny, darling, I can't help it, darling.
Hey,
Kiss
wait a
me.
minute. Let go. Wait a minute.
Please, darling, please.
Well, it was great fun. But what was it for?
Johnny, you shouldn't have. Right out here in the open. Oh, Leo.
Yeah. What's going on?
Now, wait, Leo, honey.
This guy ain't your brother. He'll wish he was. Besides, that's no way to kiss brothers. You, get out of here.
Look, Buster, if you aren't this girl's father, you'd better start doing some wishing.
Oh, you think so, huh?
This is the roughest game of post office I ever got mixed up in.
Like that, please.
Johnny! Johnny, what are you doing to him?
Hammerheads like this, hammerlocks. Let him get tough now and I'll bust his arm.
Gentlemen, what's going on here? You spectators there, run along now about your business. Leo, I must say I am surprised at you. Fighting in front of a lady.
Oh, Daddy.
Get him off of me.
Here, young man, I demand that you dismount Mr. Colby.
Well, sooner or later, I guess I'll have to. Now, listen, Leo, are you paying close attention?
Yeah.
After I let you up, if you make one move except away from here, I'll give you a pair of fat ears, okay? Oh, look at the suit. I'm going to have to start wearing knee pads.
Come on, Leo, honey. Let's get away from here. I hope you're not blaming me for what happened.
I don't know
was
who to
just standing here.
Now, see here. I demand an explanation.
So do I. I came here to get to the horse business, and I end up in the fight racket. Who is that guy?
That gentleman, sir, is Leo Corbett, a brother horse owner. And I might do the favor of warning you that Mr. Corbett is a hard enough man in business dealings. But when it comes to my daughter, he's downright violent.
Your daughter was downright impulsive.
Maybe so. But Leo is hardly the type to stand by while some other fellow kisses his girl. And I saw that happen with my own eyes.
Well, don't let it worry you, Colonel. I didn't come here to collect lipstick samples. Well, there's one thing I can be glad about in my encounter with Mr. Leo Corbett.
What is that?
That he isn't James J. Come on, Colonel. Let's talk business. Hey, bartender.
Hey, Mr. Dollar, over here.
Oh, never mind. There's my man over there. How are you, Nenny?
Oh, I'm fine. Hey, but you, where did you catch that mouse under your eye?
Oh, I'm sharp as a trap, I am. You were so right about Miss Bushnell. She's not only dangerous, she's daffy.
Huh? I didn't know she could hit that hard.
Oh, she didn't. Let's just say that she has a novel way of introducing people to her boyfriend.
Oh.
You know him? Leo Corbett?
Well, if I knew any more, I'd be the Racing Commission's witness. He owns a string of very fast horses who run very slow until the odds get right. Then he bets them up to the brisket, wins himself a potful. It's also rumored that he is stiff competition to the Perry Mutual machines. He books big bets among the owners.
Well, they'll catch up to him sooner or later. They always do.
Amen. But about that human glue factory, my friend, the horse-killing colonel. What's with him?
Well, I offered him $60,000 for pile driver.
Huh?
That's $10,000 more than he'd get if he knocked him off and collected the insurance.
Yeah, where are you going to lay your mitts on 60 G's? I haven't got that kind of dough.
We don't need that kind of dough, little Nettie. You see, I told Bushnell that I was sending to California for my private vet, and that he'd be here in 3 days. And that once he pronounced the horse sound, I'd give him the money.
Yeah, but that only means that pile driver is safe for another 3 days. And then what?
And those 3 days is up to me to prove intent. And if it's there, I'll prove it. And have the policy canceled. Once that's done, he'll probably be willing to peddle the horse for $10,000.
That I can handle. But in the meantime, I'm not taking any chances, see? I'm keeping pile driver under my own personal eye.
I wish you wouldn't, Eddie. We don't want the colonel getting suspicious.
I can't help it, Mr. Dollar. I just can't help it.
Okay, Nettie, but don't blow it. Be careful. Like all racetracks, Hiawatha was surrounded by motor courts and bungalows with rooms for rent. So, expense account item 4, $3, room rent. I set the tin alarm clock for 8 and my ear for any time and went most of the way to sleep. First things being first, I dreamed of girls. Then I dreamed of fire engines. Then suddenly, I realized why. I was hearing some. I bounced out of bed and over to the window. There I saw an incendiary sunset hanging over the racetrack stables. I jumped into my pants and into the landlady's car and got over there as fast as a 1929 Ford could take me. Hey, you. What? How'd it start?
It started swinging those tables. I don't know how, but the guards were looking for a little guy with a lamp who was hanging around.
Oh, where'd he go?
I didn't see him, but I hear he ran in the fire and didn't come out. Some crank, I guess.
I had one particular horse to get to in a hurry, and I hoped one particular guy. The door to pile driver's stall was closed and padlocked. I crowbarred the stable out of the wood with the pick end of a fire axe. Threw the door open, grabbed a lungful of fresh air, closed my eyes and slammed into the smoke. I could have been smoked to death, burned to death, or stamped to death, but I had to take the chance. Steady-o. Whoa, pile driver. Now, take it easy. Easy, boy. I whacked him on the rump with the axe handle and dropped it. I slipped to my knees, started groping across the straw-covered floor. I knew that if there was any air in there, that's where it would be. And if there was an ex-jockey in there, that's where he would be. And that's where he was. In the first corner I tried. I crawfished backwards toward the door, dragging him, inch by inch, out into the clean, cold shower of fresh night air. But I could have saved myself the trip. Little Nettie Montana was dead. He'd had a horseshoe hung on his forehead, but not for luck. And all I could think of at the moment was, a jockey's best friend is not always his horse.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, may we take just a moment from tonight's Johnny Dollar story to remind you that 3 more fine adventure shows come your way each Saturday night on most of these same CBS stations. First, there are the adventures of Philip Marlowe, based on the smart and tough Private Eye created by Raymond Chandler. Second, there's Gangbusters, one of the most famous crime shows on the air, reenacting outstanding police cases in real life. Third, there is Escape, a highly unusual adventure show which fulfills your need for escape. Hear these three, Philip Marlowe, Gangbusters, and Escape, along with yours truly, Johnny Dollar, every Saturday night, won't you?
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all.
Listen carefully.
Here's the address. It's CBS.
Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Tough luck. Nice try, little Nettie.
Mr. Dollar, this is horrible. Why, it's little Nettie.
It sure is. What's left of little Nettie?
You don't...
Yeah, I mean, he's dead. You know, when I was a kid, I knew about a story with a horse and a woman in it. Helen of Troy. I should have remembered that before I tangled with you. Why don't you get lost?
Why, whatever's the matter with you?
Look, Miss Bushnell, 2 minutes after I met you, you bagged me into a fist fight with your boyfriend with a phony kiss. I don't know how much you had to do with putting little Nettie where he is, but I intend to find out.
Why, you're insane. Any fool, even you, Mr. Dollar, can plainly see that this boy's been kicked in the head by a horse.
Lila, child, what are you doing here?
Why, I saw the...
Why? Who's that on the ground? Why? It's little Nettie. Don't tell me he's dead.
What would you be if you got kicked in the head by a horse, Colonel?
Why, the poor boy. I held this lad in deep affection until just a few months back. He was my best jockey. What on earth was he doing around here at this time of night?
From all I can see, little Nettie swapped his life for pile drivers. As small as he was, it's a pretty big price to pay. Although I guess you wouldn't think so, would you?
What? What's that? I demand an explanation of precisely what you mean, sir.
I mean that to some people, a dead horse is more valuable than a live one. Too bad you can't go count your money. I gotta take my friend to the morgue. An hour later, little Nettie was resting better than I was. I'd made my report to the police and was back pacing the floor of my rented room. There wasn't a long walk. Yeah?
This is Lila Bushnell. I gotta see you right away.
Why don't you start another fire? That'll draw me.
I didn't have anything to do with that fire, but I must talk to you right away. Where can I meet you?
Have you got a car?
Yes, I'll come any place.
Now, pick me up here in 20 minutes. Come alone, and we'll take a little drive to the country. I want it to be just the three of us. You and me and the dewdrops. Dawn was making a dark gray promise in the sky when she picked me up, and a few easy-to-please birds had found something to sing about. During the first 5 miles, Lila denied everything except that she was a woman, and there was no hiding that. I had her pull in under a tree and said, "Well, then why'd you call me?"
It was something you said to my father about a horse being more valuable dead than alive.
You sold me out once. What are you planning on now? Selling out your old man? You women. You know, if the truth is ever told, it'll probably come out that Goldilocks cut her grandmother's throat to swipe the gold out of her teeth.
Please don't make fun of me.
Fun, she calls it. Well, you got something to spill, get it off your chest.
My father owes Leo Corbett $50,000. He lost it betting on Pile Driver. Leo's been demanding his money, and Father doesn't have it. And I heard Leo practically order Father to destroy Pile Driver for the insurance.
And what did Daddy dear say to that?
He said he'd do it. But I know he wouldn't. I know he didn't set that fire.
How do you know?
I just know, that's all.
Now, that'll sound good to a jury. Why are you coming to me with all this stuff?
Because you're our only hope. Can't you buy Pile Driver right away? It would solve everything.
Everything but one thing.
What's that?
Why did you go to all that trouble to get me punched in the eye?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show Leo that he wasn't going to have everything his own way. And you look strong enough to do it.
Wow. That's a stupid answer. Why not? Makes a stupid kind of sense. She dropped me off at my rooming house where I dropped off to sleep. It was, however, only a 4-hour plunge. Expense account item 5, $650. Cab fare to headquarters, Homicide Division, Chicago Police. That's one city where the cops still wear an old-fashioned star, but they sure do operate with a new-fashioned speed. As witness the enclosed report made by Lieutenant Craig 6 hours after filing of inquiry.
According to the findings of the autopsy, Dollar, your hunch, or whatever you call it, was right. The deceased, little Nettie, was not kicked to death by a horse. Examination of the wound reveals that it was administered by a new horseshoe. A shoe on a horse's hoof would have left traces of straw, etc. We say that the fatal weapon was swung by person or persons unknown. As you suggested, he'd have to have been standing on his head to have the horseshoe make the mark it did if the horse had kicked him.
The lieutenant had made only one mistake. He should have said person or persons known. Expense account item 6, 10 cents, 2 telephone calls. The idea I was working on, I'll give you for nothing. Expense account item 7, $6.50. Cab fare to Administration Building, Hiawatha Racetrack, where the afternoon's program was in progress, and where I got the wholehearted cooperation of the track officials and the use of a vacant office in which to hold the meeting I had set up. I sat myself in a swivel chair and waited. Come in.
Mr. Dollar, I can't tell you how happy I am that our little transaction is about to be consummated. If you have the money with you, sir, pile driver is yours.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Let's not go consummating too quickly.
But, my boy, you indicated over the telephone.
I indicated over the phone just this. I said my offer was as good as it ever was. And to tell you the truth, it's not very good.
Now, see here. Who's that?
Sit down, Colonel. Come in.
Why, Leo, what are you doing up here?
Anytime anybody shows up to hand over $60,000 to you for pile driver, I'm going to be here. That's exactly what this smart guy called me up to tell me he's about to do.
Now, gentlemen, let's take it easy. Before I do anything, I want to make sure I'm not doing business with a murderer.
Sir, I demand an explanation.
What about you, Leo?
Yeah, so do I.
Well, here it is. The Chicago police know 2 things. 1, that last night's fire was set. And 2, that little Nettie was murdered. And that little Nettie got a couple of lungfuls of smoke before he got hit over the head with a horseshoe. That means that whoever hit him over the head sucked in some smoke, too.
Well, I've never heard such a pack of nonsense in my life.
What are you getting at, wise guy?
Just what I told you. I don't want to do business with a murderer, especially $60,000 worth. But I've made it easy on you to prove that you aren't. You see, I got a doctor in the next room with portable X-ray equipment. If you've got fire smoke in your lungs, it'll show up. Now, how about it?
Why, this is ridiculous.
Why don't you leave the Dick Tracy stuff to the funny papers?
Because I don't feel like laughing. Now, once more, how about it?
Credit, I still don't know what this tomfoolery is about, and I'll feel downright silly while I'm doing it, but I'm willing to take my chances.
Okay. Leo, you're first. Follow me. Turning your back on a murderer is no way to stay healthy, but very often it's a good way to get him to make his move. This one did, right out the door, knocking me down en route, and the chase was on. Out of the building and out toward the grandstand and the racing circle.
And there they go. On the outside, Dreamy Boy by a neck. It's Brockbuster by a wing, and Williger by a head. And at the quarter, it's Dreamy Boy.
It may have been Dreamy Boy at the quarter, and on the track, well, it was my quarry by 50 lengths as he headed up an aisle into the grandstand. Dreamy Boy was still doing fine down there, and I was moving up here, but up near the top of the grandstand, and onto the ramp leading to the press box section. Just as Dreamy Boy hit the 3/4, we hit the grandstand roof, and then we went into the stretch. Hey, Corbett, it's hopeless. You can't get much farther. You're running out of roof. I slid behind a ventilator and showed myself to draw his shots. He was lousy. If he hadn't been, he'd be dictating this with an air-conditioned elbow. Okay, Corbett, you've had it. I've been counting your shots. Corbett tried a few ventilators himself, and then apparently he decided the second time he fought me, he'd do better. He rushed in swinging. I was doing great trading punches, But he finally moved inside and threw one. I ducked low, but he came up fast with his knee. I sat down, and he took off, straight to the back corner edge of the pitched roof. He swung over the side and started to shinny down the 100-foot rain pipe. But that pipe was built to carry rain, not people. At the finish line of one tiny segment of the human race, it was gambler, arsonist, murderer, Leo Corbett, by a head. Expense account item 8. Dinner for 2 at the Shangri-La in downtown Chicago. $34.40. Dinner itself only took 40 minutes, and 8 of the dollars. The rest of the evening and the money was spent listening to the story of her life. A story which would not, by any means, win any Pulitzer Prize, or, for that matter, any husbands. But sometimes when you're interested in a girl like Lila, you have to act like you're interested in what she's saying. Expense account item 9, $57.72. Airfare, Chicago to Hartford. Item 10, $1.50. One book to read on airplane, titled How to Win at the Races. As if I just hadn't found out. Expense account total, $1,449.22. I guess you could call that horse sense. Signed, yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Bill Conrad, Doris Singleton, Jerry Hausner, Herb Butterfield, and Hal March. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to be with us at this same time next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Those mystery adventure shows we mentioned earlier, the fun and music and fabulous jackpot of Sing It Again, and 2 outstanding music shows. They're on tap for you every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations. Gene Autry comes along with his Sagebrush Ballads, and Vaughn Monroe is due with his songs and his great orchestra. In fact, you're invited to stay tuned right now for The Vaughn Monroe Show, for it follows immediately over most of these stations. Paul Masterson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble. You aren't exactly the sort of person you pretend to be, are you?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Schoolgirl manner, stammering and blushing and all that.
I told you this afternoon that I've been bad. Worse than you could know.
That's what I mean. You told me this afternoon in the same words, same tone. It's a speech you've practiced.
Very well then, Mr. Spade. I'm not at all the sort of person I pretend to be. I'm 80 years old, incredibly wicked, and an iron molder by trade. But if it's a pose, it's one I've grown into. So you won't expect me to drop it entirely, will you?
Oh, it's all right. Only it wouldn't be all right if you actually were that innocent. We'd never get anywhere.
I won't be innocent.
I saw Joe Cairo tonight.
You know him?
I saw him tonight.
Ooh. It's chilly. I'll put another log on the fire. Cigarette?
You're good. You're very good.
What did he say?
About what?
About me.
Nothing.
Well, what did he say?
He offered me $5,000 for the Black Bird. Now, you're not going to go around making up the fire and straightening the room again, are you?
Oh, I won't. What did you say?
$5,000 is a lot of money.
Oh, surely you're not really considering it. Mr. Spade, you promised to help me. I trusted you. You can't...
Let's try to figure out how much you trusted me. I promised to help you, sure, but you didn't say anything about any black bird.
But you won't. You can't treat me like that.
$5,000 is a lot of money.
It is far more than I could ever offer you. If I must bid for your loyalty.
That's good coming from you. What have you given me besides money? Have you given me any of the truth? Any help in helping you? If I'm peddling my loyalty, why shouldn't I let it go to the highest bidder?
I've given you all the money I have. Without your help, I'm utterly lost. What else is there? Can I buy you with my body?
I'll think it over. Christ, there's no sense in this. I don't care what kind of tricks you're up to, but I gotta have something to show me that you know what you're doing.
Can't you trust me just a little longer?
How much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joel Cairo.
You can see him tonight. We can get him on the phone at the Belvedere.
He can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
My place.
Do you think he'd go there?
He'd go.
All right. Shall we go now?
That's him.
There's a boy out there watching the house, Mr. Spade. What am I to understand from that? I came here in good faith with no thought of tricks or traps.
You were asked in good faith, but I ought to have guessed he'd have showed up. Where is he?
Outside, in the shop doorway.
What's the matter?
Oh.
A kid who's been trying to tail me around town all evening. Cairo thought I put him there. Oh, come in. There's no use standing here talking to all the neighbors.
This boy, did he follow you to my apartment?
No, I shook him off before that. And I suppose he came back here to try to pick me up again.
I am delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Sam told me about your offer for the Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
It is ready.
In cash?
I can be quite prepared to give you this money at, say, 10:30 in the morning. Would that suit you?
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why...
I'll have it in a week at the most, though.
Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
And you know where that is?
I think I do.
Then why must we wait a week?
Well, perhaps not a whole week. Whom are you buying it for, Joe?
I told Mr. Spade. For its owner.
So, you went back to him.
Naturally, I did.
I should have liked to have seen that.
Exactly what happened to Floyd.
Gee.
I see. Is he here?
I don't know. What difference does it make?
It might make a world of difference to, let us say, to Mr. Spade.
Or me. Or you.
Exactly. And shall we say more certainly, the boy outside.
Yes, unless he's the one you had in Constantinople.
The one you couldn't make.
Oh!
Stop that, Cairo. And drop the gun.
I get it.
This is the second time you put your hands on me.
Yeah, and when you're slapped, you'll take it and like it.
Who is it?
How should I know? Keep quiet. I'll go see what it's all about.
Hello, Sam. We thought you wouldn't have gone to bed yet.
I want to talk to you, Spade.
Well, go ahead and talk.
We don't have to do it standing here, do we?
You can't come in.
It would pay you to play along with a Spade. You got away with plenty, but you can't keep it up forever.
Stop me when you can.
That's what I'll do. There's talk going around that you and Archer's wife were cheating on him.
That sounds like something you thought up yourself.
The talk is. That's why he was put on the spot.
You oughtn't to try to pin more than one murder on me at a time. Your first idea that I knocked Thursby off because he killed Miles falls apart if you blame me for killing Miles, too.
You haven't heard me say that you killed anybody. You're the one that keeps bringing that up.
I hope you got something better to do besides pop in here early every morning and ask me damn fool questions.
And get damn lying answers.
Take it easy.
If you say there's nothing between you and Archer's wife, you're a liar. And I'm telling you so.
Is that the hot tip that brought you here at this ungodly hour of the night?
That was one of them.
And the others?
Leatherson.
No chance.
All right, Spade. We'll be on to see you now and then. Maybe you're right in bucking us. Think it over.
Police! Police!
guess we're going in.
I guess you are.
Police! Help!
All right, Clary, drop the gun. What are you up to?
Oh, she scratched my face. Look at it.
Did you do that?
I had to. I was all alone in here with him when he attacked me. I couldn't make myself shoot him.
You dirty, filthy liar. She's lying openly. I came here in good faith and was attacked by both of them. And when you came, he went out to talk to you, leaving her here with this pistol. And then she said they were going to kill me after you left. And I called for help so you wouldn't leave me here to be murdered. And then she struck me with the pistol.
Now, let's get this straight. What are you doing here?
He sent for me. He called me on the telephone and asked me to come here.
What did he want you for?
He said he wanted to... They wanted to see me. I don't know what about.
Well, what happened then?
They attacked me. She struck me first, and then he choked me and took the pistol out of my pocket. I don't know what they would have done if you hadn't arrived.
Why don't you make him tell the truth?
Hey, none of that now.
She's impulsive.
Yep. What do you want us to think the truth is?
Not what he said. Not anything he said.
Spade.
Don't look at me. I was out in the kitchen mixing an omelet when it happened.
Well, Tom, I don't think we'd go wrong pulling them all in.
Don't be in a hurry. Everything can be explained.
I'll bet.
Miss O'Shaughnessy, may I present Lieutenant Dundee and Detective Sergeant Polhouse. Miss O'Shaughnessy is an operative in my employ.
That's not true.
I hired her recently. Yesterday, as a matter of fact. This is Mr. Joel Cairo, a friend, an acquaintance, at any rate, of Thursby's. He came to me this afternoon and tried to hire me to find something Thursby was supposed to have on him when he was bumped off. It looked funny the way he put it to me, so I wouldn't touch it. Anyway, after talking it over with Miss O'Shaughnessy, I thought maybe we might get something out of him about Miles and Thursby's killing, so I asked him to come up here. Maybe we put the questions to him a little rough, but he wasn't hurt any.
Well, what are you going to say to that?
I don't know what I should say.
Try telling the facts.
The facts?
Quit stalling. All you got to do is swear a complaint that they took a poke at you.
Go ahead, Cairo. Tell him you'll do it, then we'll swear one against you, and he'll have the lot of it.
That's enough. Get your hats.
Well, boys and girls, we put it over nicely.
Get your hats.
Don't you know when you're being kidded?
Huh?
I dare you to take us in, Dundee. We'll laugh at you in every newspaper in San Francisco. When the bell rang, I said, it's those damn bulls again. They're getting to be a nuisance. Let's play a joke on them. When you hear them going, one of you start to scream, and we'll see how far we can string it along. Cut it out, Sam.
Where did the cut on his head and mouth come from?
Ask him. Maybe he cut himself shaving.
I fell. We were pretending to struggle for the pistol.
Horse feathers. You can't get away with that. You belch for help and you got to take it.
No, sir. It was a joke.
I'll take you along for packing a gun anyway.
Don't be a sap, Dundee. It's part of the plant. It's one of mine. Too bad it's only a 32, or you could find it was one that Thursby and Miles were shot with.
You bastard.
Why, you...
Just try. Just try.
No, Sam, for God's sake. Get him out of here, quick. I've had enough of this.
Take it easy, Sam. Is that all, Lieutenant?
I'm going to, if Mr. Spade will be kind enough to give me my coat.
So, it was all in fun. But you're afraid to be left here with them.
No, not at all. But it's quite late, and I'm going.
I hope to God you know what you're doing, Sam.
You're absolutely the wildest person I've ever met. Do you always carry on so high-handed?
I let him hit me, didn't I?
Oh, yes, but a police official...
It wasn't that. It was that in losing his head and slugging me, overplayed his hand. Well, you've had your talk with Cairo. Now you can talk to me. Well, I'm listening.
Oh, just look at the time.
Oh, it's been a busy evening.
I must go. This is terrible.
Not until you've told me about it. Besides, there's the kid outside. Let's talk.
You're the most insistent person.
What's this bird, this Falcon, that everyone seems so steamed up about?
Oh, I'm so tired of it. And I do hate having to talk about it. Wouldn't it be just as well to wait and let you learn about it?
I don't know. My way of learning is to heave a monkey wrench into the machinery. It's all right with me if you're sure none of the flying pieces will hit you.
I'm afraid of you. And that's the truth.
That's not the truth.
It is. I know 2 men I'm afraid of. And I've seen both of them tonight.
I can understand you being afraid of Cairo. He's out of your reach.
And you aren't?
Not in that way.
It's a black figure, as you know. Smooth and shiny. The bird. A hawk or a falcon. About 1 foot high.
What makes it so important?
I don't know. They'd never tell me. They promised me 500 pounds if I helped them.
Help them how?
Help them to get it from the man who had it. A Russian named Kemedov.
This was in Constantinople?
In Marmora.
Go ahead. What happened then?
Oh, that's all. We found that Cairo meant to desert us, taking the Falcon with him. So we did exactly that to him first. But then I wasn't any better off than I had been before, because Floyd hadn't any intention of paying me. He said we would go on to New York, where he would sell it and give me my share, but I could see he wasn't telling me the truth. And that's why I came to you to help me to learn where the Falcon was.
And suppose you'd got it. What then?
Then I'd have been in a position to talk terms.
What makes it worth all the money? What's it made of?
Porcelain or black stone, I don't know. I've only seen it once for a few minutes. Floyd showed it to me when we first got hold of it.
You are a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Don't brag about it. It's childish. Was there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some.
How much?
Not very much.
Well, we've got all night. I'll put some more brandy and some more coffee, and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. So tired of it all. Of myself. Of lying and thinking up lies. And of not knowing what is a lie and what truth. I wish I... Kiss me.
Mr. Joel Cairo in room 635?
No, sir. He's not in the hotel.
Any idea what time he left?
He didn't return last night, sir.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help you any further.
That's all right. I just spotted somebody who can.
You're welcome.
Where is he? What? Where is he? The fairy.
What do you think you're doing, Jack?
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. You've been tailing me all over town.
Shove off.
You'll have to talk to me before you're through, Sonny. Some of you will. And you can tell, gee, I said so.
You keep asking for it, you're gonna get it. I told you to shove off. Now shove off.
People lose teeth talking like that. Now, you just be a good boy and run along to G and tell him what I said.
I won't forget you. Spade.
Ah.
Yes, Mr. Cairo. There was a man looking for you.
Good morning, Cairo. What happened to you? Your suit looks like you slept in it.
Good morning, Mr. Spade.
Let's go someplace we can talk.
You will please excuse me, Mr. Spade. Our conversations in private have not been such that I am anxious to continue them. Pardon me speaking bluntly, but it is the truth.
You mean last night? What else in hell could I do? I thought you'd see that. If you pick a fight with Miss O'Shaughnessy or let her pick one with you, I gotta throw in with her. I don't know where that damn bird is. You don't either. She does. How in the hell are we gonna get it if I don't play along with her?
You have always, I must say, a smooth explanation ready.
What do you want me to do, Cairo? Learn to stutter? Let's go over there. We can talk quietly.
Oh.
Now, tell me what happened. Did Dundee take you down to the hall?
Yes.
How long did they work on you?
Until a little while ago, and very much against my will. I shall certainly take the matter up with the Consulate General of Greece, and with an attorney.
Go ahead and see what it gets you. What did you let the police shake out of you?
Not a single word, Mr. Spade. I adhered to the course you indicated earlier in your rooms, though I certainly wished you had devised a more reasonable story. I felt decidedly ridiculous repeating it.
Sure, but its goofiness is what makes it good. You sure you didn't give him anything?
You may rely upon it, Mr. Spade. I did not.
You'll be hearing from Dundee again. Stay dummied up on him and you'll be all right. And don't worry about the story's goofiness. A sensible one would have had us all in the cooler.
You may be right. And now, Mr. Spade...
I know. You'll be wanting sleep if you've been standing up under a police storm all night. See you later, Cairo. Morning, sweetheart.
No, not yet. No, I'll have him call you as soon as he gets in, Ivor. That's the third time she's called this morning. She sounds frantic.
Uh-huh.
Your Miss O'Shaughnessy's in there.
What else?
A man called G called up.
What did he say?
He said when he comes in, will you please tell him that G, who got his message, phoned and will phone again.
Thank you, darling.
It's all upside down.
Anything taken?
I don't think so. I don't know. I was afraid to stay. You must have let that boy follow you.
No, Angel.
But he was watching your place when we were there.
There's no reason to think he's working alone. But we've got to find a new home for you.
I won't go back there.
I've thought of a way. Wait here a minute. Happy.
Uh-huh.
How's your woman's intuition today?
What?
What do you think of Miss O'Shaughnessy?
Oh, I'm for her. I think no matter what kind of trouble she's gotten into, she's all right.
Are you strong enough for her to give her a lift?
How?
Could you put her up for a few days?
What, you mean at home?
Yeah. Her joint's been broken into. It'd be better for her if she wasn't alone. It would help me a lot if you could take her in.
Well, is she really in danger, Sam?
I think she is.
Oh, that would scare mine to a green hemorrhage. I'll have to tell her she's a surprise witness or something to keep him undercover.
You're a darling. Now, better take her out there now.
Okay.
No. You oughtn't to be seen leaving together. You take a taxi home, and I'll send her out in another in a little while, making sure she isn't followed. Don't worry. I'll look after the office after you've both gone. Hello? Yeah, this is Spade. I've been waiting to hear from you. Mr. Gutman. No, the sooner the better. 12C, right.
Sam?
Iva, honey, hello.
Oh, Sam, forgive me. Forgive me.
Sure, I forgive you. What for?
I sent those policemen round last night. I was sitting in the car waiting outside your apartment when you went in with that woman. I was mad, crazy with jealousy, and I phoned them that if they'd go there, they'd learn something about Miles's murder.
Did you tell them who you were?
Oh, no. But I told them you were having an affair with Miles's wife.
That was a dumb trick, but it's done now. You better run along home.
I'm sorry. I know you won't forgive me.
There's just one thing.
Yes, Sam.
Where were you the night Miles was shot?
Home.
No, I know you weren't.
Effie Perrine told you that. I saw her looking at my clothes and snooping around.
Where were you?
I was following Miles.
Jesus.
He told me he had a date with a girl. If I wanted to get a divorce, now was my chance. I followed him to the St. Mark's and saw he was shadowing a man and a girl, the one you were with last night. I realized he was just kidding. I went round to your apartment, but you weren't there.
What time was that?
Around 10:30.
And then?
I couldn't go home. I didn't want to be there when Miles got back. I went to a movie. There's a place in Powell Street that's open till 1. Then I went and had a meal, and then I went home. But Miles wasn't there. It's stupid, but I was mad he wasn't home first. So I took the car out of the garage again and went back to your place.
By which time I was looking at Miles's body. Jesus, what a swell lot of merry-go-round driving. Then what?
Then I went home again. I was just undressing when Effie arrived. Oh, do you believe me?
Sure I do. Now run along. I've got an appointment.
Sam?
Beat it.
Spade.
Nice to see you again, Sonny.
Thank you, Wilma. You can leave us now. Mr. Spade.
How do you do, Mr. Gutman?
Sit down. Let me get you a drink. Whiskey?
Thanks.
We begin well, sir. I distrust a man that says when. If he's got to be careful not to drink too much, it's because he's not to be trusted when he does. Well, sir, here's to plain drinking and clear understanding. You're a close-mouthed man?
Not at all. I like to talk.
Better and better. I distrust a close-mouthed man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong things. Talking's something you can't do judiciously unless you keep in practice. We'll get along, sir, that we will. Cigar, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, we'll talk if you like. And I'll let you know right out that I'm a man who likes talking to a man that likes to talk.
Swell. Will we talk about the Blackbird?
Will we? We will. You're the man for me, sir. A man cut along my own lines, no beating about the bush, but straight to the point. I like that way of doing business. Let us talk about the blackbird. But first, sir, answer me a question, please. You're here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
It depends.
It depends on what?
If I knew what it depends on, I could say yes or no.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo.
Maybe.
You could say, then, that the question is which of them you'll represent.
You could put it that way.
It will be one or the other.
I didn't say that.
Who else is there?
There's me.
That's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man that tells you right out he's looking out for himself. I don't trust a man that says he's not.
Let's talk about the blackbird.
Let's. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be made out of that blackbird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you, by God, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought it. But if you won't take the risk, just tell me what it is and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what it is?
Oh, hell, I know what it's supposed to look like. I know the value you people put on it. I don't know what it is.
She didn't tell you?
No.
A lovely girl, sir. She must know. And Cairo didn't either?
Cairo is cagey. He's willing to buy it, but he won't risk telling me anything I don't know already.
How much is he willing to buy it for?
$10,000.
Not even pounds. That's the Greek for you. And what did you say to that?
I said if I turned it over to him, I'd expect the 10,000.
Nicely put, sir. Oh, they must know. Do they know what the bird is, sir? What's your impression?
There's not much to go by. Cairo didn't say he did, and he didn't say he didn't. She said she didn't, but I took it for granted she was lying.
That was not an injudicious thing to do. Maybe they don't. Well, if they don't, I'm the only one in the whole sweet wide world who does.
I'm glad I came to the right place.
By God, sir, your glass is empty. Sir, this kind of medicine will never hurt you.
Here's to plain speaking and clear understanding.
Well, sir, it's surprising, but it may be a fact that nobody in this whole sweet wide world knows what it is, saving and accepting your humble servant, Caspar Gottman, Esquire.
Swell. And when you've told me, there'll only be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir, but I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Don't be a damned fool. You know what it is, I know where it is. That's why we're here.
Well, sir, where is it? You see? I must tell you what I know, but you will not tell me what you know. That is hardly equitable, sir. No, I do not think we can do business along these lines.
You think again, and you think fast. I told that punk of yours you'd have to talk to me before you got through. I'll tell you now that you'll do your talking today, or you are through. What are you wasting my time for, you and your lousy secret? Maybe you could have got along without me if you'd have kept clear of me. You can't now, not in San Francisco. You'll come in or you'll get out, and you'll do it today. And another thing I don't want, you keep that gunsel away from me while you're making up your mind. He makes me nervous. I'll kill him the first time he gets in my way. I won't give him an even break. I won't give him a chance. I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a most violent temper.
Temper? You think it over, and think like hell. You've got till 5:30 to do it in. Then you're either in or out for keeps. 5:30. Then the curtain.
Sam, what happened?
What happened where?
Miss O'Shaughnessy, why didn't she come?
She didn't get there?
I waited and waited, and she didn't come. I couldn't get you on the phone, so I came back here. Oh, did you send her out in a taxi?
Of course I did.
And you're sure she... Someone must have followed her.
Nobody followed her. What do you think I am, a goddamn schoolboy? I'm going out to talk to the taxi drivers. I'll find her if I have to dig up sewers. Stay here till I'm back or you hear from me.
Yeah, sure, I remember.
I told you to take her to a 9th Avenue number. Where did you take her?
I took her to the ferry building.
But I told you to take her...
Keep your hair on. When we got to Polk, she rapped on the glass and said she wanted to get a newspaper. So I stopped on the corner and whistled for a newsboy.
Which paper did you get?
The Call. Then we went to Sacramento, and just after we crossed the Van Ness, she knocked on the glass again and said to take her to the ferry building.
Anybody waiting for her there?
I didn't see them if there was.
Did she take the newspaper with her?
She tore a sheet out.
Do you have the rest?
Yeah, I kept it. It's here.
Thanks. Get yourself a smoke.
Thanks, Mr. Spade.
Oh, what's missing? 35 and 36. That's births, marriages.
Come on, Spade. Gutman wants you.
Well. I didn't expect to hear from you till 5:25.
You keep on writing me, and you're going to be picking iron out of your navel.
The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the pattern. Well, let's go.
Keep straight on along the corridor, Spade. You know the way.
You have to keep on poking that thing in my back. Hey, how long you been off the gooseberry leg, kid?
Look here, you...
I'll take the gun. And the other one. Come on. This will put you in solid with your boss, kid.
Well, what's this?
You shouldn't let him run around with these. He'll get himself hurt.
Well, Gad, you're a chap worth knowing. An amazing character. Come in. Sit down. Give me a hat. You may leave us, Wilmer. A drink, sir.
Thanks.
No, sir, I hope you'll let me apologize.
Never mind that. Let's talk about the Black Bird.
Oh, very well, sir. Let's. Here.
Thanks.
What do you know, sir, about the Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, later called the Knights of Rhodes and other things?
Not much. Only what I remember from history in school. Crusaders or something.
Very good. Now, you'll remember that Suleiman the Magnificent chased them out of Rhodes in 1523.
No.
Oh, well, sir, he did, and they settled in Crete. And they stayed there for 7 years until 1530, when they persuaded the Emperor Charles V to give them Malta, Gozo, and Tripoli.
Yeah?
Yes, sir, but with this condition. They were to pay the Emperor each year the tribute of 1 Falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain, and if they ever left it, it was to revert to Spain. Understand?
Yeah.
Have you any conception of the extreme, the immeasurable wealth of the Order at that time?
If I remember, they were pretty well fixed.
Pretty well, sir, is putting it mildly. They were rolling in wealth, sir. You've no idea. None of it.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look.
Woodbury, the makers of Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap made for the skin alone, presents The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths have taken to going for long walks these autumn evenings. There was a time when Jerry toyed with the theory that if they remained quietly at home, trouble would never find them. But it did. So Jerry changed his plans. Decided that it might be wiser if Pan and himself made things a little more difficult for trouble by offering it a moving target. And so tonight we find the North in motion. Not a target, they hope, but definitely moving.
Jerry, your legs are longer than mine,
Mm-hmm.
but mine are cuter.
Are they? I must look sometime.
Oh, I'll stop.
Not bad.
Not bad. Jerry, I'll have you know that my legs were considered one of the most attractive features at Miss Peters' finishing school for girls.
Mm-hmm. Miss Peters certainly wasn't.
She was a very dear old lady, although she was hipped on the subject of dating. Which reminds me, Jerry, tomorrow is Columbus Day.
Is it? We must remember to send him a card. Columbus Day.
Columbus discovered America tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Isn't he a little late?
Not tomorrow in 1944. Tomorrow in 1492.
That helps. Seems like only yesterday.
Although he was really looking for India.
Darling, I'm very proud of your education, but why although?
Oh, stop that, Jerry. Do you think there was anything between him and Queen Isabella?
Sure, King Ferdinand.
They say the Nevada climate is wonderful at this time of year, especially in Reno.
What grounds would you claim for divorce?
Mental cruelty, that's your
I could easily do worse. For example, I might say something about his carrying along a pinter for a niner. See?
Darling, I believed you when you said you could do much work. You didn't have to prove it.
Well, as a matter of fact, I thought that was pretty good. Let's see.
Jerry North, if you're trying to think of another one of those awful jokes, you could...
Oh, they're not that bad. And what's the matter?
I just saw a man jump out of a window.
You what?
Dropped in that alleyway right ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes, darling.
Oh, we better hurry.
The only thing, darling.
Yeah?
He looked like... Jerry, I'm not making this up, and I'm not crazy, because it's your Aunt Agatha who's eccentric, and I haven't touched the ground.
And what did he look like?
Christopher Columbus.
Like a... Oh, no, darling. Columbus is dead. He discovered America tomorrow in 1492, and...
This is the alleyway. Honestly, Jerry.
Somebody's coming out of it. He couldn't have been hurt. On the dark in here.
There he is.
No, I've got it.
Let me go, please.
A little second story work, friend? Come out here in the
You
light.
gotta let me go. I'm in danger. My life's in danger.
Take
please.
it easy. Take it easy. Who are you anyway?
I'm Christopher Columbus.
Oh, no, you're not. I went to school. We'll get you out in the light.
Jerry, he is Christopher Columbus. Look.
Let me go. I gotta get away.
Just like Columbus. Resemblance, but why do you have to get away?
They're after me. They'll kill me.
Why?
Because they want the jewels, don't you see?
What jewels?
The crown jewels, of course. The ones the Queen gave me.
Jerry, the Queen.
Yes, Isabella. I don't like to do this. Oh.
Jerry! Oh, darling, did he hurt you?
No, I just like it down here. Oh.
Your jaw, darling.
A mere nothing. That lump on it probably becomes me.
We've got to notify the police.
Sure. I'll tell them Christopher Columbus stalked me. I don't know what the visiting hours at Bellevue Psychopathic are, darling, but you'll find out.
Well, I can back up your story.
Sure. Then we'll have adjoining padded cells. What happened to good old Chris?
Oh, he ran up the street. I didn't notice because I was so worried about you.
So am I. About all I need for my mental health right now is to see Queen Isabella yodeling at me.
Jerry!
Huh?
If you look up at that building...
Yeah?
You will see Queen Isabella.
What? Leaning out of the window. Sam, I'm seeing it too.
That's the window Columbus jumped out of.
Maybe King Ferdinand got home too soon. Oh, no, Pam, this isn't possible. We've got...
The light went out.
The light went out. And there are about 1 million windows in that building, and both Christopher Columbus and Queen Isabella have been dead for about 400-odd years. And we're Pam and Jerry North, and we're going right home. That is, if we still have a home, which I'm beginning to doubt on account of maybe we haven't been discovered yet. Taxi!
Well, all I can say, darling, is maybe Columbus discovered America. But it took us to discover Columbus.
400 years later, Get in, darling. Anybody in there already, like George Washington, maybe?
George Washington's birthday's in February.
Oh, of course. How could we expect to see him tonight? Driver.
Yeah?
24 St. Anne's Place. And don't go around the Cape of Good Hope if you can help it.
Cape of Good Hope? Where's that, Brooklyn?
It could be. You better get started. My wife's a little upset.
Spade, huh?
Not exactly. As a matter of fact, I'm a little nervous, too.
Is that so? Me, I got nerves like iron. Sylvester, the little woman, says to me, you got nerves like iron. Why have I got nerves like iron, I says that? On account I eat carrots. You eat carrots?
Sometimes.
I eat them all the time. I got a few here right now. Would you like one?
Oh, no, thanks. Because of ghosts.
What's ghosts got to do with it?
Well, if you eat a lot of carrots, you can see in the dark. And if you can see in the dark, you can see ghosts. And if there are any ghosts, I'd rather not see them. So
Hey, what happened? Looks like some guy decided to take a nap in the middle of the street. I'd better waken him on account of it ain't healthy.
Jerry, is everybody crazy, or is it just the people we meet?
I don't know. I wouldn't care to go on record.
Hey, how you do?
Yeah, what is it?
I would like you to step out, take a look at that guy in the middle of the street.
Why? Is there anything wrong with him?
I ain't saying until you two see him, too. That is, if you see him.
All right, Sam.
Come down.
You couldn't wake him?
I wouldn't even try, mister. There's a possibility he ain't there. Maybe there was something in them carrots. I don't know, but... do you see him?
Jerry, it's...
Aha. You see him, too, lady.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Oh, and does he look dressed a little peculiar to you with maybe tights and funny shoes?
He does.
And furthermore, lady, does he remind you of somebody that maybe you ain't personally acquainted with but you've seen before?
You mean Columbus?
Lady, that is exactly what I mean. Christopher H. Columbus. I've had a look at him.
Is he Columbus?
Maybe, but
Sleeping?
not exactly. I tried to wake him, but I'm afraid he isn't going to wake anymore. You see, somebody just cracked Mr. Christopher Columbus's skull for him.
Oh.
And he's quite dead. Again. The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a moment. But first, this is Ben Grauer with the story of the exciting wartime romance of the lovely Woodbury deb, Patricia O'Neill Goodlett. And as soon as you hear the story, you'll know why Patsy never neglects her daily complexion care with Woodbury Facial Soap. It seems that Navy Lieutenant George Goodlett had a letter of introduction to beautiful Patricia, but no time to present it when he went through town. He did, however, take time to notice the sweet, fresh loveliness and radiant complexion of the motor corps volunteer who drove him from the station to his boat. The Navy lieutenant was very impressed. And yes, you guessed it, the pretty volunteer turned out to be Patsy herself. There was a very fast courtship, and when George returned from the South Pacific, and soon her friends were giving bridal showers for lovely Patricia. Now, the romance of that particular Woodbury deb is a tribute to the cherishing, beauty-giving care of Woodbury Facial Soap. It gives your skin gentle, thorough care, protecting your most precious, winning charm. The Woodbury soap can do that because it's a true complexion soap, made in cake form only. It is made for the skin alone by famous skin specialists. And particularly important to your complexion loveliness, Woodbury contains a special ingredient for special mildness. Now, girls, don't wait another day, but begin right away with Woodbury. Let it make your complexion so fresh, so soft and smooth that you're bound to win the heart of the man who matters most. Ask for Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap, beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Bill, Pam.
Oh, hello. What is it this time?
It's a murder, Bill.
With the North, what else would it be? All right, who got killed? When, where, why, and who did it?
Well, I'm afraid Jerry and I don't know the answer to all those questions.
Okay, we'll start with the corpse. Who is he?
Christopher Columbus.
Who?
Christopher Columbus.
I thought that was what you said. Sam, have you been eating all the olives and Jerry's dry martinis again?
Jerry will tell you the same thing.
Why not? He's been drinking them. Now, Pam, who was killed?
Christopher Columbus.
How would you like yourself added into the race?
Honestly, Bill, I'm not joking.
No? Well, if you found the corpse of Columbus, and America hasn't been discovered yet, there's no New York, the telephone hasn't been invented, and I'm going to sleep, I mean to work.
Bill Wygand, we found a murdered man on Central Avenue and 12th Street. You'd better send a policeman down.
Oh, no. For this one, I'm coming myself. How would I explain the assignment? Got a reputation of sanity to uphold.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Jerry and I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Au revoir, Pam, and let me add one thing.
Yes?
You and your husband go around digging up bodies 400 years old, you'll have to keep them yourself.
Well, there goes Christopher Columbus in the morgue.
Connie will like him.
Connie likes all his guests.
He's never had such an historical one before.
Or one dead for so long. Seriously, I wish we knew who he really was and why he was in costume and made up to look like Christopher Columbus.
Tomorrow's Columbus Day, Bill. He's probably taking part in a play or something.
I guess so. Think he was murdered because he was a bad actor?
He wasn't supposed to be murdered, Bill. He was supposed to have been run over accidentally. If our taxi driver hadn't had such good eyesight in the dark,
Do the eating carrots all the time.
he would have run over Columbus. And then that gash in his skull would have been attributed to the car.
Uh-huh. I personally am going to send a bushel of carrots to that driver. Well, there's nothing more to be done tonight. I hope.
No, Bill, I don't think so. You see, he must have been murdered for tomorrow.
In the same way that Columbus discovered America tomorrow?
Yes, darling. Tomorrow is the important day.
Well, we should be able to find out who the guy really was by then, why he was running.
Or maybe, Bill, why he had to be killed tonight.
Pam,
Hmm?
coffee.
Mm-hmm.
You're pouring it, dear. At least you were about to.
I know. Jerry, in this paper...
I like
it says-
breakfast. Some morning I should love to eat one.
But, darling, it's important. There's an article in the paper about the Columbus Day celebration, and it mentions the fact that the famous jewelry firm of Arcady is staging a tableau about Columbus.
Let's see that.
Hmm.
They're putting on the scene in which Queen Isabella hands over the crown jewels to Columbus to finance his trip.
And they're using their finest and most valuable jewels in the tableau.
Good publicity.
Maybe, darling. It wasn't good for Columbus.
You mean last night?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there must be a connection. She said something about the jewels being in danger. Oh, well, the devil with breakfast. I'd never managed to get a real one in the past. Why start now?
Then we're going...
To Arcady, the jewelers of distinction. Not to mention, I suspect, the jewelers with a corpse to explain.
Well, how do you do? I'm Mr. Winters. You wanted to see me?
My name's Gerald North, and this is my wife.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. North? Just married, eh? A gift for the bride, young man. A necklace by it. I'll have one of mine then.
I'm sorry, Mr. Windle, but we haven't come to buy anything. We came to you because you're manager of Arcady, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
There was an item in this morning's paper about a tableau that Arcady Jewels is putting on as part of a Columbus Day celebration.
So we are. Well,
I'm afraid we have bad news for you. If your Columbus is missing...
I never had a Columbus in my life.
What?
Oh, you mean Spindrift?
Do I?
Head of the buying department, Spindrift is. Best man we have on the Fraser. Looks like Columbus. What about him?
Where is he?
Oh, how should I know? Had some silly rehearsal last night. Won't be until later.
Mr. Windle, I'm afraid Mr. Spindrift isn't coming in at all.
You don't mean he's left the firm?
No. He's left...
Where is Spindrift, and why doesn't he answer his phone after jumping out the window last night?
I'm very busy, trying to run along.
Oh, perhaps I'm Sandra Stone.
Yes, of course. Mrs. North.
Mr. Oh, detective. I'm sure that's exactly what we needed. Oh, Mr. Winters, you're so clever for having gotten in touch with me so
Be
quickly.
still, Sandra. My word. Now, Mr. North, you were saying that Spindrift isn't returning here. Why?
Because he's dead.
Dead? What?
Dear, that's most inconvenient. We shall have to find another appraiser, which, young man, is no easy thing to do. And furthermore...
We have no Columbus.
We have no... Good Lord, Sandra, be still.
I won't be still. Hank's all up his publicity stunt. Who's Hank, Miss Stone? Hank's publicity man for Arcady, and I love him.
Sandra, this is no place for discussing affairs of the heart.
I'm not, but the firm will just have to do the tableau.
Well, we can get somebody else. Most inconsiderate of Spindrift to die just at this time.
He had no particular choice in the matter, Mr. Windle. He was murdered.
What?
There was something else. He was worried about the jewels before he was killed. Are they safe?
In our vault, young woman, no danger there.
Then Pam was right. The day was the reason for the murder last night.
Yes, sir. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Windle, we've got to get another Columbus. I know. Hank. He's just the same size as Spindrift, and he's much more handsome.
What's Columbus?
And he'll be glad to do it because it was all his idea. And, oh, Mr. North, don't you think that's a wonderful solution?
Well, perhaps. For everyone but Spindrift.
However, it is possible.
Oh, Pam.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Oh, just one thing, Miss Stone. When Hank wants to pick up the Columbus costume, I'm afraid he'll have to apply at the morgue.
Bill.
Oh, hello, Pam. Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Bill. Everything set?
Yeah, the place is guarded by a dozen men. Windle's going to open the vaults in a moment, turn the jewels over to Hank Sawyer, the guy who's playing Columbus. Then these guards will escort Sawyer and Miss Stone.
Queen Isabella.
All right, Queen Isabella to the hall where they're doing the stunt and on the float on which they're going to the hall. The instant the curtain goes down on the tableau, Windle's arranged for an armored car to take the jewels back to the vault.
Well, that seems to take care of everything, doesn't it, Bill?
But it's better. I'm pretty sure it will.
I suppose Spindrift's murder will have to wait till after the jewels are returned safely. But since he never had the jewels, I can't understand why he was killed.
Well, it might have been. Here comes Hank Sawyer now. Well, I guess Connie finally parted with the Columbus costume. Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North. Hello. The man down the morgue seemed to think I was trying to rob a friend of his.
Oh, Connie loved all his corpses. You look very well in that costume, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, thanks. I guess I'd better run, though. I'm a bit late. See you later.
Window's opening the vault.
Giving Hank the jewels. Oh, Jerry, that's gorgeous.
Restrain yourself, my love. I can't afford them.
Not even one?
I can barely afford to have you look at them. Bill.
Oh, there they go. And we're going with them every inch of the way.
It's a wonderful parade, Jerry.
Uh-huh. We should be getting to the hall soon.
Couple of minutes.
Hank looks beautiful as Columbus, doesn't he?
That pile of jewels in his hand looks even more beautiful. Besides, I prefer Sandra.
Oh, she's too thin.
Not necessarily. I mean, so is Queen Isabella.
Was she, Jerry?
Oh, sure. My interest is purely historical.
It had better be. Otherwise, your existence will be past history, darling. Tableau is exquisite, Jerry.
Uh-huh. With 12 policemen surrounding the stage, it's also protected.
Seems to be almost over. Let's duck that.
Right. Just on the idea. Through this door. There.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Bill. Almost over, huh?
Yeah, 2 seconds. All right, boys, on stage. Mr. Windows.
Yes, right behind you, Lieutenant.
We'll get the jewels, escort them to the armored car, and then that will be that.
I hope so. Ah, there, Hank. Come on, Mr. Wendell. I bet the blow. Look. Never mind the tableau, my boy. The jewels, please.
Oh, good. Oh, that's them. Here we are. Safe and sound.
Hank was absolutely the handsomest Columbus I've ever seen.
What?
What's the matter?
Matter? These things you gave me, young man.
What about?
They happen to be false.
Oh, you two still here?
Yes, Bill. What,
Well, the jewels Sawyer gave Wendell are phony. He's going to stay in jail for a long time, and maybe not for so long.
What do you mean, Bill?
Spendthrift.
You think Hank murdered him?
I don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Bill, are you sure?
Now, look, Jerry. From the moment Wendell handed the jewels to Hank Sawyer, to the moment he handed them back to Wendell, Sawyer and the girl were under constant watch.
Then you believe Hank Sawyer did it?
Of course. Now, here's the way I figure it. Sawyer killed Spendthrift because he knew he himself was the only guy around who could fit the costume and play Columbus in the tableau. He had a perfect setup. He could swipe the jewels, substitute the phonies, and clear out. 2 things crossed him up. You and Wendell spotting the phonies immediately.
Bill, can Pam and I see Hank for a minute?
Well, why?
Because we have a hunch. We were talking about it while we were having lunch. We also paid a visit to the 5 and 10.
Well, to yourselves, you two probably sound logical as anything, but to ordinary people... Okay, I'll have him brought in. Mind if I stay?
Oh, no, Bill, because you may have to be a witness.
I wish I knew what for. Julie, bring Sawyer in. Any objection to telling me exactly what you bought in the 5 and 10?
Please, Bill. It's just imitation jewelry. Wait, don't say anything.
Oh, Hank.
Oh.
Hank, did you steal the jewels?
Of course I didn't. You think I'm crazy?
What do you think these are worth?
What? Oh, I don't know. How much is that?
$1,000 for a necklace.
Looks all right. Listen, you didn't call me in just to discuss the jewel business. No, Hank. As a matter of fact, we're through. So long. So long, Bill.
Hey, now wait. Where are you going?
Home.
To think.
What about?
Well, for one thing, why Columbus was killed.
And for another, who killed him?
And for a third, where was Ferdinand when Isabella handed over the jewels to Christopher? The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North and the Woodbury Facial Soap program will continue in just a minute. First, in a small home in Westchester the other evening.
Good night.
Why, Jim, what a thing to do.
I don't care. Sis always goes out with the nicest boys and to parties and things while I'm just as pretty.
There, Jean, of course. But, darling, Mary's complexion is...
Why don't you try that special complexion soap that Mary's been using lately? Let's go upstairs right now and give you a Woodbury facial cocktail. You know, they do say the facial cocktail is the beauty care of all these pretty Woodbury dead.
And how delighted young Jean must have been after her first Woodbury facial cocktail with Woodbury facial soap. You see, the Woodbury facial cocktail is the before-date beauty care of the Woodbury Debs because it helps make your skin more appealing right away. You just pat Woodbury's creamy lather into your skin, rinse with warm water, then cold. Then when you look in your mirror, you see that your skin is brighter. It has soft, glowing radiance, and you're ready to meet your date or romantic fate, knowing that your complexion is sweet and fresh, all smooth and nice for his eyes. Begin tonight with Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Facial Soap. Beauty soap for the skin you love to touch. And now, back to the Woodbury Facial Soap program, The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North.
More bacon, darling?
Oh, this breakfast is one I'm going to finish. Because we know who killed Columbus, and why, and how the jewels were stolen. Oh, Pam, you answer it.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes?
What? What did you say, Bill? You did? Oh, but he shouldn't have done that because he didn't. And since he didn't, he will be. What? Oh, no, never mind. Goodbye. Jerry, they've released Hank.
Good Lord. Come on, darling, we gotta hurry.
But your breakfast.
Tomorrow, maybe. It's tomorrow in 1994. Hurry, Pam.
I am hurrying. Oh, I do wish Hank lived in an elevator apartment.
He went to the office after leaving jail, then was supposed to go home. We may be in time.
Jerry, why was he released?
Because his lawyer pointed out that although he may have been the only man who could have stolen the jewels, according to the police themselves would be forced to alibi him.
You mean because they'd have to swear that he had no chance to hide the real jewels anywhere or to get rid of them?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're on his floor. In the corridor. Hank, he's going into his apartment.
Oh.
Hank! Hank, stop! Quick, hit the floor! Down, you fool!
Hey, you knocked me down.
Lucky for you, I did. Stay away from the door, Pam. We're all right.
I don't think there's going to be any more shots. Our voices would have been heard.
Uh-huh. All right, Hank, get up. Hi. Guess you saved my life. Never mind that now. Come on in. There's no one... Oh, excuse me. Sandra.
I didn't fire any gun. I don't even know how.
But those bullets...
They came from that window behind me. I couldn't see. I was so afraid. I screamed. And, oh, Hank, I love you. I
Suppose
wouldn't
we save all that. We're going to see the man from whom these jewels were stolen, Sandra. Maybe you'll be able to explain to him. Or maybe not.
Well, this is very late, Mr. North. My butler wakes me, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Windle, but we needed your help to clear up this business of the jewels and Spendreth's murder.
Could have waited till morning.
I'm afraid not.
Rubbish. Well, I see the police have released you, Hank.
Yes.
Miss Wendell, is that really news to you?
What?
Or do you usually sleep in pajamas in your suit shoes?
Huh? Oh, that. Well, I hate slippers, you see. Never wear anything. Look here, young woman.
And never mind that. Mr. Windle, the key to the whole problem lies in the murder of Spendreth. Why was he killed?
Mr. North, if you wake me at this hour,
I'll tell you why. Because then Hank would have to play Columbus.
That proves his guilt, doesn't it?
Oh, no, because you see, the police can swear that he's innocent. He would have disposed of the real jewels because he was watched all the time. They would have disposed of the real jewels. Not even some.
I'm sure, Mr. Windle, that's never real jewel.
What? You mad?
No. Remember I said the real key lay in Spendreth. We now can realize he had to be killed. The reason was an expert. Spendreth recognized that the jewels you handed him, Mr. were false.
And we proved that Hank could tell real jewels from false ones in front of Lieutenant White.
Oh, fantastic theorizing.
Hardly. You don't own Arcady. You just manage the place. Therefore, a perfectly sound motive.
Ridiculous.
And there's another reason why we know it isn't all theory. You see, when you tried to kill Hank on his release from jail...
Are you out of your mind?
In order to make sure he didn't stumble on the true explanation, Sandra saw you outside the window.
That's impossible. It was too dark.
That, Mr. Windle, does it. Especially since Sandra really didn't see you.
Home at last. Mr. Wendell's in jail, and Hank and Sandra in love. Oh, it's going to be so good to see.
Mm-hmm. And not so fast, my little prairie flower.
Hmm?
Into the kitchen with you, my love.
Oh, but
It
Jerry...
may be midnight. We may have solved the crime. Other people may be fast asleep or having a late snack. But, darling, we're the North, and so we're a little crazy. And so, by heavens, midnight or not, I'm going to have my breakfast. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtis. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? Music for Mr. and Mrs. North is conducted by Charles Paul. Here's a thrill you can't afford to miss. It's a half hour packed full of laughs, chills, and thrills. Don't miss the new Woodbury comedy mystery program starring Gloria Blondell and Carlton Young over another network starting this Sunday. That's Sunday, October 15th,
for Hollywood Mystery Time. Don't forget, consult your newspaper for time and station. This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Facial Soap, the beauty soap for the skin you love to touch.
You're lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause you're lovely, just the way you look tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you're up against something you can't handle and it has to be kept strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the day after tomorrow, a boy 16 is getting out of a work camp after a year. Instead of trying to get a new start, he swears he's going to do something that'll take him right back there again, or even worse. You've got to help him. You've got to save him from himself. I don't have much money. I'm only 16, too.
Only 16, too. But I'll work the rest of my life paying you if you'll do everything you can to help Eddie. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning at 7 in front of the Lincoln statue in Chelsea Square Park. And it's just signed Emily, George.
Yeah. Chelsea Square Park, huh? Brooksy, that's right in the middle of that slum jungle where those so-called wolf packs have been running wild.
Yes, and kids just about this age.
Always good for an editorial. Young hoodlums, a challenge to society. Well, that's where it usually ends. Brooksy, looks like we're going to be on the job early tomorrow morning.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Brooksy?
Over there, sitting under the statue of Lincoln. There, feeding the pigeons.
Oh, yeah. Looks like our girl, all right. Come on, Angel. Let's see how unlike an editorial we can be when we talk to her.
Now, that's all the crumbs I have. No use hanging around. Go on, scoop, go on.
Emily?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, that's right.
Gosh, I didn't really believe you'd come, and I...
Hello, Emily.
This is Miss Brooks. We work together.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Brooks. If things weren't so terrible for Eddie, I'd feel pretty silly. I don't have anything in the world, and there's no reason for you to help me.
Well, let's just say you write a darn good letter.
Now, what about Eddie, Emily?
He's a boy I know. He gets out tomorrow.
Why was he sent away?
The police found him in a stolen car.
I see.
But he didn't steal it. He thought he was delivering the car to a second-hand dealer for somebody, just to make a little extra money.
Well, didn't he tell that to the police?
No. He just kept insisting over and over that he didn't steal it. He wouldn't even tell me who got him into that trouble. But he says that since everybody is so sure he's no good, he's going to prove they're right. You know what that means.
Oh, now, Emily.
Well, I know Eddie. He's lost his temper a lot of times, and he got into scrapes, but, well, he's not bad, not really.
Emily, you're pretty sure of that, aren't you?
I suppose when you believe in somebody, you just do, that's all.
All right. Now let's see what we can do.
He has no place to go, Mr. Valentine.
What do you mean?
He only has his father, and Eddie was supporting Mr. Prokosh, selling papers.
Yes?
Well, when Eddie was arrested, Mr. Prokosh told him he never wanted to see him again. And Eddie's very proud. He'd never go back home now.
Well, people change a lot in a year.
Do they? My mother and father haven't. They still think Eddie's no good. And even now, when I went to help him, I have to meet you in the park before I go to school.
All right, Emily, suppose you leave Eddie to me.
I'm going to secretarial school now, and in another year I'll start working. And if you don't mind waiting, I could...
suppose you leave that to Mr. Valentine, too.
Then you mean you'll do everything you can?
That and a little more, Emily. Now, suppose we go and have some breakfast so you can tell me all about Eddie. Then I'm going to have a talk with his father.
don't care who you are. I want to hear nothing about my son. I got no son. Now get out of my house.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Prokosh.
Look at me, mister. You see this crippled leg? I got that making honest living. Honest living.
I know. That's dreadful, Mr. Prokosh. But there's still Eddie to think about.
I get few pennies from the company every month. I even bite my tongue and take charity from the Morrissey Association. But better I should hate myself than take one dirty penny my son steals. I don't need it.
But maybe your son needs you.
I told you, lady, I got no son.
Okay, let's just call him another boy, age 16, a boy in trouble and headed for more. But not everybody's sold off in the way you are, his own father.
You know, Mr. Prokosh, you can worry so much about being right that you can be wrong.
Right? Such fancy talk I don't understand.
Hey, Prokosh, I want... Oh. So you got company, eh?
What you want in my house?
Tell these characters a blow. There's something I want you to tell me.
Just who is this imitation Bogart?
His name is Stan Lucas. He's the worst hoodlum of them all.
Look, Pop, Eddie's time's about up. When's he getting out? I gotta know.
I tell you nothing.
You heard me. I gotta know. And you're gonna tell me all right.
You what? Let go. That flashy tie you're wearing. You don't knot it half tight enough, so I'm gonna help you. And it's not good manners for a tough guy like you to be pushing helpless people around.
Stop it, will you?
Now, you see what I mean, Stanley?
George, look out!
I'll take that.
See the kind knife he carries?
Yeah. Not the kind you peel potatoes with. Why, I ought to...
George, let go of him.
I just got one thing to say to you, mister. Stay out of this neighborhood after dark if you want to live.
Which way do you want to go downstairs, on your head or on your feet?
I ain't through with you. You need a Prokosh.
Beat it. Take that collapsible stiletto with you. Let's hope the cops find it on you. Still have nothing to say to us about Eddie, Mr. Prokosh?
Nothing. You see the kind friends he has? I would rather die
We
than...
know.
All right, let's go, Brooksy. There's one more place I'd like to stop before we meet Eddie tomorrow.
What do I know about Eddie Prokosh? Just about everything, Mr. Valentine.
Good. That's why we dropped in to see you, Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Prokosh says you and the Chelsea Square Association have been helping him out every month.
Well, Miss Brooks, we're sort of a political club, as you know. But we believe in really taking care of our own down here.
So I understand.
Naturally, we hope to win votes. But in a tough neighborhood like Chelsea Square, there are other things that are more important.
Giving out turkeys come Thanksgiving and arranging a boat ride in the summer just aren't enough.
Oh, we do much more than that. We cooperate with the police. Even get to the judge when one of our boys gets into trouble. We've been talking about putting up a playground, too.
Well, I could get the bare facts of what happened in juvenile court. But I thought a man like you, whose business it is to know what's going on, could tell us more than that.
We understand Eddie didn't even try to defend himself on that stolen car charge.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm afraid there was very little he could say. He was caught red-handed. Very unfortunate case. But I'm afraid not at all unusual.
Say, tell me, Morrissey, why would a young hooligan like Stan Lucas be interested in knowing when Eddie gets out from the work camp?
Lucas? Oh, that one. There's really a neighborhood problem.
I can imagine.
But Stan's almost a man now. I don't see what he could have had to do with Eddie Prokosh.
Apparently he had a lot to do with him, Morrissey. But it looks as though we won't get the real picture of Eddie till we talk to the boy himself.
Hey, how about a lift, mister, huh? Hey, you going into town? How about a...
Why knock yourself out, kid? I'm going back to town. I'll give you a lift.
What? Oh, I didn't see you parked under that tree.
Hop in, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. What? How did you know my name?
I've been waiting for you, kid. But we'll go into all that later.
Don't listen to Emily. She's just a crazy kid.
And I suppose you're a brainy old man.
Yeah, well, I know what I'm doing. And you can let me off at the next cross and I can get a bus, you know.
No, just keep your shirt on, Eddie.
That kid gets crazy ideas. I know what I'm doing. I don't need anybody's help.
Okay, so you're on your own. Well, let's set it up this way. Look, I live by myself. What do you say we go home and have some chow? You might decide to bunk over with me until you know what you want to do.
I know what I want to do. Hey, mister, you sure you're not a cop?
Well, some of them are my best friends, Eddie, but I don't happen to be one. No, it's just like I said. I had a little talk with Emily while she was feeding the pigeons in the park.
You mean Emily still sits by that statue and... Well, okay, I guess there's no reason why I shouldn't eat your food.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's only one thing a woman likes better than to see a man clean up that last drop of gravy on his plate.
Oh, what's that, Brooksy?
Two men doing the same thing.
Yeah, I sure packed away a lot, didn't I?
That's why I was here, Eddie. Go on, rave some more about my cooking to Mr. Valentine. It may help. See you in the office in the morning, George. Glad to met you, Eddie.
Yeah, me too, Miss Brooks.
Well, thanks, Angel, for being chief cook and bottle washer.
Wait till you see those dirty dishes in the sink. Good night, George.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Eddie?
Thanks a lot for the meal, but I gotta get going now.
No, Eddie, no. You're going to stay right here tonight.
Now, look, I said it.
You're stewing about something. You can't wait to get it out of your system without thinking of the trouble it's going to cause everybody, including yourself.
Will you stop preaching at me? You got no right just because you give me a meal. I'm getting out of here.
Not tonight, you're not. Now, look, kid, give yourself a chance to sleep on it. You may feel differently in the morning.
I'm leaving by that door, so get out of my way. Now, I don't want to have to get tough with you, but...
Yes?
Okay, you asked for it. Sorry, Eddie. Oh.
Asked for it, too.
Oh, what happened?
Just a little judo trick I had to learn once.
Oh.
Yeah, it came in pretty handy in Salerno.
Hey, you mean you were in that fight in Salerno?
That's right. And the guy coming at you wasn't supposed to land on a nice, soft couch like you just did.
Oh.
Well, Eddie, there's no reason why we shouldn't settle down and listen to the fights now. Oh, yes.
What?
When you do go to bed, just remember, I'm a very light sleeper.
So?
So, don't get any fancy ideas about running out on me. Okay, Eddie, time to get up. Hey, Eddie, did you hear me? Rise and shine. Oh, that kid. Say, Eddie, if you want to try my new electric razor, you can... Why, that little... Now, wait. Oh, great. Well, he did leave me a note. That's something. I wasn't asleep like you thought when you went in to take your shower. I even washed the dishes to pay for my room and board. Now, you and Miss Brooks and Emily better stay away from me. You were so anxious to know what I was going to do. Now I can tell you. I'm going to take care of Stan Lucas.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear and tear. Most motorists believe, and quite naturally, that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running. But that's not true. Your car faces its biggest danger when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders starts to work. And that's where RPM motor oil can help you avoid a repair bill. RPM's special compounds keep a rust-proof oil film on all engine parts all the time. Whether your car's running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points. And consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. While you're there, ask for a free copy of Batter Up. It's a wonderful handbook on baseball, a gift to you from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine and to Chelsea Square, a jungle of tenements in the middle of the city and a wolf pack of boys stalking the streets. That's the background for George's present job. The specific challenge to keep 16-year-old Eddie Prokosh from committing a serious crime as he promised.
Good morning, George.
Huh?
Hey, you only shaved on one side of your face this morning.
Okay, so that's the side you can kiss me on. But look, we're in trouble, Angel.
What?
Yeah, playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
All right, darling, take it easy.
He left this little note. He's out on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I've got to stop him somehow, Brooksy. If I only knew where to find him down there in that Chelsea district. What pool hall, what dark alley, what hallway.
And Stan with that knife. What can we do, George?
Well, I'm going to have another talk with Eddie's father. Look, you find Emily.
But where?
Well, she gave us the name of the secretarial school. Call her. Get her to meet you in the park. Maybe she can give us a clue on how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
But Eddie can't do that. He mustn't.
Emily, stop crying.
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Emily, I'm not going to talk to you like a child. If you're old enough to fall in love with a boy, this is no time to let him down.
I know. I know.
You came to us for help. Now we need yours. Can you tell us some of the places where Eddie might be looking for Stan Lucas?
It could be anywhere, but
Yes, dear.
I should have told you this before, but I couldn't. I mean about Stan.
Stan? Did he have anything to do with that stolen car business?
I'm not sure, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
Miss Brooks, you said you weren't going to talk to me like a child. Well, I'm not going to talk to you like I was one either. All this year Eddie was up in that work camp. I've been going around with Stan.
Oh.
But I had to. Everybody does what Stan tells them to. I wasn't afraid just for myself, but what he said he'd do to Eddie when he came out.
Does Eddie know that?
No, you know how men are. And I wouldn't want him to know.
Oh, you poor kid.
Well, what could I do, Miss Brooks? Stan said he could even stop the few dollars Mr. Prokosh gets from the association. And he needs that money to live on.
Stan was just talking. But you don't have to worry about him anymore. Mr. Valentine knows how to take care of him.
I'm only thinking of Eddie. If I could only talk to him. I've got to find him.
Wait, Emily, I'll go with you. We'll both look for him.
All I want to know, Mr. Prokosh, is whether Eddie's been here or not.
He knows better than to come here.
Oh, yeah. And I suppose that makes you a great father. Hey, look, Eddie's wandering around. A few words well chosen might save his whole life. And all he gets is a door slammed in his face.
I got nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I have one more thing to say. Your son's out to kill somebody. Kill. That's the kind of thing you get the big rap for, even a kid of 16.
My Eddie, he would not... First a thief, then a murderer.
Okay, Prokosh, I can't waste any more time on you. A 16-year-old girl had more faith in your son than you have. And I've got to keep faith with her. That stubborn old...
Remember me, big shot?
Well, at least I didn't have to look for you, Stan.
No, you didn't. Because I was looking for you. Jump, boys, jump. Hold against that wall.
Okay, Stan.
Hold him. Twist his arms back, Slim.
Yeah.
I want to do this right.
Hey! No! Oh!
I owe this mug something. Imitation Bogart. You had something to say about my knife, didn't you?
No.
How do you like it now? I ought to carve my initials all over that face of yours.
Hey, don't do it, Stan.
No, I won't do it. It's really going to be a pleasure to work him over so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
I know my diction isn't very good, Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, what's the matter with you? Where are you?
Just about got to the hall phone. Look, you got to do me a favor.
Yeah, sure. But what's wrong with you?
I thought I could keep the police out of a boy's life, but it's way over my head now. I need your help, Lieutenant.
Okay, shoot.
Look, pick up two boys down in Chelsea Square fast. Eddie Prokosh, about 5'8", freckles on his nose, wears a leather jacket. And Stan Lucas, get it?
Stan Lucas, yeah?
He's a dirty, vicious little...
Valentine, you stay where you are.
Don't worry, Lieutenant. I can't help myself. Angel.
George,
I know.
George.
I know what you mean. Guy doesn't look his best in these hospitals.
Oh, darling, your face.
Look, what about Eddie? Did they pick him up?
Yes.
Before he got to stand?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good, good.
Not quite so good.
What happened, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley has Eddie in jail.
Huh?
They found a gun on him.
But if he didn't get to stand,
The
then...
gun was taken from a watchman in a holdup this morning.
Eddie?
No question about that gun.
But, Brooksy, with that guy's record and now this...
I know. But, George, what do you think you're doing? Where are you?
Oh, I'm getting out of here and have a talk with Eddie in jail. Eddie, you gotta talk. What about you and that watchman?
What difference does it make what I say? Nobody will believe me.
Come on, Eddie, come on.
Oh, I bought that gun from Swenson, the pawnbroker, just a couple hours ago.
What?
Yeah, I was going to use it on Stan.
Well, didn't Lieutenant Riley check with the pawnbroker to see if your story was right?
Yeah, sure, but Swenson told him he hadn't seen me since I was sent away.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't be any surprise to me. I should be used to getting framed.
Now, look, you told me the truth, huh, Eddie?
I tell you, I was nowhere near that factory this morning. I was out looking for Stan.
And it was Stan who framed you on that hot car deal.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you say so when you were arrested?
Well, what proof did I have? He would have lied his way out of it. And he wanted to get rid of me so he could have Emily for himself. Yeah, I know all about her going on with him while I was away. One of the kids up at camp told me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Eddie. You got Emily all wrong.
Yeah,
You know why Emily was going out with Stan? She explained all that to Miss Brooks.
I'm not interested.
She was afraid of what Stan would do to you when you got out. And he said he could stop the allowance your father was getting every month.
What? What's that?
You heard me, Eddie. If Emily were giving you a runaround, she wouldn't come to me to keep you from making a darn fool of yourself.
Yeah, but... nobody does anything for anybody unless there's a payoff in it somewhere. Nobody gives a good hoot about me anyway.
Look at me, tough guy. My face, I mean.
Stan and the gang did give you a good going over, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Very artistic job. You think I'd look like this if I didn't give a good hoot about you?
Well,
And I suppose the payoff in this for me is going to be $1 million.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Eddie, we understand each other. Now, I'll show you how much I believe in you. Here, take this.
A knife?
Yeah, that's right. Wolfpack style. A la Lucas.
I don't get it.
I'm going to talk to Lieutenant Riley. And you're going to have a chance to talk to Stan alone in his cell when they bring him in.
You mean you're going to let me loose with him? With this?
That's right, Eddie.
Oh, that'll be just dandy with me.
Now, look. We've got to get Stan to talk, and he's not giving out for the police or for me. You're the only one who can make him talk. Now, you listen closely.
All right, I don't mind playing ball with you, Valentine. I'm all for helping the kid.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
But you realize the spot I'm putting myself in, letting Eddie have a knife when he talks to Stan?
We'll be right next to the cell door.
Go right in, Mr. Morrissey. The lieutenant's waiting for you.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, Morrissey.
How are you, Lieutenant? Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Morrissey.
I see they're keeping you stepping down there at Chelsea Square.
I'm afraid so, but we do our best.
Well, Valentine thought you ought to be in on this Prokosh case. Eddie's one of your boys, you know.
I know.
Yeah, we're going to hear Eddie's side of the story.
And if it sounds convincing, we know you'd want to help.
I'm glad you thought of me.
Okay, let's get going. Sergeant, bring the Prokosh boy to cell 9. We'll be right there.
Okay, Eddie. The lieutenant says you can talk to this guy in 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Well. How'd you get out, Prokosh? You didn't stay out very long, did you?
No, you saw to that, Stan.
Come on, you're talking through your head.
Am I?
You want me to give you regards to anybody when I get bailed out? Emily, for instance?
You're not getting out of here.
What are you doing?
You ought to know this trick. How to hide a knife in your shoe so they don't find it when they search you.
Hey, Eddie, put that thing away.
I've been waiting to catch up with you, Stan.
Look, stay away from me.
You framed me, running those stolen cars. Well, now you're gonna pay for it.
Look, kid, take it easy, will you?
Didn't you?
Look, I didn't mean to frame you, Eddie. It was all a mistake. Help! Somebody help! He's gonna... Stop him!
Yeah, I was looking around for a gun, and sooner or later I'd wind up at Swenson's, so you planted that hot gun there.
Yeah, that's right. But look, kid, help get this guy out of here. You hear me? Get him out of here.
Well, get him out of here, all
He was
right.
trying to murder me. Hey, what are you doing here?
You got a good memory for faces, Stan, especially ones you've been working on.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, it worked. You heard him, didn't you?
Yes, Eddie, we heard everything.
Look what's going on here. You got no...
Shut up.
Mr. Morrissey, get me out of here. I didn't do nothing.
Well, the less you say, the better, Stan.
Look, you can't let them railroad me like that.
I'll do everything I can, same as I would for everyone else from our district.
I guess you're going to stay put, Lucas. And the rest of your gang will be sent to a place where they can learn to do something useful with their lives. Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Isn't it going to be kind of crowded in here for Stan and Mr. Morrissey?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
What do you mean, George?
That was some nice double talk between you and Stan a second ago. The less he says, the better. The better for you meant, didn't you, Morrissey?
Now, look, Lieutenant,
and you, Stan, you said, you can't let them railroad me or I'll...
Well,
or you'd give away the whole works, wouldn't you? Morrissey was the real guy behind the stolen car racket and a lot of other rackets down in Chelsea Square. Morrissey, you were using Stan to bully the other kids into line.
That's why Stan boasted he could cut off the little money Mr. Prokosh was getting from the association.
Well, you don't seem to have much to say, Morrissey.
Everybody knows my reputation.
Oh, yeah, the big power of the neighborhood. Big enough to make Swenson, the pawnbroker, perjure himself so you could be rid of Eddie. I think you can get Swenson to talk now, Lieutenant.
I told you he sold me that gun.
You got this all wrong, Valentine. This Lucas boy here has caused all kinds of trouble. If he tries to implicate me, surely no one is going to believe him.
Morrissey, you're not going to walk out and leave me holding the bag. Valentine is right. I got lots of proof.
Keep quiet, you little rat.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? On second thought, it wouldn't be safe to leave them both in the same cell.
Mr. Valentine, what's that saying about an old fool?
Well, I don't know about that saying, Mr. Prokosh. Why not settle for another one? Better late than never.
Except for you, I would have made a terrible mistake. Thank you.
George, come here.
Oh, what is it, Brooksy?
Look down there out of the window.
Huh?
There's Emily and Eddie sitting on the stoop.
Oh, yeah. Offhand, I'd call that romance, Angel.
And offhand, I remember a saying, too. Speak for yourself, John, if you know what I mean.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. The merry month of May means a merry vacation for a lot of folks. And if you're one of them, here's the way to start out safe as well as happy. Just make sure your car gets a vacation check at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Do this a day or two before you start out. When the men at these service stations inspect your tires, battery, crankcase oil, spark plugs, all the vital parts, they give your car the same thoroughgoing care they'd give their own. While you're getting this important vacation check, get a new keyless gas cap, too. It has a simple combination lock, no key to lose. And it guarantees your gasoline is safe from theft during your vacation trip and whenever you park your car. Keyless, self-locking gas caps are another better motoring item available at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd never open your eyes.
Oh, why doesn't somebody turn that radiator off? It's hissing.
We're back in the manlock at the tunnel, George.
Huh? Oh, what happened?
Well, you were down here this morning, and you must have come up too quickly, and you got the bend.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Then coming up, and then everything went blank.
There was another accident in the tunnel.
What? Oh, hey, I'm beginning to remember a few things now. And I'm pretty sure I know what causes these accidents. Brooksy, quick, help me over to that phone.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Mary Lou Harrington as Emily, Jay Novello as Dr. Prokosh, Tommy Cook as Eddie, Tony Barrett as Stan, and Herbert Butterfield as Morrissey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. The Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. And now, the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Oh, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Hey, wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful. Don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
That's $75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice the label?
DuPont Brothers. Yeah. Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the coat.
No. I'll take it, Haynes.
Yeah. You got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No. What'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
You want to tell him that?
There's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Bonnie, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Renault ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
I want you to know, Bonnie, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Renault ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. Bonnie, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Renault.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bonnie, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. It was a very fine piece of work, Bonnie.
Listen, Renault, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out.
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
Well, that's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. It's something I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Renault.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes.
No.
When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you.
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Renault, keep Leonard away from him. He'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Well, help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Did you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is let me borrow your key.
I know. I told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep, sorry.
All right. Then I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
And not if it's going
No,
to...
forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And
them.
I say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to yourself.
Good mind.
Shut
up! Help! Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it.
Now take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
No, I shouldn't do this, George. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry, it's...
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes.
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
Funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Pop. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot, Pop. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, it's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
What's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth 20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Well, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted to praise.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police?
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
As I understand, that gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renaud?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renaud. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you, neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Reno!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
You better take a slug of this, Mike.
No, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I knew Renaud was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renaud you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Waring.
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renaud told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renaud made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I'll find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renault get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with a yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out. Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
What's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what'd you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring. This is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
He's still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, pals, or you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, that wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Now, don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not...
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal.
Get down, Waring.
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't mean to frighten you, folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this Falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
Well, he's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie?
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you'd care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well,
I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie, and wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
If you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I had my fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box, Waring, and I'm not clouding.
Why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? I'm darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. This is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do. Oh.
Did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer? Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see a girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend Georgia must still be wondering what happened to me.
Oh, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only two guys in town who are left holding the bag.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue. Take the wheel, sailor. Steady as she goes.
What's the matter? You tired? Want to get some sleep?
I'll sleep in Havana. Right now, I want to stand back and admire those jeans you bought in Key West.
You twisted my arm. Like them?
I don't know. I kind of have my heart set on something with fringe, something frilly and feminine.
Well, they've got copper rivets. How frilly can you get?
I don't know about you, sailor. You begged me for a week to take you on a shopping trip. You finally wheedled me into it.
Wheedle, he says. I'd darn your socks, do KP. If we had a lawn, you'd have had me mowing it. So what's wheedle?
So I made you earn your money. What do you do with it? Buy a pair of cowboy pants.
You picked them out yourself. You said they did something for me.
They do, sailor. They do. And for me, too. Hey, wait a minute. Not searchlight.
Because you want me to walk up and down for you? So you can admire me some more?
Oh, there's something out there on the water drifting through the mist. Turn it on, sailor.
Aye, aye.
Swing it over to starboard. Yeah. It's a lifeboat just drifting.
People in it, Slate. They're lying there huddled in a heap.
Pull up alongside, sailor, quick. Bring her in close. Ahoy! Ahoy!
They can't answer you, Slate.
Yeah. Hold her tight, sailor. I'm going to board her. Steady. Closer. A little closer. Okay, cut your motors.
What's wrong, Slate? What's the matter?
4 men, machine gun, dead.
Slate, come back.
Whoever did it tried to sink them. Boat's riddled, too. Look at those rips in her topside. Stuffed up with bloody pieces of clothes. Ragged. One of them must have lived a little while.
Who does things like that?
Here's a packet of hardtack lying here. Stenciled Mary Kay. Throw me a line, sailor. We just bought ourselves a funeral.
Gibson?
Oh, good morning, Buck. Grab yourself a chair. You got something for me, Buck?
$105 bills, 50 $10 bills, new, crisp, and American. Here.
Hold on to the dough till we get outside.
In the bank, when I changed the money into clean bills, the clerk asked me how I came by such filthy currency.
And you put a finger to your trim mustache and told him what?
That I was a rent collector in the barrio. I can arrange for another shipment very shortly.
I can use some more money.
The simplicity of it. Refugees who get somehow into Cuba, then want to sneak into the States at $500 per sneak. Load them on a Mary Kay, sail the boat in circles for a few hours, tell the people that we are near Key West, put them in a lifeboat, shoot them, sink the lifeboat. No trace back to us, the American phrase is it not?
No trace back. It'll do.
Take your places in line, senorita. There are many who have priority over you.
Now, look, Chico, I told you the harbor police sent us over.
Once around you, Senor Shannon, all these people who wait have tried to seduce from me a hearing with the Port Authority, each with his own feeble excuse. They sit, they wait. You will do the same.
Get off your fat desk, Chico. Maybe you can convince easier. Off your...
Put him down, Slate. I've got a better way.
This matter of manhandling an official. However, thank you for your kindness, senorita.
We found a lifeboat drifting in the Caribbean with 4 dead men in it.
I pity for your limpid eyes to gaze upon such things.
And the packet marked Mary Kay?
The Mary Kay. You saw this? You are proof positive?
Better than that. We'll accept no substitutes. Not even for you, Chico. Get us to your boss.
Of course, naturally. One moment. Immediately.
See how easy it is, Slate?
Yeah. I wish I had limp eyes.
Limp it.
I'll put it in your diary, sailor, how a blown-up little man once said to you.
Please to go in your boss. Senor Estrella will speak to you of your mother.
Troika, sailor, he did peachy.
It might spoil him for somebody else. Come on.
Senor Buck, here is Alfredo Vincenti. Listen well, senor. 2 are here, Shannon and Duval. They are heavy with knowledge of the Mary Kay. Excelente. And for me, $100 will be a joy. It is of no moment to me what you do to them. Forever thank you, Senor Buck.
What you tell me is most interesting, Senor Shannon.
4 dead men in a boat, senor, shot to death.
Interesting.
When I turned the boat over to the harbor police, I told them I thought the men had been machine gunned to death. They agreed.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty interesting. 4 dead men, machine-gunned, drifting around in the middle of the ocean. Let's go, Slate. We're boring the man.
Please, senorita.
The lady's right. What do we have to do to get a rise out of you?
Just tell me about this small carton here.
The hardtack?
The hardtack, senor. I mean the words printed on the carton.
The Mary Kay? Look, how much do you have to explain to the Port Authority? The Mary Kay is the name of a boat.
Named the Mary Kay.
I know. Now I will tell you something. 1 year ago, the Mary Kay left Havana for Hanoi. She picked up a load of unbleached linen at San Domingo. And what I'm going to tell you next, senorita, this will be interesting.
I doubt it, but go ahead.
The Mary Kay has not been heard of since.
Why don't you try to get some rest, Slade? You haven't slept since we left Key West.
That eats me. It eats me why 4 men are machine-gunned in an open boat. Left to burn in the sun. Left to the seagulls.
Don't think about it anymore. We've done all we can do.
4 guys with their mouths open in a scream, screaming across an empty sea. Nobody to hear them.
The authorities have got it, Slade. Let them keep it. It belongs to them.
Yeah. It interests them. Isn't that what the man said? That it interested him?
That was just his way of saying it bothered him. 4 dead men off a boat that hasn't been heard of in a year. There aren't many words for that.
Could have shed an official tear, had a catch in his throat. Whatever is the standard operating emotion when 4 men die who didn't want to die.
It's in their hands, Slate. Don't try to take it away from them. It might hurt you more.
I've seen men dead like that. In a war. Never on a tropical sea. That's for living like you dreamed. For reaching out your hand.
I know. It's for what I've got. Well, what can I do, Slate, to wash that look out of your eyes?
Hey, the door to my office is closed, Buster. It's Cricket here to knock first.
I'm certain you will forgive me because tragedy does not wait to knock upon the door.
We've got our own troubles, mister. Settle yours somewhere else.
This thing of the Mary Kay has brought anguish to all of us, has it not, Miss Alphys?
What do you know about the Mary Kay?
Only that 6 months ago, my brother booked passage on her. Was never seen again.
That's impossible. The Mary Kay was reported lost at sea a year ago.
This is not so. 6 months ago, my brother boarded her.
Let's take her to the cops. Things like this interest them. They tell me.
Please, hear me out. My brother was a refugee, illegally in this country, trying to gain entry into the States illegally, on the Mary Kay. I am in all ways like my brother.
Now we know why you can't go to the police. That leaves
the question of why I am here. To take you to a man who knows everything of the Mary Kay. To ask you to plead with him for a morsel about my brother. To ask him if my brother's destiny was similar to the man whom you found.
Huh? How'd you know about that?
In the barrio, in the place of the lost and the not wanted, word comes to us. You scavenge for it. You will come with me to the Cafe Pollo, where he is. Both of you?
Just me. I'll need her to come back to.
My friend will be delighted to see you, Mr. Shannon.
I'm happy to be a friend. Still haven't told me who he is.
His own identification he will reveal. I am not at liberty. Please, in here. He is here, my captain.
Captain of what?
Captain Dana. Sit down, Shannon.
Oh, thanks. You're going to tell me about the Mary Kay?
Sure. I'll pour your coffee for you, Shannon. You like coffee?
I could use some. Yeah, it's fine coffee.
Oh, I once sailed aboard up the Orinoco. I brought all the coffee beans back with me the boat would hold. My captain is a gentleman of exquisite taste.
You said you sailed a boat. Your own?
My own. A schooner.
Named the Mary Kay?
Uh-huh. Isn't that delightful?
Oh. Mary Kay. Yeah, open a window. You. Hey, I'm talking to you. Open it.
Something wrong, Mr. Shannon?
Stuffy. Let's see. What about the Mary Kay, Captain? Tell me.
You found a boat, Shannon. That boat was off my ship.
It couldn't be. Mary Kay. Not heard from for a year. Sunk, probably.
Not sunk. She's lying in a cove down the coast.
What?
You're beginning to look like a man who hasn't had it too easy, Shannon.
Huh? Something in that coffee. Doped me.
Don't fight it, Shannon.
Gotta get out of here. Here, got it.
Must not let him, Captain. Don't worry about it. What Shannon needs is some nice sea air. My captain is so understanding.
Now back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Lady Sailor, she go on buying spree to get for herself some finery. She pose and she strut, then she cry in her throat, for in the ocean sea are 4 dead in a boat. She cried to Mr. Slate, what do they there? These dead men sailing in the cold, cold air. Mr. Slate, he say, we ask authority, for such things are no man's destiny.
That's just about the way he said it, King.
I know how Mr. Slate feel inside about such things. That's why I try to give it song.
You're good, King. You ought to go into the business.
The business of explaining people to themselves? I do not own a doctor's couch. All I have in the world is a guitar and a calypso song.
And Slate and me.
Yes, and Mr. Slate and Lady Sailor. But one of you is now missing.
That man was taking him to the Cafe Pollo. He said that...
I know the Cafe Pollo.
Oh? What about it, King?
Only that if men do not return from it in a proper interval of time, they should be called for.
You're telling me
to go find Mr. Slate, to bring him back.
Yeah. The joint doesn't run so good without him, does it? Keep a light in the window for us, King.
You
are looking for something, Miss Duvel? Refreshment, perhaps?
The Slate. Where is he?
It is a world of coincidences, my Miss Duvel.
I'll take it up with you later. Right now, all I want is Slate.
A world of coincidences because I was about to go looking for you.
So I saved your trolley fare. That wins me a prize. Slate Shannon.
A woman like you. Any man in the world would grovel at your feet, and all you want is...
Because he doesn't grovel. Slate came here with you because you wanted help about your brother on the Mary Kay. When he left here, did he tell you where he was going?
No. But I will take you to him.
I'll find him myself.
I will take you to him, Miss Duvel. This gun in my coat pocket says you cannot deny me this moment.
Huh?
This gun.
Oh, that's what I like about you. You're so helpless. Lead on, gun.
How do you feel, Shannon? Is the air kissing your back with us?
What'd you put in that coffee?
Recipe my galley cook taught me. Good, huh?
I had better, and Leia laid me up for 3 days. They thought I was dead.
Don't get eager, Shannon. This time you'll be dead for real.
From the lousy coffee?
From bullets from this Tommy gun.
Like what you did to the 4 men I found in your lifeboat, huh?
Just like that. Only this time nobody finds anything.
You want me to ask you why? All right. See? I'm asking why.
Good question. Because when you found that lifeboat, found it was off the Mary Kay, you became a refugee.
Like those other people at the other end of this boat?
Just like that. Except they pay me $500 a head to die. You get yours for nothing. Free.
They think they're going to America. You can't do that to those people. They've scraped, they've begged, they've cried against alley walls. What happened to you, Dana? And what slime did you get sick?
I'm generous. I'm going to take these poor hulks aboard the Mary Kay, give them a break. Sail them around a little. Let them get a sniff at what they've been dreaming about.
Listen to me, you people. They'll kill you. You'll never get what you want.
You're talked out of turn, Shannon.
Get back, you filth. Get back.
You want to see the Mary Kay, don't you? That's good. Just be nice little refugees, and Captain Dan'll find you home.
Down those steps, into the hold.
After you.
I said down those steps.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry about that entrance. I was pushed.
Lady, of these 4 of us, the rest, they do not understand your speech. Only I. The other one, the one in the corner, speaks nothing.
What are you doing here?
Nearing the end of a dream. They're going to America.
You mean you're entering the States illegally?
For the same $500 which you have paid. Sit down with us and...
One of your friends sounds like he's getting paradise the hard way.
The one in the corner?
Oh, my head. Where am I?
Slate! Slate, this is Sailor. What happened to you?
Sailor, how did you get here?
If I'd have known that man was taking me to you, I'd have gone quietly. He wouldn't have needed a gun.
What man?
Our boy who took you to the Cafe Pollo.
You followed me, huh? You know what you got yourself into?
I know.
This is the Mary Kay. It's a phantom ship. Lives in this rotting cove. Sails to sea with people without passports. It gives them to the sea. Dead.
Those people are refugees? Those 4 over there watching us?
Yeah. The only difference is we get to ride free.
You people down there, we're setting sail. Just relax. It'll take no time at all.
It's going to be tough, Sailor. Getting them to believe us. They've been promising America to themselves for who knows how long.
You've got to make them understand. That one's Slate, the tall man in the leather jacket. He's the only one who speaks English.
Let's try. You, mister.
Laszlo Vanek.
Slate Shannon. Mr. Val tells me you speak English.
Poorly.
You got an idea you're going to America. You're wrong.
What are you saying?
The men who sail this boat are lying to you. They've taken your money. They're going to load you in a boat. They're going to spray you with machine gun bullets.
Please, slowly.
They're going to kill all of us and dump us into the ocean.
We go to America.
You'll never see it, Vanek.
A jest. A trick.
Call it anything you like, mister. You don't believe what I'm telling you? Ducks. You, me, your friends, Mr. Val, dead ones.
There's sincerity in your face. However, we cannot turn aside a dream for that.
Look, listen to me. Yesterday, 4 men were picked up at sea. They were in a small boat.
I have knowledge of this from the newspaper.
That boat was off this schooner.
You're lying.
Off this boat, the Mary Kay. By the time I get you to believe it, it'll be too late. I need your help.
It's so close to America.
You've never been further away.
He would kill you if you lied.
I'd expect you to.
Speak some more to me.
In a little while, that door up there will open. A man will come through. He'll probably have a Tommy gun.
Good people, lucky people, stand up. On your feet. Perhaps you did not understand me. I shall repeat myself.
Just tell us once what you're doing with that Tommy gun in your hands.
Keep your lovely lips shut, Mr. Webb.
That Tommy gun makes you a big man, doesn't it, Buck? Why don't you answer the lady?
Just stand aside, Shannon. I'm talking to these people. I am their friend.
They tell us they are our friends. They tell us you are not. They tell us you wish to kill us.
Up those steps. Tell the others quickly.
Just quick enough.
Get the
You got a good aim, sailor. He's not going to make much noise with your handkerchief in his mouth.
And tell him not to chew it into shreds. It's the only one I got with my initials on it.
Now what, Mr. Shannon?
Now pick up that gun.
Yes. And now?
We're going on deck. You and your people will take care of the crew.
And you?
I want Dana all to myself.
What do I do?
Up on deck, there's going to be a Tommy gun, sailor. It sprays bullets. You stay here. Find something heavy and amuse Bach with it.
You say so. Bucky, old boy, it's just you and me. If you blink an eyelash, I'm going to let you have it right where you think.
That's my sailor. Come on, Vanek. There's the wheel shelter, Vanek. There's a man up forward. You're on your own.
Good luck, Mr. Shannon.
Yeah. That's you, Buck? They loaded? No, they're not loaded.
Shannon. Well.
Now, who's going to be sorry for who?
Now, tell me what happened.
That happened. They're throwing your crew into the ocean, my captain. Before you try to find the gun, try this first.
I like it better this way. Any way you want it.
Yeah, I'll pass it on. Your trip's over, Captain.
The boat's in our hands, Mr.
Good.
Shannon.
We'll head her back to Havana.
No. This we cannot do. We have come too far to turn back. You will take the power launch and return to Havana. We will take our chances.
I'll pick you up. You'll never make it.
We will take our chances.
Okay. Suit yourself. How'd you make out, sailor?
3 hits, no errors. How about you?
I'll tell you about it on the way home.
Well, Slade?
Well, what?
I've been standing in front of you for 10 minutes at parade rest. Haven't you noticed anything?
Let me look. Oh, you're wearing fingernail polish.
Notice anything else?
Shoes with heels.
That's right. Keep trying.
Oh, you mean the dress? I didn't notice.
If you wore one, I'd notice.
Oh, you've seen one dress, you've seen them all, I always say.
Oh, is that what you always say? I always
Come
say.
here. Why do you always talk so much?
A girl likes to call attention to herself. Why do I always talk so much?
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
All right, Inspector Faraday, you wanted me here in headquarters questioning. Here I am, and I know some wonderful answers.
Well, Blackie, they better be good.
Well, first you answer one question for me. Why am I here?
The Worthington pearls have been stolen. That's why you're here.
Faraday, really, I'm disappointed in you. Your reason is the same old stuff.
I don't say you stole the pearls. I'm just not taking any chances. I'm rounding up every suspect in town.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm glad you didn't slight me.
Well, I'm giving you a good going over. I got men searching your apartment now, and I'm going to have you searched, too.
Promise you won't tickle?
Now, look, be a nice boy, will you, and behave yourself. Take off your coat.
A whistle, a waltz. I take off things better that way.
Hold it.
My coat?
You know what I mean. Hello?
Inspector, there's a telephone call for Blackie. Can you take it?
I suppose so. I'll put him on. Here, Blackie, it's for you. Make it snappy.
It's probably Mary Wesley wanting to know what case I'm solving for you now.
You never did anything for me but make trouble.
Quiet, Faraday. I don't want Mary to know that I'm on speaking terms with you. Hello.
Here's your call, Blackie.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie?
Yeah?
Blackie, it's Shorty.
Well?
Hey, look, boss, I stopped up at your place again today, and the joint's full of cops.
I know, but I was going to have the place repainted anyhow. Hey, what do you want?
Look, boss, well, what's up? What do they got you in a jug for?
There's nothing to worry about, Shorty. Faraday's after the Worthington pearls, that's all.
What did you say?
And this will give you a laugh. He's going to search me for the pearls right now.
Hey, Blackie, you got your raincoat with you?
Of course I have. It's raining out, isn't it? Why do you ask?
Why? Because if you look in the left-hand pocket of your raincoat, you'll find the Worthington pearls there. That's why.
And now Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
I'm trying to be patient.
What are you so happy about, Blackie?
Well, I'm glad to see you do something to earn your salary. You're actually making a job out of searching my clothes.
Well, stop looking so smart, wise guy. I never said you had the pearls.
But you're searching me for them. Oh, don't forget the trouser linings there.
I don't need any help from you.
Since when?
All right, genius. Put your clothes back on.
What? No valet service?
Come on. Here's your coat.
Now, help me on with it, will you, Faraday? And don't look so unhappy. I could have told you in the beginning you wouldn't find the Worthington pearls on me.
I'm not through yet. You brought a raincoat with you. Where is it?
I brought a raincoat? What makes you think so?
I saw you, that's what. There it is on the chair. No, I hope I don't find the pearls in this coat. I don't want you around here giving our jail a bad name.
I'll be glad to help you find them.
I said I didn't need your help. Uh-huh. What's this? In the right-hand pocket of the raincoat?
My wristwatch. I was taking it to the jeweler's to have it fixed. Open the box. You'll see.
Yeah, just a watch.
Take a good look at it, Faraday. I've always said you didn't know what time it was.
Well, it's time I convinced you you're not so smart, Blackie. I know that.
Hurry up and finish searching my raincoat, will you?
Nothing in the lining.
No.
Or in the collar.
No.
Uh-huh. The left-hand pocket, huh?
What's in it, Faraday?
There's nothing in it. Take this moth-eaten raincoat and get out of here.
Thanks.
What are you turning up the collar for?
To keep the rain off my neck, and you to match. Thanks for the lift, George. I'll take you up on something, too, someday.
Yeah, on my day off. Oh, hiya, Blackie. I got here as soon as I could. Just like you told me on the phone.
That's fine, Shorty.
I sort of got here too soon. I couldn't get in the apartment.
Look, Short, when you have some fast explaining to do. How did those stolen pearls turn up in my raincoat pocket?
Oh, gee, boss, they were there, huh?
Well, you ought to know. You told me.
Oh. I hate to hear the answer to this one, boss. What did Inspector Faraday say when he found him?
He didn't find them.
Yeah, that's what I... Huh? He didn't find him?
No. Now, tell me how I happen to have them in the first place.
Well, you see, it all goes back to before the first place, boss. You remember the morning when it was raining and I borrowed your raincoat?
Yes.
Well, I didn't want to get your raincoat too wet, so I ducked in at Thatcher's rendezvous. And who should shoulder up beside me but Duke Butcher?
I don't like that.
Oh, no, boss, I like that. Because Duke Butcher ain't looking for me.
Then I like that.
No, boss, I don't like that. Because when I get outside and put my hand in your raincoat pocket, what comes up but the Worthington pearls, which is unloaded on me by Duke Butcher.
Well, do you like that or don't you?
Well, I don't like it, boss, because you ain't there, and when I get back, so I can tell you that you got the pearls in your pocket. But I do like it that Inspector Faraday didn't find them.
Well, he hasn't found them yet.
You like that, huh?
I don't like it, Shorty, because until Faraday finds them, Duke Butcher is going to think that you have them. And let's not worry about it. Let's do something about it.
Yeah, it's a good idea, boss, because Duke is sure going to come around to me asking for them pearls.
Well, let's go into the apartment. Maybe we can get an idea.
Okay. Well, we better work fast, too, boss.
Why?
Well, Duke is looking to get the pearls from me. Whiny Scanner's looking to get the pearls from Duke. And the cops is looking to get them from everybody.
Maybe I'll be looking for them myself before we're through.
Boss, don't you know where they are?
All right, both of you mugs, reach.
Blackie, it's Duke.
Hello, Duke.
There we are, Blackie. I don't mind the sight of blood if it's somebody else's.
Boss, don't pull with Duke. He ain't very sociable.
Well, if he were, Shorty, he'd know it's not polite to point at his host, especially with a gun.
Right now, I'm playing host.
Bad casting. What do you want?
Shorty hasn't told you, huh?
Oh, the pearls.
Yeah, the pearls. Okay, Shorty.
Just a minute, Duke. Shorty doesn't have the pearls.
How do you know?
He gave them to me.
For safekeeping, huh? So you could hand them back to me. All right, let's have them.
Sorry, I don't have them either.
Quit stalling.
I'm not stalling, Duke. I just don't have the pearls.
I got ways of finding out about that. Don't get too close to me, Blackie. I know your tricks. Come on, take off your clothes.
Oh, not that again.
Come on, toss over your coat, but gently.
All right.
Stand right where you are. Toss your coat over to me. Easy now.
Okay.
And it's going to be just too bad for both of you guys if I don't find the pearls.
All right, Duke. Here's my coat. Catch it.
Hey, I said, hey.
Good shot, boss. You're going to hit him right in the face.
All right, away from me. Drop that gun.
Stop it. You're breaking my arm. Stop it.
Let go of that gun.
Well, all right.
Pick up his gun, Shorty, and keep it out of his reach.
I got it, boss.
I don't need a gun to take care of you, Blackie.
No? What do you bet?
Hey, you want me to hit him with something, boss?
No. Okay, Shorty. I can handle him. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, boy, Blackie. Nothing in this room could have hit him any harder than that last punch of yours.
He ought to be out for a little while.
Yeah. Well, what do we do with him?
That depends on how friendly he is after he wakes up. Uh-oh.
Oh, gee, boss, I wonder who that is.
We might try answering it to find out.
Well, what do you say?
I say, who's there?
It's Faraday.
Faraday. Wow.
You can say that again.
I'm too scared. We got Duke in here. I'm cold.
Just a minute, Faraday. I'll be right with you.
Hurry it up. I don't have all day.
Listen, Shorty. While Duke's still unconscious, tie him up and gag him.
Yeah?
And then run over to the garage and get the car.
Oh, okay, boss, but What are you going to do with Faraday?
I'll keep him outside in the hall. Or better still, I'll take him downstairs to the restaurant.
Okay.
I'll meet you back here in half an hour.
Okay, boss. You leave everything to me. I can handle it. Shh. Oh, sure, man.
Well, it's about time, Blackie.
You don't want to come into an untidy apartment, Inspector.
Hey, who you shoving?
You.
Listen, I want to talk to you inside.
I want to listen to you outside.
What are you hiding in there?
6 stolen elephants and a giraffe, and we can't open the windows or the pigeons will fly out. Now, be a nice boy, will you? And come back some other time, Faraday, please.
Now, listen, Blackie. You be square with me. I'll be square with you.
But you have a head start at being square, and I do mean head.
Now, look, Blackie, I came up here to...
All right, Faraday, all right. I'm sorry.
Well, then be sorry enough to tell me what you know about the Worthington pearls.
I didn't steal them. I don't have them, period.
But you know something about them.
Question mark?
All right, question mark. You know something about them?
That's better. Yes, I do. Come on down to the restaurant, and I'll try to forget it's impolite to eat and talk at the same time.
For 1/2 hour you talked down in that restaurant, Blackie. I still don't know what you said.
That's because you weren't listening, Faraday.
It's because you gave me double talk. Look, now come on out with it, or I go into your apartment and stay till you do.
I told you all I know.
But you told me nothing.
Then I've told you all you know, too.
Okay, then. I'm coming into your apartment and I'm staying.
Don't think you're not welcome, Inspector, because you're not.
This gets me a lot of places I'm not welcome.
Oh, Faraday, put that gun away, please. You'll hurt yourself.
Come on, let's go inside.
All right. But one of us is going to be awfully sorry.
I don't doubt it. Open up.
After you.
You first.
Faraday, one of these days, I'm really going to be mixed up in something, and you're going to be so stunned from the shock that you'll let me get away with it.
You're lucky you're not already in... Well, Blackie.
Now, what the... Wow.
You should have been an actor, Blackie. You actually look surprised. What's Duke Butcher doing lying on the floor over there with a knife in his chest?
I don't know, and I'm sure he's too dead to tell us, Inspector.
All right, Blackie. No wonder you didn't want me in here. I'm taking you down to headquarters.
Listen,
Let's go.
Faraday, listen. Duke is the reason I didn't want you to come in here, but when I left, he was just knocked out, unconscious.
Blackie, I'm not listening, which shows you how smart I'm getting.
Look, Shorty was going to tie Duke up while I took you downstairs. And then we were going to dump him with his pals, but very much alive.
He isn't tied up now, and he isn't alive. He's dead. You're going down to headquarters.
All right, Inspector. But let me get my head...
Oh, no, you don't. This time, no tricks.
Why, Inspector?
This is one time you're not going to blow anything in my face, pull any rugs out from under me, throw anything at me, or make any telephone calls, or anything else.
Well...
You're not going to get away from me this time, Blackie. I've got you right where I want you. For murder. Well, they say murder will out. And believe me, now that it is out, you're in.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Duke Butcher stole the Worthington pearls and was forced to unload them into Boston Blackie's raincoat. Later, Blackie, while wearing his raincoat, was searched by Police Inspector Faraday. But Blackie had been warned that the pearls were in his pocket, and Faraday mysteriously failed to find the stolen goods. Still later, Duke Butcher came to Blackie's apartment, demanding the pearls from Shorty. There was a fight, and Butcher was knocked out. Faraday arrived, but Blackie took him downstairs to give Shorty a chance to get rid of Butcher. A half hour later, Faraday and Blackie returned and find Duke Butcher still in Blackie's apartment, but murdered. As we continue our story, Faraday prepares to take Blackie down to headquarters.
All right, Blackie. Come on, let's go.
Won't you at least let me get my raincoat, Faraday?
I said no tricks this time.
Well, then you get my raincoat for me. What do you say?
I say ha-ha, so you'll get a little wet. Come on. I've got a gun on you now. I'm going to keep it on you, and you're going to get moving.
All right, Faraday. But if I go out into the rain without my coat, get wet, and die of pneumonia before you can send me to the electric chair, you'll be sorry.
Yeah, I'm practically crying.
I'll get your handkerchief.
Get going, Blackie.
You first?
You first. I've got my gun sticking right in your back.
A little higher, Faraday, and move it up and down a little bit. Oh, I like that.
I said move.
All right, I'm moving.
You're pretty helpless when I don't give you a chance to pull one of your tricks, aren't you? Come on, move. This is one time you're not getting away.
I figure this is one time he is.
Well,
Drop your gun, copper. What's sticking in your back ain't no Tootsie Roll.
Okay, I dropped it.
That's the way to keep living, copper.
Well, Blackie, I guess you win. But you had to have help from one of your pals.
I've never seen this guy before in my life.
What?
And I don't want you turning around to look at me, copper. I think you could use some sleep.
Look, if you think I'm...
Well, I appreciate your motives, pal, but aren't your methods a little rough? The inspector's head isn't as hard as it looks.
You're sleeping off.
But when he wakes up, he won't laugh it off. Thanks, though.
I didn't slug that copper to do you any favors, Blackie. Let's go.
Where to?
I figure maybe you'd like a little ride in the country.
A ride in the country? Well, that's good for the health, I hear.
Yeah, generally. What's going to happen to you is going to make a monkey out of whoever said that.
My, what a lovely day for a ride in the country.
Enjoy yourself while you can. When you find out who I am and why I want you, you won't be so happy.
How long do I have to wait for that exciting news?
When we get to where we're going.
You're sure we're going to get there?
Look, Blackie, you might as well know it now. I can look in that rear view mirror, too. I see your pal Shorty following us.
Oh, well, in that case, this is getting to be a little serious.
I saw Shorty behind us the minute we pulled away from your apartment. He's just driven up. I'll take care of him.
What now, pal?
See that little village up ahead?
Yeah?
When we get into it, I'm going to stop. Your pal Shorty's going to stop, too, a block behind us. He'll figure he's playing it smart.
So?
So I was going to pick up a couple of friends of mine in the village. But I'll send them back to ride with your pal Shorty instead.
And then?
Then we'll have Shorty join us at my place. It's going to be a nice little party.
A party, huh? Well, why don't we go back to my apartment first and make this sort of a progressive party?
Don't worry, Blackie. I'm making all the progress I need.
Oh, brother.
Oh. Hey, Blackie. Blackie, you all right?
I think so, Shorty. I think so.
Yeah. Hey, boss, where are we? So dark, I can't see nothing but nothing.
In a room in a farmhouse, Shorty.
Hey, boss, that pop in the head he gave me must have paralyzed me. I can't move nothing.
You're probably tied up, Shorty. I am.
Oh, yeah. I can feel the ropes. Oh, that's different, yeah. Boy, do I feel bad.
Whoever these mugs are, they certainly don't know who I am. I'll have us under these ropes so fast it'll make your head...
Hey, boss, the guy what brung you out here, you don't know who he is?
I didn't ask him.
He's whitey scamming. No nice guy.
Oh, I should have guessed that. He's after the Worthington pearls.
Well, sure he is, Blackie. He knew Duke Butcher stole them. Maybe he knew Butcher unloaded them on me, and that I gave them to you.
That's fine.
Gee, Blackie, I'm sure sorry I let Scanlon's hoods grab me. I was following you, so maybe I could give you some help.
Well, we'll get out of here somehow, Shorty. Uh-oh. Here comes Scanlon.
Hey, boss, if you can, I think you better give him the pearls.
I
Whitey
can't give him...
Scanlon is well known by one know for not caring what he does to a guy.
I can't give him the pearls, Shorty.
Why not?
I'll tell you later.
What'll you tell him later?
A bedtime story, Scanlon.
Hope your boys don't mind the dark.
Well, we can see if it isn't bad.
Still a wise guy, ain't you, Blackie?
Big boys with little guns don't frighten me, Scanlon.
Oh, Shorty told you who I am, huh?
And I know what you want, too. The Worthington pearls.
You give up quicker than I thought you would. Hand them over, I'll let you go.
I can't do it.
Look, I know you haven't.
And what if I don't?
Well, we'll see how your pal Shorty here looks in black and blue.
Don't let him scare you with that, boss. I don't bruise so easy.
Gonna hand over the pearls, Blackie?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if I kick Shorty around a little, it'll help you to find out.
I I owe you one for that, Scanlon. And believe me, I'll pay you off. But don't kick him again.
That didn't hurt me none, boss. Don't tell him nothing.
You better tell me everything, Blackie. The next one will hurt.
Okay, Scanlon. I'll tell you where the pearls are, but you'll have to worry about how to get them.
Where are they?
At police headquarters.
You're lying.
Blackie, you said Inspector Faraday didn't find them.
He didn't, Shorty. Before he got around to searching my raincoat, I sneaked the pearls into the tobacco jar on Inspector Faraday's desk.
Okay, Blackie, you put them in police headquarters, now you get them out.
I can't. If I show my face in police headquarters, I'll be looking through bars for the next 10 years.
Then figure out a way for me to get them out of Faraday's tobacco jar. Or I go to work on Shorty again.
I'm kicked, boss. Nothing you can do.
Wait a minute. You're from out of town, aren't you, Scanlon?
Somewhat.
So I don't think Faraday knows you, does he?
I'm not known to the cops anywhere. I'm too smart.
Good.
Yeah?
You can walk into Faraday's office and walk out again, can't you?
Sure.
Then you can go for the pearls yourself.
Now, how much sense does that make? I walk into a guy's office, reach into his tobacco jar, walk out again, he doesn't suspect anything. I thought you were smart, Blackie.
I'll tell you how you can get into Faraday's tobacco jar without raising suspicion.
This better be good. I think you stole it.
Go down to see Faraday and tell him you know where I am. That should make him your buddy. But to prove you know me, mention that I like to smoke his special tobacco in my pipe. And
that I want to try some, too, huh?
Isn't that simple?
Yeah, that ought to do it.
If you play up the angle that I always did smoke his tobacco in my pipe.
That sounds good.
It's perfect. All you do then is reach inside his tobacco jar, fill your pipe, and palm the pearls.
Okay, Blackie, but you better be on the level about this. If I'm not back inside of 2 hours, my pals have got orders what to do with you.
What kind of orders, Scanlon, old pal?
I'll tell you what kind of orders, Shorty. And I'll also tell you all the good jokes I know, so we can die laughing.
So, you're the famous Inspector Faraday I heard so much about. I'm glad to know you.
I'm glad to know you, Scanlon, especially if you know where I can find Boston Blackie.
Well, I don't know exactly, Inspector Faraday, but I have a rough idea.
Well, give it to me and I'll smooth it out.
I saw Blackie's car turn into a side road off Harrison Pike, 10 miles north of the city limits.
How do you know it was Blackie's car?
Oh, I know Blackie pretty well.
How well?
I used to be a friend of his.
Well, as long as you just used to be, okay.
The road Blackie turned into goes dead end into the river, Inspector. I think you might catch it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Blackie told me once how much he liked your pipe tobacco.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I'm a nut on good pipe tobacco myself. You mind if I try a pipe for you?
No, help yourself. I've laid off smoking my pipe for a couple of weeks. Here, the tobacco's in this jar.
Thanks. Oh, great aroma. Hey, Inspector, what's that out in the street there? The beginning of a brawl?
Huh? Where? I don't see anything.
Those kids there screaming at each other.
Oh, they're not doing anything wrong. They're just playing a new game.
A new game? Screaming at each other?
Yeah. They call it Blackie Faraday.
I never heard of it.
You want a light?
I have one, thanks.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, that's fine. Blackie certainly knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, he usually does. But don't ever tell him I said so.
Nah. So long, Inspector. And when you catch Blackie, tell him I kind of like your tobacco jar. It had something different in it.
Hey, Blackie. Scanlon said his hoods were going to bump us if he wasn't back in 2 hours. Is it 2 hours yet?
No, Shorty, I don't think so. Oh, there must be a way out of here.
Yeah, but where, boy? There ain't no windows, the door's locked, and Scanlon's hoods are right outside.
Oh, I could get through the locked door, all right, but I don't know how to get through Scanlon's men without a gun.
Oh, boss, somebody's opened the door.
So I hear.
Boss, it's Scanlon.
Hello, Blackie.
Did you get the pearls, Scanlon?
Yeah, I got the pearls. Thanks a lot. I sure hate to double-cross the guy who was on the level with me, Blackie, but this is business. Don't move, either one of you. I'll have to let you have it right now.
Hey, boss, he's got a gun.
Don't worry, Shorty. He won't use it. He'll turn us over to his pals.
They do all my killing for me. That's how they make a living.
Well, I just put him out of business.
What?
Inspector Faraday.
Hey, Blackie, the joint's full of cops.
All right, Scanlon, drop that gun or I'll drop you.
Okay.
Faraday, for once in my life, I'm glad to see you. And for once in my life, I'm not kidding.
Why did you follow me here, copper? You don't have anything on me.
You'll get answers from me, Scanlon, when I get through with questions of my own. Take him down to headquarters, Rollins.
You can't arrest me.
Take him away, Rollins. Give him a hand, Thompson.
Look, I want to be booked right away.
Wait a minute, Faraday.
Don't you give me orders, Blackie.
That's right, Faraday. Don't listen to him. I'm ready to go.
Don't take Scanlon away just yet.
Hold it a minute, boys.
Faraday, why did you follow Scanlon?
Well, I'm not so dumb, Blackie. I knew Scanlon was up to something when he said you like my pipe tobacco. You don't smoke a pipe.
Now he tells me.
Faraday, you're wonderful. Scanlon is the playful little fellow who tapped you on the head when you were taking me to headquarters for the murder of Duke Butcher. Scanlon killed Butcher.
You can't prove that.
Oh, yes, I can. Duke Butcher was in my apartment looking for the Worthington pearls, which he'd stolen and then planted on Shorty.
What?
Let me finish before you start making arrests, Inspector.
Come on, lock me up, will you?
Scanlon was trying to hijack the pearls from Butcher. That's why he followed him to my apartment.
Blackie, this better be good.
This is very bad, Inspector, because Scanlon found Butcher tied up the way Shorty and I left him and killed him. When Butcher insisted he didn't know who had the pearls.
That's crazy.
Just how crazy do you think it is, Inspector?
Well, I don't know. If Scanlon killed Butcher because he didn't have the pearls, who has them now?
Scanlon.
Huh?
Mine.
Scanlon has the pearls. Here, I'll show you.
I'll search him myself, Blackie. Hold him, boys.
Right.
Now, Blackie, if this is another one of your... Well,
That's not a string of popcorn you're pulling out of Scanlon's pocket, Faraday.
The Worthington pearls. If Scanlon didn't get these from Butcher, where did he get them?
From the tobacco jar in your office.
What? How'd they get there?
I put them there, Inspector, just before you searched me.
You let me chase all over town for these pearls when all the time they were in the tobacco jar on my desk?
That's right, Faraday. Put that in your pipe, but don't smoke it.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This case, I want you to get... Well, anything wrong?
No, not a thing, Mr. Reed.
Oh, wait a minute. That letter can wait. When I came in here, you were typing that letter in slow motion.
Sorry, Mr. Reed. I guess I was daydreaming.
About what?
Well, I've had an offer from the Clarion, and I was thinking about it.
Clarion? This case, that scandal sheet? Why be a secretary there when you can be a secretary here?
Well, this wasn't a secretarial job. The Clarion wants me as a reporter. Oh, good grief, Mr. Reed. I'd give my new summer dress to be a reporter.
Oh, I see. Well, perhaps you will be a reporter in this case, but if you are, you will work for the Sentinel. Now get that lorry and have him follow up this phone call. Here, give him this note. Well, get moving. All I said was perhaps.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I could kiss you.
Hey!
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Construction racketeer. The city room of the Daily Sentinel buzzed with activity. Rewrite men pounded their typewriters. Copy boys carried blue-penciled news hurriedly to the linotypers. The Sentinel was going to press in half an hour. The door case, Britt Reed's secretary, darted into the room, took one quick glance around, and made a beeline for Ed Lowry.
Lowry? Three-alarm, Lowry.
Well, Casey, what are you doing in here?
I'm looking for you.
For me? I thought the boss was your heartthrob.
Mr. Reed, out of this. And I hate to admit it, ugly mug, but you're not my ideal.
I'm not attractive?
Yes, attractive in a repulsive sort of way.
Hey, what's your idea? I always sit with my feet on my desk.
Now, when you've got a job. Didn't you hear me say 3-alarm?
No.
Yes. Mr. Reed got a phone call. Here, he wrote you a note. Here it is. He wants you to see Donald right now.
Donald? Is it about that housing contract bid?
He's going to talk, and he wants a reporter.
Hey, where's my hat?
And make it snappy. You can get there in 15 minutes. Mr. Reed wants this story in before the deadline. The Sentinel wants the scoop.
15 minutes. I'll be there in 10. Maybe 9 minutes. Man, I ought to be driving a racing car. What's that house number? 917. This is it. So Don's ready to talk to the Sentinel. When I think of the stuff he could tell her, come on, get this door open. If I don't see him, the deadline's gone. Well, it's about time. Oh, pardon me. You're Mrs. Donald?
I thought you were my husband.
I'm Ed Lowry, reporter for the Daily Sentinel. Your husband called it. What's that? You thought I was your husband, but he's expecting me.
He isn't home.
Huh?
And he's late. He's usually so punctual.
Now, wait a minute. Let's clear this up. He hasn't been home?
No.
But he called the Sentinel. Well, maybe he called from his office.
I just called his office. He's not there.
Something cooking.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
You said something. You're a reporter. Do you think anything can have happened to my husband?
Oh, now, Mrs. Donald,
I'm serious. If he called your newspaper and said he'd be here...
Yes, he did.
Then he should be here. And if he's not...
Oh, holy mackerel, stop imagining things. Just because a guy wants to tell a newspaper reporter something doesn't mean that... What's that?
It's a car.
Coming this way, but fast.
Do you think it could be about my husband?
Yeah. Come on, lady. Let's get down to the curb.
You're throwing someone out.
Holy mackerel, hey! Hey, are you all right? Oh. Miss Terry, take that
eyes on it.
Yes, sir.
I've got this one. Hello, get me Gunnigan.
Lowry's talking now, Mr. Reed.
Keep listening. He's talking to a rewrite man. I want to know what he's saying, but I haven't time. Oh, hello, Gunnigan. Reed talking. Is the paper going to press yet? Well, then hold it. Lowry's got a story. He's giving it to rewrite this minute. No, it's not the one we expected. Lost Donald didn't talk. He can't talk. He's been beaten up so badly, he may not live.
That's fine, Bender. You did a very fine job on Donald. Very fine and very artistic. I used brass knuckles. Yes. I saw the pictures in the Morning Sentinel. The story says Donald is at General Hospital. He'll live, but I don't think he'll talk. Hey, Bender? Sure he won't. They won't put in any bids on them city buildings either, Mr. Randall. You guessed it, Bender. He won't. And the other building contractors are also, shall we say, persuaded. Persuaded. I like that word. Persuaded. Sounds good. You're a good persuader. Yes, they're persuaded either to refrain from bidding or to take my orders about how high they shall bid. Higher than you, huh, Mr. Randall? Naturally higher than I bid, Bender. Naturally. That's how I get the business. You'd better see who that is. Okay. Hey, Mr. Randall, it's a dame.
Yes, and I want to talk to you.
Well, Mrs. Donald, how are you? I've been reading about that terrible accident to your husband last night. Terrible thing.
Would you call a beating an accident?
No, of course not. How is it?
He's in the hospital.
Yes, I know. The Sentinel story said something about Donald promising to talk about a bid. Now, why should he want to talk about something as silly as that?
You can stop lying. I know why my husband's in the hospital. You put him there.
I put him... Bender. Yeah, Mr. Randall? Mrs. Donald and I would like a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, I want one. Go ahead, Bender. Okay. Now, just what did you mean by that?
It's necessary to pretend.
You must be overwrought.
Overwrought? Why shouldn't I be? I saw my husband hurled from a speeding automobile. He's in the hospital now, beaten and battered and almost dead.
Excuse me, he's delirious.
He hasn't accused you.
Oh, of course he hasn't. It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. You have your own methods of getting business, Randall, and none of them are clean. You had my husband beaten up to make him keep his mouth shut, to make him stay out of the bidding. Laugh all you want, for it's still true. But you can't beat me. I'm putting in a bid on that city building job.
You're what?
I'm bidding.
You mean for your husband? Are you a member of his firm?
No, I'm not, but that's
ridiculous. Why, of course, Mrs. Donald, if you want to. What's to stop you?
Nothing will stop me.
You say that as if I were the trouble. I'm not a drag.
Hey, Mrs. Donald around? Oh, hello, Randall. I would have knocked, only your door was open.
Perfectly all right. You're a reporter, aren't you?
Yes, from the Sentinel.
What is it, Mr. Lowry?
The maid at your house told me you were coming over here. How about that interview?
Interview?
Yes, with Mr. Reed, my boss. Hey, you're still upset. Don't you remember? You promised to talk to him.
Oh, yes, that's right. How silly of me to forget.
Maybe we ought to forget, huh?
No, not at all. We can go right now.
Oh, well.
So long, Randall. See you in jail.
Goodbye. Smart reporter. He needs a lesson. But Mrs. Donald needs a lesson first. Putting in a bid against me. Bender! Bender, what's the matter with you? Can't you hear me calling? Bender, why don't you... Bender. Mr. Randall, I've been shot at. Oh. That seal. The Green Hornet.
wear mask no longer. Now I run. Find telephone, call Mr. Britt. I call Mr. Britt. Tell him what Cato find out. I call him on private phone in his office.
Yes, Katie, you can keep talking. It's all right. I'm alone in my office. That's what Mrs. Dorner said to Randall, right?
Yes, sir. I go follow her, like you say.
She's going to bet against Randall. I wonder how.
What you say, Mr. Britt?
Skip it. I'm just thinking out loud. You use gas on Randall's servant?
That is correct. I got him under the Green Hornet thief.
All right, Katie. Hold it, Katie, just a minute. Yes?
Mrs. Donald is here, Mr. Reed.
Show her in just a moment, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Cato,
Yes, Mr. Britt?
hang up and get back to the apartment.
I understand.
I'll see you tonight. And I have a hunch the Green Hornet is going to get busy. Cato.
You are too late. I keep your dinner warm.
We're alone?
Yes, sir. Mr. Axford, he's out.
We haven't any time to lose. Those sealed bids for the city job are being delivered tomorrow morning.
Yes?
Randall will put his bid in, and Mrs. Donald may put in a bid.
Oh, that's very dangerous.
I wasn't able to persuade her not to, Cato. She's positive it was Randall who had her husband beaten up.
I see.
What do you think?
I agree, Mr. Britt. I'm not right, Mr. Randall.
Randall's a slick operator who's gotten away with plenty. Up to now.
Up to now?
Up to now. But this time it's going to end. Got the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. The Green Hornet's taking a hand in this.
A few moments later, Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a secret panel in Reed's bedroom closet. Then along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that led directly to an adjoining building. Seen from the street, the building looked deserted, empty, abandoned. No one could guess that it served as the hiding place for the Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Randall's at his office checking over his bid. A secret bid, Cato, but we're going to learn that secret. Step on it.
Mr. Randall's office at the top of the building. It's very hard to get there.
Fire escape. Quick, up on my shoulders and grab the ladder.
I have it, Mr. Britt.
Okay, yank it down.
I cannot lift it. It's stuck.
Climb up.
What about you, now?
Up you go. Up.
Now, what you do now?
I'm jumping for it. Stand back.
There. Oh, very good, Mr. Britt. Very wrong jump.
As long as I've made it, that's what matters. Randall's up there. Let's go.
Oh, this lock is open.
Randall must be in the other room. Follow me.
Yes, sir.
Watch your step. It's dark in here. When I open that door, be ready. We'll go in fast.
I understand.
I have the gas weapon. I may have to use it fast. If not,
what is it?
Nothing. For a moment, I thought I heard a step behind us, but there's nothing. Already, here's the door.
Yes.
No. All right, Randall. Don't move. Just sit right where you are and you won't get hurt. Don't move, Mabel. What do you want? Just looking, Randall. Working late, aren't you?
I've been expecting you, Hornet.
Yes?
Yes. Ever since you started up that fire escape.
Where's your servant?
Bender? Oh, he's around. Didn't you hear me, Hornet? I said I knew you were coming up that fire escape.
I heard you.
But you don't know that I've called the police.
Police?
Yes, the police, and they should be here any...
There, hear that? There they come. Okay, Randall, it's just time for me to do it. Look out, watch that. Move, Hornet. Stand still or I'll get you before the police do. If you put trying to struggle, you'll get us not without a fight. Take it. Yeah! The Green Hornet was in his place? Yeah, Lowry, and we'll find out soon enough. Here we are.
Now to continue our story. Trying to learn what Randall's bid on the city job will be, the Green Hornet and Cato climbed the fire escape to Randall's top floor office, only to run into trouble. They had been seen, and Randall had phoned the police.
Quiet down, you guys. We're almost at the top floor. Now keep your guns ready and follow me.
Okay. Have the building surrounded?
Yes, Lowry.
There's Randall's office.
I don't hear a sound.
The door's open.
After me. Well, I'll be...
Holy mackerel, what hit this joint?
Hey, here's a woman, Sergeant. She's been gassed. Randall's lying across his desk. Out cold.
Hey, here's someone... Wait, Spade. What happened?
Where's the Hornet? He shot me. Randall shot him in the wrist. The Hornet got away.
There's no way out. He couldn't.
We came in through the hall. This holy mackerel, Moran, the elevator. Well, I'll be... It's gone. The elevator's on the way down.
Yeah, the Hornet pulled a fast one.
As we got out of the elevator, he got in. He must have been waiting in the car.
A lot of good that does you.
Well, we'll get him. Where are the stairs?
Too far. What about the fire escape?
The fire escape it is. Come on, you guys.
Faster.
Watch your step.
Moran, if you've got a whistle, blow it. You say this building is surrounded, let the other cops know something's going wrong.
Blow a whistle, Lowry, for Pete's sake. I'm having all I can do to hang on to this dizzy fire escape. I ain't no steeplejack.
Hey, Moran, look down.
Look down, no, sir, not me.
Down, right below us. It's the Hornet car.
The Hornet? Golly, so it is. Let him have it, boys.
You can hold your fire, Moran. No use wasting cartridges. There goes the Hornet.
Pretty close, Mr. Pete. Too close for comfort, Cato. If you hadn't used jujitsu on Thunder, we'd be on our way to jail right now.
It's very lucky we get elevator, yes?
The police were in such a hurry they didn't stop to guard it. I have my fingers crossed.
What we do now?
Back to the apartment, Cato. But first, I've got to make a phone call.
Yes?
We had a few minutes before the police came. I was able to get a look at Randall's bid. Cato, I have a hunch that his bid won't be the lowest. Not for this job. Miss Case.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Any more news?
About the Green Hornet showing up at Randall's place last night?
Well, yes. That and the bidding for the city job.
Nothing new on the Hornet. He made a clean getaway. He always does, doesn't he?
Pretty close last night, though.
Yes, I'll bet Sergeant Moran's still beefing about it. But at least the Sentinel had a scoop on the story.
What about the bidding?
I don't know why they bothered to go through with that farce, Mr. Reed. Randall's sure to win the job. There's no one else putting in a bid.
That isn't public yet, is it?
No, but there never is. He's so unscrupulous and vicious. Look what he did to poor Mr. Donald.
Careful, Miss Case. Don't say what can't be proved.
Doesn't have to be proved. I can just feel he's crooked.
You sound like a sob sister.
Huh?
There's an idea. You said you'd like to be a reporter, Miss Case.
A reporter? Me?
Or would you rather be a secretary?
You mean a sob sister? Like the woman's angle on stories? Oh, good grief, Mr. Reed. Oh, I'd love it. When can I start?
Now, slow up. It's just a thought.
Oh, it's a swell thought. Honestly, I could do a grand job.
Well, remind me in about a month.
Oh.
Well, that's not so long.
Okay, I can wait. After all, I've been waiting for years.
Hey, boss, he's gone haywire.
Oh.
Randall, he's burning up. I just came from the city hall. Randall didn't win that city job.
He didn't?
No. Sounds impossible, doesn't it?
Laurie, are you sure? I didn't think anyone was betting against it.
Yeah, that's what he thought. But there was another bid. And get this, boss, it was just a couple of bucks under Randall's bid.
Who was it?
What gets me, boss, it's the new outfit, Bolton Building Company.
I never heard of it.
And neither has anyone else. But the bid was there. What puzzles me is the price.
Price?
Yeah, just a couple of bucks difference between the bids. It almost looks as if the Bolton outfit knew what Randall was going to bid beforehand. But it isn't possible.
Yes. Who could have known?
Who could have known about what, Mr. Randall?
The amount I was going to bid for that city job.
How much difference was it?
I told you $20.
$20. That's splitting it awful close, ain't it?
I tell you, whoever put that bid in knew what my bid was. Knew it ahead of time.
Don't look at me, boss.
No. No, you're loyal.
Sure.
Besides, you haven't enough brains. Never mind that. Try to figure out who it was.
Well, it couldn't be Ostrander.
Ostrander didn't bid.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't stick to orders to lay off.
Say, maybe it's Bender. Huh? Bender, I'm a fool.
You, Mr. Randall?
Yes, I. That Green Hornet trouble last night drove it completely out of my mind. The Bolton Building Company. Bolton.
I don't get it.
She was here that morning. She threatened to bid against me.
Bolton? I don't know no Bolton's name.
Mrs. Donald, you dummy.
Donald?
Yes. Her maiden name was Bolton. Her father was Silas Bolton, the builder. So she meant what she said.
Good.
And now she's formed a new company just for the purpose of bidding against me.
What a way to act. Things are unscrupulous, boss. After me giving the brass knuckles to her husband. What business has she got butting me?
Quiet.
Yeah.
We'll have to persuade her to withdraw that bid, Bender.
Persuade her to withdraw? She already got it.
Yes, but she can still withdraw. She can say her company isn't equipped to handle so big a job. Give me that phone.
The phone? Who you calling, Mr. Randall?
I'm calling Mrs. Donald.
Her?
Yes. To persuade her to drop out before we make her drop out. And I think I know how she managed to underbid me. She's in league with the Green Hornet.
No, Mr. Randall, I can't tell you a thing. The Bolton Company? If you think that's my company, you can think for yourself. I neither affirm nor deny it. And please, What? What was that? What did you say? Oh. He knows. He knows the Green Hornet called me last night. What am I going to do? I need help. Operator, I don't know the number, but please, I want to call the Daily Sentinel. It's very important.
Well, what gives now, Casey? Who's the boss talking to?
Mrs. Donald. She sounded plenty worried.
What for? Her husband's doing okay.
Is he?
Well, sure he is. Nobody knows who slugged him, but he's out of danger.
Well, I don't know what it is then, but she's not feeling very chipper. I can tell you...
Hey, what a way to treat a typewriter, Casey. She slammed 10 keys at once.
Lowry, I've got it.
That letter's ruined. You better start again.
Well, that Dickens was a letter. I know what she's worried about. You ought to know, too. You told me so yourself.
Are you crazy?
Oh, wake up. Didn't you barge in on her the other day just when she was talking to Randall?
Yeah, at his place.
He said she was going...
Paints the picture.
We checked the file.
Well, that'll be... Casey, that dame's got nerve. I never thought she'd do it. This case is Lowry calling me, boss? Well, Lowry, I just spoke to Mrs. Donald. She's the Bolton Building Company.
Just figured that out, Mr. Reed.
Okay, get over to her place tonight, Lowry. Huh? She had a phone call from Randall. He did a little figuring on his own hook, and you know Randall. He's going to make her back down? Get over there tonight.
Mr. Reed, what about me?
You, Miss Case?
You said I could become a reporter sometime. Well, Mrs. Donald is a woman that... How about right now?
Well?
Oh, please.
Don't worry, boss. If Randall tries any rough stuff, I'll look after Casey. Okay, you can tag along with Lowry. Lowry and Sergeant Moran, Miss Case.
Moran?
Well, how come, boss? How do you suppose Mrs. Donald was able to underbid Randall by such a narrow margin? Hey, you mean she had inside information? She just told me she got a phone call last night telling her exactly what Randall was going to bid. A phone call from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Good grief.
Yes, Miss Case. So just to be on the safe side, the police will be there, too. You never know when the Hornet's going to show up. Peter ought to be along soon. He's got to be. Lowry and Miss Case with Mrs. Donald and Moran with... There he is. Okay. Step on it, Fiddle. You get inside the car, Mr. Bliss. Step on it. I can make it while you travel. Okay. Mask and the Hornet weapon? It's in the compartment. Good. Head straight for the Donald place. Yes, sir. As you order, I keep watch on Mr. Lambert. He just read the call of Mrs. Donald himself. Alone? He has with him that Brenda. Good. Both of them. Forgot the Mrs. Donald at least 10 minutes ahead of them. But I'm worried. Suppose something goes on. We've got to see that it doesn't. There are many police here. Never mind the police. You drive right past them, drop me off, and keep going. Then policemen follow me? They'll follow the Black Beauty, or I miss my guess. After they got close last night, what they want's the Hornet. That'll leave me alone there waiting for Randall and Bender. You understand? I understand. Now I go fast. At this car. I'm going after him. Hurry in your car!
Moran, don't!
I can't stick around here in this space. I got an alcohol. Get those sport cars rolling. No, they won't catch him.
Where are the police?
They went after the Hornet, Mrs. Donald. It's my tough luck. I have to stick around here. There won't be any excitement or anything else doing.
Won't you come in the house? Yes, of course. Don't be nervous, Mrs. Donald. Well, as long as the Hornet isn't here, you're safe.
Sure. Here, I'll open the door for you. You go ahead and...
Gosh. Why, that car stopping out in front. Isn't that Randall? Oh.
Casey, get back in the shadows. Stay here, Mrs. Donald. Miss Case and I'll be back out of the way. We'll hear every word. Just act as if you're all alone.
As if I'm all alone. It's just horrid.
There she is now, Mr. Randall. Good evening, Mrs. Donald.
So you had enough nerve to come over, didn't you? Well, I'm not withdrawing my bid.
She's acting tough.
One moment. Mrs. Donald, we're alone here. Don't be a fool.
My bid stands. My husband's company can do the work.
Your husband is in the hospital. I don't like to make threats, especially against a woman.
You admit you put my husband in the hospital.
Don't be so amazed. As long as we're alone, I admit everything. I used force, and I'll use it again. Back out before you get hurt, badly hurt.
Casey, we got it.
What's up?
We heard that, Randall. Casey, you only can spread this high, wide, and handsome. Randall, you're cooked.
So I wasn't alone.
No, mister, and we heard you. Mrs. Donald, you needn't worry about a thing.
Perhaps all you've been a worry. Bender. Yeah, Mr. Randall.
Hey, what are you talking about? Hey, put away that gun.
Sorry, but I intend to stay out of jail, even if I have to have Bender shoot you.
Oh, the cold blood, it isn't possible.
Not only possible, but probable.
Anytime you say, boy.
Well, there's no hurry. There are no witnesses. But I guess you might as well.
Take this. What? Hey, smashed. The Green Hornet. Don't shoot. Hornet. Don't.
Sorry, did you see that? It was the Green Hornet. He saved our lives. He shot them, but I didn't hear a sound.
Sure, we used gas, not bullets.
Tracy, get to a phone, will you? By the time Sergeant Moran gets back from his wild goose chase, we'll have this plastered right on the front page.
Sure, with a byline by the North Cape.
Okay, sob sister, but make it sure to Blackie go to pounding a typewriter instead of the pavement. Now get that story in.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, unknown to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Hey, what's going on here?
This is my car here. No, stop it.
Hey, cut it out.
Stop it.
What's the idea? Now let that man alone. Look, you keep out of this, buddy, or I'll... Well, that ain't the same. It's euphonic, but slightly ungrammatical, Mac. Now, what's the disturbance?
They drew up alongside of my car. Him and the other fella. They said, get out. We're taking your car.
Why, Mac wouldn't do a thing like that, now would you, Mac?
Nah, of course not. The old man's nuts.
What Mac would do if he coveted his neighbor's jalopy is slug him with a piece of lead pipe and drive off.
Yeah, so good night. I got business.
Now, wait, Mac. You could satisfy my curiosity a little. Why should you want to steal this gentleman's old automobile when you've got nicer, newer ones to choose from?
Yes, ask him, mister. Ask him.
Yeah, ask me, Saint. Go ahead. I'm going to satisfy a little curiosity of my own.
I didn't think you had any, Mac. What shape does it take?
I always wondered how you'd look dead. Good night, all.
Good night, Mac. Be seeing you?
You let him go.
Yes, he convinced me that I should for now. There's nothing like a 32 in the pocket of a known thug for winning an argument. Did you say there was another fellow with him?
Yes. Run off when he heard you coming. It was the same fella tried to buy my car yesterday.
Someone tried to buy this car?
Oh, sure. This fella tried to buy it. And there was a woman made an offer, too.
You mean you actually refused?
I ain't selling until I find out why they want to buy it so bad.
This fellow who tried to buy the car, do you know his name?
No, he looked like a gentleman until...
Until you found him consorting with felonious intent with our just-departed friend, eh? Tell me, was he well-dressed, an annoying little mustache placed just over the sneer he wears for a mouth?
Well, yes. Say, how did you...
That's easy. Our friend Mac does piecework for him. Fancy Dan Turner is his current alias. But I see you don't keep up with such things.
You're going to tell the police?
Later, perhaps, when there's something to tell them. Right now, I've got a great thirst that needs quenching. A thirst for knowledge.
Huh?
Yeah, what's your name and where do you live?
Collins. 302 East 8th Street.
Mm-hmm. Now, put your car in cold storage, old timer, and take care of yourself. Something tells me this is Rat's night out. Hello, Smitty. Back making book, I see.
You got the wrong joint, Saint. Take a look around. I run a pool room. You interested in a horse?
No, a man.
Well, like I said, Saint, you got the wrong joint.
His name's Mac. He hangs out here. Now, where is he? In the back room?
I'm the three monkeys, Saint. Deaf, dumb, and blind. The only Mac I know is a truck.
Oh, then if you don't mind, I'd like to look in your back room and see if he's parked there.
I mind.
But you won't even know, Smitty. You're deaf, dumb, and blind.
Oh, have a heart, Saint. I ain't got no back room. Besides, last time you dropped in my place, a lot of my customers started patronizing elsewhere.
Including you, Smitty, remember?
I've only been back from the Gray place a week, and I ain't forgetting it. Oh, come on, Saint. Be a good guy. Beat it, huh?
No, Smitty. Let him stay a while.
Hello, Mac.
I was hoping you were smart enough to go home and get some sleep.
How could I sleep with you out roaming the streets, Mac? You know how I worry.
Yeah, too much. What does he want, Saint? You. Why, Saint?
I want to talk with Fancy Dan Turner.
What about?
Now, let's not be coy, Mac. It doesn't become you. I want to ask Turner why he's trying to steal a jalopy from an old man.
Well, what do you know? I got a surprise for you, Saint. I'll take it to him.
The boys say you're looking for me, Saint.
The boys are right.
So you found me. So?
I understand you're interested in a certain old car.
So what? Probably the Smiling Irishman is, too.
A broken down 1929 sedan seems a little slow for a fast man like you, Fancy Dan.
Well, maybe I like to go slow enough to read the billboards when I drive. What's it to you, Saint?
It depends on what it is to you, Turner. What's on the fire?
You are. There's a handle with care sign on this deal, and I don't want just anybody cutting in. You're a fowler-upper.
You've been stepping high and fancy-free too long, Turner. You're beginning to irritate me.
The feeling's likewise, Saint. Only I got more than fingers in my fist and you haven't.
It's a nice gun you're so bravely wearing, Turner. It must be a pretty big pot to change a small-time con artist like you into a fire-breathing gunman. Big potatoes, huh?
Yeah, plenty big, Saint. So big I wouldn't hesitate to shoot at the slightest move. Am I clear?
You couldn't be clearer if you were a day ordered by the Chamber of Commerce.
Good. Now, it ain't a palace, Saint. It's just the back room of a pool parlor, but please stay and be my guest.
Oh, very well, for a little while anyway. Where are the boys?
Out.
They're wasting their time. Collins won't sell his old wreck. Some old men are stubborn. And Collins seems like a hard man to intimidate.
Well, that all depends on who's doing the intimidating, Saint. Now, Mac's a chowderhead and Smitty's even worse, but put the two boys together and you'll get a job of work done.
Dan, I've adopted old man Collins as a friend.
Ah, how big are you?
Yes. You know how I feel about people who push other people around, Turner? Especially when the guy getting the shoving is a friend.
You know, if I had a glass of beer, I'd cry into it. Sit back and relax, Saint. The boys will be back with what they want after soon enough, and maybe then I'll let you go home.
You mean they're coming back with the car?
Well, maybe not the whole car. Sit back and relax. Hey, relax. Hey, what are you doing?
Sitting back with my chair to the wall, Turner. You want me to relax, don't you?
Yeah, Hey, let go of that cue stick.
As my old grandmother used to say, Turner, there's nothing as relaxing as a game of pool. Particularly with a hoodlum's head as the cue ball. Collins, open up.
You wouldn't be from the police now, would you?
No, I'm no more a policeman than you are, old man Collins.
Come in and be welcome, then.
Where's Collins?
The old man? He's here.
Where?
Behind the sofa. But if you're of a mind to look at him, make us a quick look.
Dead?
Very.
How?
Every way. Beaten, stabbed, and tortured. Maybe even shot, for all I know.
Yes, and for all I know, maybe you've got a gun with an empty chamber, for all I know.
Bless me, no. Me business doesn't allow it.
Just what sort of business are you in, Irish?
The name's O'Brien.
Ah.
When a job is pulled and the police go after the boys who pull it, I make an end run and go after the swag. Or at least part of it.
Oh, I see. What's the swag here? Collins' wallet?
Not unless there's 400 grand in it.
400? Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll find the old man a few cents short. Who killed him?
Not I.
How do I know?
You don't.
You're right. What brought you here?
Why, I'm here about the old car, of course.
You want to buy it?
Certainly, don't you? Say, maybe you're not being cute. Maybe you really don't know about the...
About what?
Well, now, I'm greatly relieved. When I first saw you come through that door, I said to myself, O'Brien, here comes some more competition. But I see you're not. I'm relieved, laddie. Greatly relieved.
Turner is competition enough, eh?
Yes, but Turner and his ugly ducklings are nothing compared to...
Who?
In time. I got here just a minute before you, laddie. The old man was dead when I arrived. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Get down. Oh, O'Brien! O'Brien!
Competition. Getting worse. All the time.
Hickok, call the doctor.
No. Thanks, laddie. Lay off this frolic. He'll get you next. You're gonna die, mister. You're gonna...
O'Brien, the old man's car, what... Well, I guess I'll have to try another angle. This one's pretty dead.
I awakened Mr. Ritchie as you requested, Mr. Templar. He'll be right down.
Oh, thank you.
I hope the fire isn't too serious,
Well,
sir.
it's serious enough to awaken Mr. Ritchie.
Oh, here he is now, sir.
Well, which plant is the fire in? Who's responsible? How big is the damage?
Oh, the fire isn't in any plant, Mr. Ritchie.
What's that, then? Then where...
It's inside of me. I'm burning up, and I need your help.
How dare you sneak your way in here 3 o'clock in the morning by telling me there's a fire? Look here, who are you?
Simon Templar.
Oh, yes, the Saint. I've heard of you. If you have business with me, Mr. Templar, I'd suggest you phone my secretary for an appointment. Meanwhile, there's no subject on earth can keep me from going back to bed.
Not even the subject of $400,000, Mr. Ritchie?
What do you know about it?
Nothing other than that it was stolen from you, Mr. Ritchie.
That happened 7 years ago. The criminal, John Quayle, was caught, tried, and convicted. Now, if you'll pardon me...
Quayle worked for you, I believe.
He was my head accountant.
And the money was never found?
No. Quayle drew 20 years in the penitentiary. He never revealed where the money was hidden. Until the day he died.
Died?
Yes. 2 weeks ago in prison. Huh. And now, Mr. Templar, if you don't mind, I need my rest.
I won't detain you much longer, Mr. Ritchie. Just 1 or 2 more questions.
Well?
Did Quayle have a wife?
Yes, he did.
If he knew he were dying in prison, it's quite possible he made an attempt to get word to her, to tell her where the money was hidden.
He may have made the attempt, but he couldn't possibly have succeeded. He was too closely watched.
Oh.
After all, $400,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yes, you could almost buy a second-hand car with it.
If I hadn't been fully covered by insurance, my firm would have gone under in the face of a loss that large. And now, Mr. Templar, if I might ask a question.
Certainly.
Why this sudden urgency, this 3 o'clock in the morning business?
An old man was tortured to death. Then a fellow named O'Brien, who came calling on the old man, was shot to death.
But
before he was killed, O'Brien told me he was tracking down $400,000 that had been stolen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and some checking back over how many people have ever had that amount stolen from them.
Led you to me.
Yes.
I wonder what I've led you to, Mr. Templar.
I wonder, Mr. Ritchie. I wonder.
What is it?
Mrs. Quayle?
What do you want?
Several things, Mrs. Quayle.
Like what?
A murderer.
You've got the wrong apartment, mister.
An old automobile.
No sale. Anything else?
Maybe you'll buy this, Mrs. Quayle. Collins was murdered a little while ago.
Collins? Oh, the old man. Why?
Someone wanted his car. Someone who evidently couldn't wait any longer for the newer model.
So?
So I saw Collins' car in your garage, Mrs. Quayle.
Maybe you better come in after all, mister. But come in careful.
Careful enough?
Keep those hands high.
Sure.
I don't like you, mister. You're nailing together a frame and you're trying to put my picture into it. Collins sold me that car.
When?
Tonight. I could have bought a Cadillac for cheaper, mister, but I wasn't in any position to haggle.
Yes, I know.
What do you know? That's what I want to find out.
I know that Collins' car, the car, is worth about $20, but if something else is worth in the neighborhood of $400,000. And you know that's an awfully nice neighborhood.
It's nice and exclusive. Chiselers aren't invited to move in.
I've been gathering that impression all evening. Well, what have we here?
You name it.
An acetylene torch, welder's mask, a few chisels, a hammer, steel wire. Either you've gone to work for Henry Kaiser, or the hand that customarily rocks the cradle is going in for rocking a safe.
I had to go into a hardware store to make a phone call, and I just couldn't leave without buying a few things.
Now, fortunate you didn't make your call in an establishment that sells steamrollers. Yeah, I see you have a set of license plates.
You see too much.
From Collins Jalopy, aren't they? These license plates. So that's how Quayle smuggled out his message.
You're getting awfully close to a bullet in your head, mister. Give me those plates.
Shh, there's someone at the door.
Stay where you are. I'll see who it is.
Better not take the license plates with you.
Yes? Oh!
Mrs. Quayle!
Oh!
Mrs.
The devil! He got the plates.
Yes, he got them.
Don't let him. Oh, catch him there.
Where? Where?
Where Johnny worked. Shaft. Top. Before 6. Before...
Mrs. Quayle. Collins, O'Brien, and now I have 3 reasons for wanting to meet a certain party. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
They don't stop sometimes when it's so early in the morning, Saint, because they're on the way back to the garage.
Well, what brings you out so early, Mac? Looking for a drunk to roll?
Just looking for you, Saint, just looking for you. See here what I got in my hand?
Oh, there goes that coy streak in you again, Mac. All right, so it's a gun. Well, what does it want me to do? Come, go, turned handsprings, quote Shelley, play the bassoon? You have to speak for it, Mac.
Very funny. Look out, it shouldn't speak for itself, Saint. I and the gun warn you should get in that there car.
You have a most persuasive way of offering a fellow a lift, Mac.
Yeah, a lift. Right now, it's a lift. Later on, it may grow into a ride. Come on.
Where are we going, Mac?
Back to our little gray home in the rear of the pool room, Saint. Fancy Dan Turner wants he should thank you for showing him a new trick.
Oh, it really isn't necessary.
He feels like it is, Saint. He feels like it is. He's got a couple of tricks he wants to show you.
Sounds like fun.
Go on into the car, Jim. Turner's waiting. He's got very little patience.
Nice to have you back with us, Saint. I missed you.
From the looks of that bandage on your skull, Turner, I'll bet you wish I'd missed you.
Not now, I don't, Saint. It's a nice feeling having you here, knowing that I owe you something. I pay my debts, Saint. I pay off.
Yes, I know. O'Brien was paid off. So was Mrs. Quayle. Paid off with lead checks.
They're dead?
Oh, now save that innocent expression for the jury, Turner. You'll need everything you've got.
Well, when were they killed, Saint?
Okay, I'll stooge for you. They were killed an hour or 2 after I so abruptly left you before.
Oh, well, I'll have to find another pigeon, Saint. My alibi's fat.
How fat, Turner?
City Hospital. Having Remember the Saint embroidered where a cue stick hit me. And Smitty and Mac were there, too, to see me through it. Hospitals have records, Saint. We're clean. We're clean.
Huh. Then you've got a competitor you don't know about, Turner.
Yeah, looks that way. For a job that was supposed to be as simple as this one, I got too many competitors. I wonder how come.
Who fingered the job for you, Turner? Who told you Quayle got word out to his wife about where the money was?
I got nothing for you, Saint.
Smitty, wasn't it? Smitty just finished a stretch up the creek. My guess is he ran into Quayle, maybe shared a cell with him.
No. It was in the jail hospital they met. Smitty worked there. Quayle was dying off his nut. Smitty made him talk.
Yeah. And Smitty, not being mentally suited for solo work, spilled the pitch to you, Turner, for a price, of course, for money on the line.
Yeah, 10 G's to buy in on a 400,000 job. But what are you driving at? What are you picking Smitty's bones for?
I was just wondering, Turner, how much O'Brien paid Smitty for his slice of this exclusive information, and how much your other competitors shelled out. The one who happily goes around killing people.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, Turner, your pal Smitty is the sort of rat that even rats on rats. He sold Quayle's secret 3 times that we know of.
Hey, thanks for handicapping it for me, Saint.
If you're really grateful, Turner, you can return the favor by telling me what time.
It's 5:15 in the morning, Saint, but you ain't going nowhere.
I have a date to keep before 6, Turner, with your competitor.
Yeah, Saint, that's what you think.
Maybe not, Turner. What do you say we play a little pool while we're waiting for the board?
Get away from that pool table. I ain't playing any games with you, Saint.
Well, maybe pool was the wrong game. How about a game of pitch and catch?
What?
Yeah, I pitch like this. And you catch it like that. Hate to leave you all by yourself there in the side pocket, but like I said, I have a date to keep. Well, Mr. Ritchie, get enough sleep despite my interruption?
I wasn't really asleep when you called on me, Mr. Templar.
I know, Mr. Ritchie. Your hair was a little too carefully combed for a man who's been suddenly awakened and told he's having a fire.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But not clever enough to catch you before you committed 3 murders. Well, you're Smitty's silent partner, huh? See what low company's gotten you into, Ritchie?
Yes, I see. $400,000. Buried in the siding of this elevator shaft. And with the help of this acetylene torch, it'll be all mine. A very ingenious fellow, Quayle. And to think the money never left this building.
The place where Johnny worked. Yes, he was ingenious. It was very smart of him to use his prison job making automobile license plates as a means of smuggling out the information to his wife. How did he do it, Ritchie?
Very simple, Templar. There's an extra piece of thin metal in this particular plate, forming a sort of pocket. And inside the pocket, a note on cigarette paper telling poor Mrs. Quayle how to get the money. Of course, once he managed to tell her the number of the license plate, well, the rest was easy, wasn't it?
Yes. All poor Mrs. Quayle had to do was ask the Motor Vehicle Bureau to whom the plate was assigned. Mr. Collins, in this instance.
Poor old fellow. Mr. Templar, would you mind joining me here in the shaft, please? Yes, right on top of the elevator. I'd like to keep an eye on you while I finish burning out this metal partition. You see, I've only until 6 o'clock when this elevator is switched on downstairs.
Oh, well, I...
Come, in the shaft, please.
Well, really, I
have a gun, Mr. Templar.
Oh, well, that makes it official, then.
There we are. Careful, Mr. Templar. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Anything accidental, that is.
You know, it's funny. I've known you such a short time, and I have exactly the same sentiments towards you. I've never been astride the top of an elevator before, Ritchie. And we're right near the top of the shaft.
Yes. I don't mean to worry you, Templar. But when this elevator power turns on in a few minutes, it will rise to the top before it descends.
How's your treasure hunt coming, Ritchie?
Almost finished. One last strip of metal to cut away, and the partition will come off. Then we'll decide your fate, Mr. Templar. Your future. Here goes. A last blow. It's there. It's there. I see it. $400,000 in currency, Templar. Think of it. Think of it.
You think of it, Ritchie, and also think of how much blood was spilled on it.
Preaching, Templar? You? I never thought. What's that?
The elevator, Ritchie. Maybe it came to work a little early today.
My money. My money.
Come on, Ritchie. Come on, get off.
No, there's still some money left here. I want it. I want it all. All.
Come on. We've got to get off. Jump, Ritchie, jump.
No, my money. I must save the money.
Ritchie, you fool.
All right, I got it.
Yes, Ritchie. You saved your money, and you saved the state some money, too. I'm sure you didn't plan on saving the cost of your execution.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
These immortal words of Ovid, translated from the Latin, express quite well indeed the justice of our Mr. Ritchie's fate. Nor is there any juster law than that the contrivers of death should perish by their own contrivances. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Laureen Tuttle, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, Fred Howard, and Dan O'Herlihy. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAbiddy. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.